comments. I'm going to be in there in a minute.
Yeah,
we are.
That
Hey
is
guys,
what
we've been
happens.
talking for about 25 minutes, thinking we was talking to you.
That's
not together.
You just distract me. I was involved with all that sexiness.
The water. It's in the water, people.
It's in the water. Yeah,
People.
I'm a fucking idiot. That's okay. I'm a fuck.
We were just talking. It was such a good conversation.
Oh my god! We didn't even play my song. My intro played. Everything played, but we weren't live. So how about we start with the intro? Because I love that song. So let's just be quiet and let's do the intro. I'm muting us, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing.
You already know what it is. You are now tuning in to Damaged Goods. Hey, make sure you tap that follow. Oh, yeah. Make sure you subscribe, like, share. We're going to keep getting bigger and bigger. Damaged goods, but you know I still got the value. Did it by myself, I made my name without you. Yeah, I got a game on lockdown, ayy. See me when I'm chilling at the top now, ayy. I'ma tell my story. I don't give a fuck, you can watch out. None of it matter, I'm telling the truth. Been through the worst, I got nothing to lose. Talking to me, better watch what you say. I am the one who don't play with no games. Velocity, property of my own shame. Militant minded and sick in the brain. Truly right now, I don't need to explain. Maki on fire, now you know my name. Ayy, yo, ayy. Damaged goods, okay, wait. Damaged goods, okay, wait, okay. Damaged goods, but you know I still got the value. Did it by myself, I made my name without you. And I got a game on lockdown. See me chillin' at the fucking talk now. I'ma tell my story. I don't give a fuck, you can watch now. Damaged goods, but you know I still got the value. Did it by myself, I made my name without you. And I got a game on lockdown, ayy. See me when I'm chillin' at the top now, ayy. I'ma tell my story. I don't give a fuck, you can watch now. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, what? Yeah. Hey, gang. Yo, you already know what the fuck going on. Damaged goods. Damaged goods with no motherfucking regrets.
There we go. Unmute yourself.
Well, I mean, like I said, every now and again, it's more fun to do things backwards.
Is that the picture? Is that a picture of the guy you're hugging? The first guy you hug? Is that the guy that did this music for you?
Oh no. That's Seth Anthony. I know I've spoken about him many times here. He's
hi everybody.
Very good. He's I call him my big brother, but he's known Matt since they were, oh my word, they were probably still teenagers. And he is an amazing person. I love him to death. He's my brother. He's my big brother, but he's actually famous now. He's a pretty fucking big deal. He has a lot of really badass fucking songs. I talk about him. I promote him as often as I can, but he does not need me. However, that one night that you saw me in like that floral dress, that it was like a Hawaiian style dress, that was the night of his first concert ever. So yeah, it was pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, my kids grew up with this little kid that kept saying he was going to be a rapper as he's growing up, right? And he's a freckle, redhead, nappy-eyed little kid who we loved. And what are you doing? Screaming. Trying to tell a story here, girl.
I was listening, but I was yelling too. He ordered Chinese food and he tell you 40 minutes and it's 5 seconds.
He grew up and he fulfilled his dream. He opened for Tech Nine. I don't know if you know who they are, but that's like my favorite band. But anyway, his name is Liquid Assassin. His name is CT, Liquid Assassin. And actually, Tech Nine wrote a song for him called Serious. Listen to it. It's really good. Anyway, a little kid grew up with my kids, and he was always going to be something, you know. We just were like, yeah, right. But he really did. He fulfilled his dream, and he's successful, and he's fastest rapper around. I am not kidding you. Really fast. He's Liquid Assassin's name, you know. That's really cool.
So,
but anyway, to the freaking point
Let's
about
run
the
through and see
AKA.
who's in chat quick. Let's say hello to everybody, and then let's tell
Keep
them
that
what we're
on.
doing. We're gonna have fun, guys. We're gonna talk about people tonight, but it's so much more fun to talk about people, well, a person, and make fun of that person.
Yeah,
when
wait a
other
minute.
people are making fun
There's
of them.
at least 20 people now, AKA. We'll call her AKA, whatever now, because we can't keep
Yeah,
track.
we don't know. Okay, so Ms. Sally here. Hello. Checking. Oh, you're here too. Hello, welcome, checked. Welcome, I'm so excited. Dee Dee, I love you. Loving you. It's
A
more
lot of great
than
people in the chat.
just a dream come true. Da 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 da. Outlaw Chucker, hey, how are you? Thanks for stopping on over. It's been a long time since I've seen you, a couple weeks since I saw you over in Aaron's chat. If anybody hasn't heard of Get to Know, he is he's doing big things over there. I think everybody should check him out. Definitely do. Okay, we have Mark in the house. Hello, Mark. How are you today? Cool Gamer. What up? Natasha, hey. Sluggy, the sluggish sleuth. It's the sluggish sleuth.
Cut your songs for people.
I'm telling you, I'm a freaking nut. And I'm okay with that. I like being a nut. You know why? Because sometimes you
You're
feel
unique to yourself.
like...
Just like
So we have
you
white.
love me or you hate me. That's
My
the way it is.
husband, my loving husband is here. Thank you, husband, for getting me my ice water. Coco, hello, how are you? Arctic.
Let's see if your husband can keep the chat hopping like you and me and the rest of the mods do.
Oh, come on now. Is he really as fun as I am?
I don't know. Let's see if he can do it in the
He's
chat.
going to be working out and whatever else. He probably... Hey, there's cats. He can't even shut the damn door. Hold on.
Uh-oh, animal rescue home. Can you tell?
Okay.
Cats, bunnies, you know.
One rabbit, one dog, 2 cats, a child, a husband. So there's 2 children.
And that other animal you got that
Other animal is a
your
tiger.
son
He is
loves.
amazing. Christina
What is he?
Conrad, I texted you the link, love. You're welcome to hop your little happy
Oh,
ass.
get up here, girl.
Who else do we have? Mama Bear, I love you. Judy, hey, how are you? TNT, oh my God, it's been forever since I've seen you at. Oh my God. I'm happy you're here. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Shandia, hi, babies. Let's see. Are we doing Shannon? How are you, Shannon? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, she comes over my channel and gives
I
prayer.
love everybody here. You guys are all amazing. Pussycat. Hello. What's new, Pussycat? Whoa. I bet that pussy. Does that annoy you when people sing? Like, do people sing that to you? Because my name's Noelle and I fucking hate it. It could be like St. Patrick's Day and people are like, the first Noelle. And I'm like, no, I hate it. Hate it. Okay, so
Let's break your name down. It'd be no, y'all. No, y'all. Leave me alone, y'all. Right?
I swore when I was old enough I was going to change my name, and then I never did because, I mean, fuck it, it's my name. But whatever. So the Skunky.
Skunk.
How's it humping, Skunky?
Skunk.
All right. We have made it to the bottom of the list. Yes, we did. Okay.
Y'all should try this Starburst, man.
Could I imagine what?
Could you imagine
I have no idea, but if you're going to interrupt and talk about my story before I get there, I'm going to beat you.
thinking that you were like slick, funny,
And he's
doing me one over, posted my criminal record, but then because you're such a moron, doing a privacy complaint, fine, by all means do it. Good luck with that. Haven't lost one yet. But I know that you're a psycho stalker, and I know your eyeballs are everywhere. You do realize that when you do that, it shows me the exact point of where you're being a Karen at. So when I look at complaint number 1, and it says this minute per second timestamp.
Please shut the door. The cat.
It just so happens to be
the cat.
your criminal record. Oh, you don't like that one, though, do you?
Yeah. Oh, which wasn't her criminal record, right? Oh, because it was in Texas. Oh, really?
Now, the second one was very interesting because
Mystic,
going
hey,
over
honey.
your Karen-ness, on one of those lives, I was almost going for 4 hours and I was very tired. And I didn't even realize, completely missed it when I had the Laura stuff on there. She's talking about your bad check. I didn't even
Matt,
review it or say it.
Matthew.
What?
Shh.
Oh, no. It doesn't hear it. I'm talking about the lady Cindy. But yeah, you're a complete moron, lady.
Okay. So now that we're at the bottom of the daggone chat, and he exited the room. Can I drop? Yeah, I can do that.
Arctic, Christina, Skunk,
Okay.
Michael.
Here it is, comrade. Okay. So, I adore him. I love my husband. I do. He's very helpful, and he does amazing things, and he always has a lot of really great key points. However, he jumped the gun by like I don't know a half an hour because I'm playing the fucking and you and I are, you know, and Christina are going to be talking shit, and then of course he hijacks everything. I said come and say hi, but I didn't say fucking tell my story. So
You're all good. I didn't say much.
I'm all good.
Skunk's killing me, man.
You could have a criminal record like I do for being a fat, sexy mofo. You know, you are the sexiest skunk I've ever met. Dolly Bear, hey, love, how are you?
Hey, Dolly. Okay.
Dacia.
Let's talk about this. AKA million names, AKA she's really lost her marbles because every time she comes to try to clear herself, she digs deeper and avoids questions. And I loved her chat, but you know what she did? She deleted her chat, but that's okay. I think my screen record got her chat because her chat was like, well, you're avoiding the question about impersonating the PI. Well, you really did. What you did was show some things and say that you guys came to an agreement that you wouldn't see each other. Well, no, I'm sorry. This guy never was going out with you ever. Okay. I mean, he said he was gone on that message. Gone meaning he was done with conversation. Did not want to talk anymore about you, Miss AKA Avery Shannon May, whoever you are today, you know, AJM and community and criminal sleuthy and Shammies or whatever the hell that name was too. Listen, give it up. You are never going to be able to correct the perfect receipts that we have brought here. Ever. Hey, Comrade, what's up, man?
Comrade McGee.
Comrade McGee.
I swear to God, this is my favorite person. I love her to death. I dropped the link for our if you'd like to come up here because we actually discussed possibly
Facebook requests. I just peeped it as of yesterday.
I'm telling you, this girl is
okay. Well, I'm gonna keep this for a second and talk. Show this in a minute, okay?
All right.
So
let me know what you say because I'll bust the lie down.
Okay. So here's no. We were actually talking about you, Arctic. We just didn't get that far because I had to like run 5 miles through the house just to get back out here and almost be on time. Matt's always late, so I had to be late. Okay, I recorded Ms. Idiot's fucking live. I'm not going to show it because she shows pictures of her
children who she says that she's worried about.
So I'm gonna play the recording. You guys can hear it, and we're gonna pause it, and we're going to talk, you know, educationally about some things.
First, may I say that she says she doesn't want to bring children in this. She's so worried about her child, but yet she shows pictures of him, tells his name, everything. I mean, she doxes her own family.
Serious.
Hey, Arctic.
Yes. Hey. So what I'm going to do is text myself this picture so that I don't.
We all have avatars except for her. No, I'm not doing that here. Love that name.
I was wondering.
I'm probably gonna eat, jump in the shower.
AKA, this is AKA though, right? Greg McGee.
Yeah. I heard you, baby.
Still feeling like crap.
She'll be back.
I'm gonna eat the Chinese and then take a shower.
I love her.
Jump in the chat.
Okay, here.
Here.
Yes. Thank you, my love. Okay, so how about we press play so we can hear what this fucking cunt face has to say, and then I don't know, a minute or so, and then maybe 5 minutes. And
we'll give it about 2 minutes with you hear her voice, then we'll commentary on it because I ain't gonna be able to hold it all back in. Okay.
All right. Well, we'll do what she says. She's the boss around here.
Well,
all right,
I'll raise my hand.
Okay. It takes her a second to talk to. She's like, silence. I kill you. Okay, this is it. Christina, link's there. No one else has come up. Also, yeah, I'm drinking raspberry iced tea and my glass of ice water, and I don't care if anybody likes it or not.
Guys, happy Mother's Day.
Here she is. Can you hear her?
Happy Mother's Day to all you mommies.
She's so talkative. It's exciting, isn't it? Happy Mother's Day to everybody, too.
Just gonna wait a couple of minutes, see if anybody pops on, because I haven't been live in a very long time.
Can you hear her good? Okay.
I guess I should go to comments and see, make sure I'm live.
She's kind of boring, I'm not going to lie, but we're going to have a lot of fun talking shit, so.
Thing here too. Just put it to StreamYard.
Make that bitch's voice go faster, man. Put her up 1.5 something. She's just too fucking slow.
I can't do anything. The screen
definite voice. Yeah, you can. You can push the settings. Whatever her squeaky voice she called it, whatever.
Oh, she like actually
talks about her voice.
Is upset that we talk about her voice. It's so funny.
She has a unique voice. You can just like mine. You know, well, if I can talk like this too, so you know. That's right. Very low voice.
Right out of I have a StreamYard. Anyhow, happy Mother's Day to everyone.
The smartest thing she said.
Out there,
happy Mother's Day,
stepmoms, adopted moms, single dads. Happy Mother's Day. So,
yes, happy Mother's Day to all the single dads out there.
Oh, hi, yeah. Oh, you did. You got a notice about it. So let me tell you about this channel.
My channel.
So
His
first,
channel.
I tried to transfer it to Ernest with Athea's Bites Reloaded.
Okay, what she means by this channel is she's talking about Crime Sleuthy. She's explaining how she got she was giving this channel to somebody else.
No, she was going to give it to a channel named Batheus. So, Arctic, I wonder how true that is.
Well, see, let me ask you guys.
Now, I will say, Batheus did claim that she had talked to him about giving it to him, but then all of a sudden it wasn't branded, so she couldn't do that. Well, I told him, I was like, well, you can't give your channel to someone anyway. It goes against YouTube terms of service.
Yep, I have channels, and you cannot give them to anybody.
Well, you can't give your channel to
somebody. Christina, I think your volume. Are you watching on multiple devices? 1 second. Thought so. Naughty. It does not matter if you're branded or not. You can take over a channel. I actually purchased a channel from somebody that I used.
Against the terms of service. Okay.
Yeah,
and if they found out, they'd knock your channel
I could fart right now.
I just know that I have 2 channels, the Brendan Dassey channel, okay, for my wrongful convictions, all right? And I wanted to turn it over to Becca, who runs it, you know, because she's manager. You cannot change it. You cannot give it to him. You cannot do any of that. It's breaking terms of service. So in other words, she would still get all the emails. She would still be in control of that channel. The other person wouldn't. You know what I mean? You can buy it. Go right ahead.
Yeah,
buy a channel.
I used it to set it up for him, and then I gave it right back because they didn't want anything to do with it while I was getting it set up. So they weren't they wanted me to set it up, and then when I was done setting the channel up, when I was done, I pretty much just gave it back. I didn't even sell it back. I just gave it back to them so that they could have it back. But so it's not my channel, but I took it to fix it. But doesn't matter if you're branded or not. You just have to be able to run a channel.
Well, as soon as you sign your the AdSense thing, you're branded. Okay, when you go in and get a channel, you're branded.
Right? No, they weren't.
So it doesn't matter. She's a liar. Okay. Every which way she tries to twist it, she's lying because
Now you
have a
can
name,
sell
you're
a
branded.
channel.
Huh?
You can.
You can, as long there's supposed to be, there's legal, you have to have legal representatives and a median. I just took it and set it up so that I could have it back and ready to go for them, but they didn't want anything to do with the channel while it was getting fixed up because it was just like they didn't want to screw it up by like checking or anything. So when I was done setting it up, they changed like the passwords and everything back over so they can continue running it. This chick is talking about I can't give it or sell it to somebody because the person wasn't branded.
And
that doesn't matter. Anybody can use their channel or somebody else's channel.
If you give them management, but you never can give ownership to them.
No,
exactly. In your name, branded, you could not give it to somebody else, and they're branded automatically when they sign AdSense and sign the agreements to be a YouTuber. So let's get real. We start putting up film here, you're branded. I know I was branded a long time ago, so I don't get this branded bullshit. She's a liar. Number one. Number two, she wasn't going to just give away 7,000. Look, now she's going to be a travel channel. What's she going to be next? A shopping channel or a fucking Lego channel?
Maybe she'll be a foodie. Maybe she'll be a foodie.
I don't care what she is.
That's the only genre she didn't fuck over.
Which she agreed to do. So thank you for that. Thank you for saying you are not going to be our true crime channel anymore because we do not need a filthy liar like you who impersonates people, who changes their name and tries to make good people look bad. No, we don't need you around. There's enough of them.
I agree.
Amen.
All right. So that's what she's talking about is this channel that she was giving away, but she couldn't because they weren't branded. Bullshit. Anybody could take over anything for somebody else if they chose to. But listen to the sob story she tells, ladies and gentlemen, because it is beyond hysterical. Because of little old me, the other person said, fuck this. I don't want to be a part of true crime. Well, you don't belong here because you hang out with that.
Because he's not a branded channel. It wouldn't work. And so then my friend Marissa, she had a smaller channel. Her channel was branded. Transferred it to her, and she had named it Crime Sleuthy and put in her email address and everything, and her husband were wanting to do true crime. Well, that got ruined for them pretty much because people started blowing up her email address, like thinking she was me and tagging her. They would tag, at Crime Sleuthy and all these different videos. And basically she said, you know what, if this is, if this is how it's going to go, to have a true crime channel, then she doesn't even want to do it.
How sad.
She has no interest in it because, she basically got attacked just for nothing.
Okay, I call lie on this. Okay, I'll lie on this because the style of the video was exactly the same. The comments were off. There was no new email. Okay, there just happened to be an email attached to it, because her other channel didn't have one attached to it. So, tell the truth here. Biatch. None of your friends want to take on your stupid bullshit. You are saying racist names and trying to blame other people. You are impersonating people. When you have a problem with your child being attacked, and then you put his pictures on there and you show all of his medical stuff. What is the matter with you? Seriously, you have medical issues. In my belief, I'm not a psychologist, doctor, or anything else. But listen, lady, you got some serious issues when you come back 5 times with 6 different videos and none of them make sense, and you delete them and you talk about first this person, then this person, then this person. Then you try to put it on Nicolina, and then you sit there and say you've never done that. Bullshit. People in your chat came in there and said, why did you make it look that way? But no, you deleted them. I got them. Screenshot.
It is absolutely the truth. See, that's disgusting. And you know what? I just met Nicolina the other day, okay? Was this I think it was 3 days ago. I met her. I spoke to her the first time ever in my entire life. And I was trying to find out how to get a hold of her because I wanted her to understand what was going on. You don't blame somebody else for doing something that you're doing, especially when everything you're doing is illegal. And then you find out that the police have been contacted and there is now a report being filed. So then you send an email back saying this is who it is, and she's doxing this, that, and the other thing. And then there's the picture, and it's Nicolina, and it's Nicolina's channel. Nicolina did not have her email or a way to contact her in her About Me. So I actually I commented on one of her posts in her community section, I believe, and I just gave her my number and my address and said, or my email address, and said, hey, can you contact me, please? Within I don't know, maybe 2 minutes of me hitting send or post, whatever the fuck it is that it says, the phone rings, and Matt answered his phone, and it was a lady's voice. I said, is that Nicolina? And he goes, yeah, how'd you know? I'm like, I don't know. I was hoping I get.
And she was really honest about being up here and saying she had nothing to do with it. Nobody who gave her the channel. She's not involved in it in any way. I mean, so, why would you going to do that? Especially Nicolina, because let me tell you something. Nicolina don't take no shit. Okay, straight up, don't take no shit. She will tell you with her. That's why I knew it wasn't Nicolina that put that video up and said, now we're going to go to the police and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Because Nicolina will get on her channel and she'll look right at her camera and she'll say, okay, bitch, let's do this. She'll be right in her face. She ain't got no problem speaking her truth whatsoever to anybody about anything. Okay. That is her. Okay. That is her. So she is not going to hold back for nothing. So try again, Avery. Did you think Nicolina wouldn't get warned or seen, have anybody inform her about this shit? You're playing a dangerous game, and you should just better off, like you said, go hide your kids for a while, get some medical help, and keep your kid off the internet if you're so afraid of it and him being attacked like you so claim. But yet you can do that shit to somebody, other family, and then blame it on Nicolina. Okay. Not smart. Not smart.
What's right is right. Hey, what's up, Cross? How are you and Widow? I hope everything's going good. You don't blame somebody else for your wrongdoing, and you sure as shit don't put the police on somebody. I don't give a fuck who you are. You mind your business. If you want to get in trouble, I got one good piece of advice for you. Stop breaking the law, asshole. Now, anybody have any other comments before you press play and listen to the rest of Cunt Face? Well, for the next couple minutes. Somebody, anybody? Comrade, anything? Arctic? No? All right. So
they're everyone grab your Depends because you're going to be pissing your pants watching this.
It gets worse and worse and worse and worse. She couldn't even find pictures of her kids in her phone. I can pick up my phone right now and all you're gonna see are kids, husband, and animals.
What I'm going to do with this channel yet? We're thinking because my son and I were getting ready to do a lot of traveling, so we're thinking about maybe doing some traveling type vlogs or what have you, something something like that. But so there's some things that I have to address. Not that I wanted to, but I have to, because I stayed silent for a long time. I mean, I just let this white boy radio just go and go and go. I haven't responded. I haven't said a word to him. I was trying to just, be the bigger person and just ignore. But apparently that doesn't work. So,
okay. Love you.
First off, I really don't know him or his wife. I don't even know if they're married, to be honest with you. I had a very brief interaction with them a year ago when we made the the podcast, when I made the podcast, Murder Candy Podcast, had a brief interaction with asking his wife if she wanted to come on and co-host a couple of shows. Immediately.
Oh, that's another name. That was the one after Dolly.
She told me that Jason had come up with that name for her because she was having an awfully hard time figuring out what she should name her podcast. Also, another thing that she owns that doesn't have a fucking piece of anything on it. Zero content.
She's been drama ever since. I remember Arctic suggested her to me as a friend or something to watch or something, some new channel or whatever. Somebody did. Because I was making new channel, videos or whatever to look up for little guys. And I went there and I said, she's drama. Because she was just talking shit. And I was like, nah. No. Because
I have never watched her.
I never did either. So, but wait a minute. I was a mod. Oh yeah, right. I was never a mod for her ever. Okay, and she was in the group with us for a really long time in Arctic. Yeah, 30 days if you call that a really long time. Because you can go back and look at we went with our friend and went. No, not a really long time.
No. I love when she does start talking about you guys. It's really funny. But Arctic had said. So I'm going to let him say it, but I'm going to remind him of what it is that I'm saying, that you guys kind of like took her under your wing to try to like make her better or show her that she could be better or teach her, train her, play fetch. I'm not sure, but Arctic, what was your goal with her?
Well, I mean, we were trying to guide her in the right direction, trying to get her to stay out of all the drama and bullshit. And even with this whole thing with the Queen Bee's panel, I was like, hey, lay low for a little bit. One of these tragedy pimps is sure to do something that's going to flare the whole community up, and everyone will just forget about you. But she could not do that. She had to double down. She had to create a channel called Community and post a video that she made herself that the community was supposedly supporting her. And then she deleted that too, I think.
The majority of her mods or not her mods, her subscribers. The majority of her subscribers, I believe, are herself, correct? I think somebody told me that like 8 to 10 people are her. I mean, I couldn't tell you, but I doubt she made
Annie. It wouldn't surprise me, Annie, if she's bought subscribers.
Well, for somebody who puts up content and then takes me down.
She had 2 people in her chat yesterday, okay, 56 people watching because they were all watching her live. And then when the people would come up there and ask her a question like, okay, well, why were you impersonating this PI? She came up with some bullshit thing about how they decided not to see each other because he wanted to be quiet about it. Yeah, you avoided the question completely. Listen, I'll tell you how she did it. She made herself an email with his name, and then she made the email with her email to send it. And then she sent it to Damaged Goods or to White Boy, whoever she sent it to. Them are the emails she made up herself. One never went to the real Jason. Okay, so how are you not impersonating somebody when you don't even have the correct email? Because listen, Noelle talked to her. You try to get it out of that one. You liar. You look so bad, girl. You should just really get yourself some help. Because you are a pathological liar, and every time you make a video, you make yourself deeper and deeper within your own lie because you do not look good at all. You should have stepped away, like Arctic said. You would have had some kind of a little bit of fucking integrity left, but now you got zip, zero, none. You are bad. You are icky, gross, bad.
She did admit to lying about one thing about Dolly Vision. But we'll let you guys hear that because I want you to hear her voice when she says it because, it's shaky as always. But the one and only thing that she admitted to lying to is the most pathetic thing. I mean, how about lying about the fact that he was standing outside your window screaming at you that I'm going to come get you? and your kids or whatever stalking her through her window. I mean, like, that would have been nice if you had said, hey, I would like to, apologize for that. But she apologized about him in a different way.
Blank Slate wants to know whose phone number did she show on that dude when she was showing that text message? Was that the dude's number or not? Because you got his real number.
That was not Jason's phone number that she showed. Yes, darling?
See?
No, honey. I'm not Kate. I don't eat during my lunch. I smoke.
She is one hell of a liar. She put up Jason's email, so when Damaged Goods or White Boy could write back, it wouldn't go to him. It went to her. She made up the emails and the names and everything. When Noelle talked to him, he didn't know the email. He doesn't even know her real name. For fuck's sake. He said he did not date her. This woman said they were married.
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't know. Now, Arctic said, what'd you say that you believed they went on a date or two, possibly?
Hey, who's blank screen? I didn't know. She showed us someone's number today.
Okay, so on her video, her live she did yesterday, she showed 2 screenshots. One said Jason, and it was a conversation, which clearly it's a screenshot. Look, I can make a fake number and name it Jason in my phone, and I can text myself back and forth from me and then Jason. Screenshots of text messages are pretty much fucking like useless nowadays because you can't prove that it's not you, or you can't prove that it is somebody else. Because,
it was supposed to be Laura Perplexity.
But I do know the number of the person
that gone on there meant he's not talking about it anymore. She's sweet, gone. That's it. He didn't want to talk about it.
We know you watched it.
Made that up.
I know she watched Toasties.
You watched it.
I do.
You watched.
Listen,
but she talks about that in here too.
I know you watched it.
The Queen did her good too.
Okay. Everybody, I want everybody to just hashtag justice for Jason, please, in the chat.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because I do hope that he's okay. He survives this.
Yep.
Okay.
Prayers to Mary.
Shall we?
For her husband who's in the hospital. So prayers to you, Mary. We will pray for you.
Prayers for Mary. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Yep. She said she emailed you or something. I will send you an email after your live.
I just never reached back out to her. Never contacted her again. But
okay, poor the PI. Let me tell you what, you got to try to clean up what this bitch has tried to do to you. Ooh, not good.
Now, it's not legal to impersonate anybody, first of all. Okay?
That's right.
But isn't it like sometimes worse to impersonate?
You make up their email and then threaten
a PI or stuff like that. Like real people that matter.
That's federal. You are making up and sending through. That's a federal offense. Okay. She's making up emails and using his name and sending them to you. Correct. That's what happened.
Federal offense. You know what's the difference between just and offenses and federal offenses? The state of Florida versus damaged goods with no regrets, or the United States of America versus damaged goods with no regrets. Holy fuck, that's a lot of people.
United States of America. Okay, I had that.
That's what happens
when drop the case. I got a paper that says it is our best intent to drop the case. I have 4 of them. They sent me when I was in Florida. I was like, I didn't show up, and then they sent me this. That's really cool. But it was for a driving thing. It was stupid.
Mary, where is it? Okie dokie, she says. Okay, Mary says, thanks, checking. I'm highlighting her.
Definitely, I pray for a lot of people. I'll definitely pray for your husband. I'm sending you healing. You know?
Yes. I hope your husband is okay. very, very quickly. It has to be awfully scary. Melissa, hi, honey. Also, what Cher did to Leilani's mother was intentional terroristic threats. I don't know what Cher did to.
What did she do? Did she just do something recently? I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I don't watch Voices Behind the Should Stay There.
I thought
Voices Behind the Wall should stay there. You know what I'm saying?
I thought Cher and the mom were okay, but who the hell knows? I don't fucking know any. Clearly, I don't know anything. I mean,
don't you like my name for her? Voices Behind the Wall should stay there.
Video after video.
I can't stand that big bitch.
She says we did video after video after video about her.
Making fun of my looks, things
videos.
like that. That kind of stuff doesn't bother me. You know, that just kind of
this is 3.
Bounces off me. I mean, we're not.
Oh,
we're
does
not
it
10
really?
years
I think you're
picking it like
10
looks
videos
and
later.
stuff like that. That's just childish. That doesn't bother me.
She's not
What does bother
10.
me is
Could have fooled me.
I was sent 2 clips from
Sure you were, bitch. You put them yourself. You were watching. Hi, Avery. Hi, AKA whoever you are. Nice. Kiss our ass, you liar.
And it is him and his wife saying that they're going to make a road trip to my home.
I like taking road trips.
Yeah.
Now, I did say I would take a road. Bitch, don't make me take a road trip. Or maybe I said I'll take a road trip to Alabama.
Yeah,
but I want to take a road trip. I want to travel around. I want to go for a tour the entire United States. And one day I want to tour Europe. I love to go to Italy. I have family in Italy still. So, yeah, I will. That's not a threat. That's just me simply stating that I enjoy road trips. I am going to see the world's largest ball of yarn. I am. I'm going to see the world's largest bean.
What did you say? Bean. There was something before that too.
There's the world's largest overalls. There are the world's largest potato in Idaho, which also happens to be a bed and breakfast. You can rent it out and sleep in the fucking.
I seen the world's largest pair of pants. I could swear I did.
I want to see the world's
because it's got the Fountain of Youth. It's got Ripley's Believe It or Not. It's got, but
so.
Hey,
I don't see how I will take a road trip is a threat, though. But I mean, hey, clearly, me enjoying a road trip is a threat to her. I'm sorry, honey. If you'd like, I can invite you to go for the road trip with me.
I mean, it's not like you, I don't know, went on a panel and threatened to kill the entire panel or anything. So.
Oh yeah,
true.
Firefly,
Didn't she do that? I'm fairly sure. I was told by multiple people. One and actually personally told me over the phone that this lovely deranged woman threatened to kill. I believe it was either everybody on panel and the chat or just everyone on panel. I'm not quite sure, but that's an awful lot of people because I think there were a couple hundred people in chat. So I mean, that bitch was going on a fucking spree. I mean, I believe it was over Dolly. I think it was if Dolly Vision said something or does something, I'm killing somebody. But I could be wrong. I don't know word for word what was said, but she threatened an entire group of
First, she threatened Dolly's life on her panel if Dolly started harassing her son again. But then she doubled down and went into Queen Bee's chat and threatened the entire panel over on Queen's Live.
Wow. Oh, wow. And my measly little road trip to go see all the world's largest items is scary to her. But you know what's funny? There's a lovely little stream of her talking about how she wants to swat Dolly Vision. And she thought it was deleted before anybody could download it or screen record it. She thought wrong. You know why? Because I also forwarded that to the police to add to my report that I made on her because that's a scary bitch right there. That's a scary bitch. You're gonna swat somebody? Is it that serious, bro? He didn't like you. He wasn't that into you, sweetheart. Move it along.
Yeah, I mean, she's never showed any of these receipts, so-called, that he was terrorizing her kid through Xbox. He don't even have an Xbox, he says. Okay, like, and now if you'd have proof of that, there'd be data, correct? I mean, isn't there data for that? Or wouldn't you be screenshotting it if that stuff was happening? We've never seen nothing about it. You know what I mean? She uses her son, who is I guess very ill, and I'm sorry for that, and he will stay in my prayers. You know that no child deserves to be suffering from anything. And
I do hope that
brings you in there and uses you as a defense mechanism against people. She does. She says that he was terrorizing her son. Now it's you guys threatening. She has a son. Listen, who's the one that doxed you, put all that shit up on you? You know what I mean? And you have a son. You have a son that you need to worry about. She says all that. She puts his picture up there. She also pictures his father up there to prove that he is of black. He's black. Why would you do that? Why do you feel the need to do that? You don't need to do that at all. I don't care what anybody says to you. People were saying the shit they were saying to you about me. I wouldn't have no reaction, because that's the best. Don't have any reaction. Shut your lips and move on, and don't have no reaction. You don't get in no fucking drama, man. Let them speak. What are they going to do? You don't feed a troll. The troll dies right away. Okay? So, but instead you keep giving people content to correct your lies. You're none but a fake ass low life bitch who used your child for some sympathy. Oh man, you have gotten to the level of I just cannot believe.
I know he's been in prison. I don't know what he's been in prison for, but I know he's been in prison. That's enough for me, like that's enough for me to know right there. And so since they want to make, these threats that they're coming to my home, I do not feel safe.
I never said I was going to her house. I didn't know the state of Alabama.
I never heard that. She says it's clearly said. So let's hear it. Why didn't she play them? Because they're not clearly said. You're going to try to manipulate the video or something. Well, these videos ain't down, chick. So we don't take ours down.
I know that if he gets a charge, then I know that's revoked. And so I was just trying to ignore. But when he made the threats, him and his wife, about coming to my home, I had to take that seriously because I have children. So I did have to file charges. I didn't have a choice. This isn't something that I wanted to do to his life. I think they may even have children. This is not something I wanted to do, but I don't have a choice. When people are threatening to come to my home, I don't have a choice. And the guy is scary. The guy is scary. Not only is he scary looking, but the things that he says are scary. And so, no, I don't feel safe. I also seen where they posted a whole bunch of charges that are supposedly me. All kinds of drug charges, and I mean, it was
only 2. It wasn't that many.
Unbelievable. It was unbelievable. That is absolutely 100% not me.
Not at all.
The charges he was showing are out of Missouri, out of Texas, out of, all different states. None of those are me. None. When I was 19 years old, I
But didn't she say she traveled everywhere? She lived everywhere. She traveled everywhere. She said that on Queen's thing. She said that on many of her shit. So how do you know you weren't passing through there? Whatever.
Well, without showing everybody, I know for a 100% fact that this young lady whatever the hell you want to call her, has had addresses in many, many states.
Yeah.
So that is true.
Yep.
He has lived in plenty of places. Texas was one of them. I'm not going to show you.
Showing up there. That's right. We're not lying. I mean, you know what I'm saying? What I can say is that she is just continually burying herself. She should just be quiet, walked away. I mean, she's the one that started the racist comments and the threats. And now she's impersonating, and now she's lying again, saying that you're threatening. There's no proof of that, but you do have proof of her impersonating somebody, a very credible person. Okay. And to the point where she even makes up emails to him. Okay. And then when she's asked the question about it, she totally avoids it. Say they chose not to see each other. Well, that was not the question. In fact, this person that you used don't even know your real name. He never was married to you, like you said, and having these family picnics and outings and all this other stuff that you claim to have. You forgot about all that, but people don't forget that stuff. Okay. So this man you're married to and engaged to, this PI, don't even know your whole real name. Okay. And that definitely was not his email. And he knows
told me
so. And he knows about the police because they're going to call him. So you may be the one that.
In fact, he said to give them information. Hey, Ash and Emmy, how are you? He said pass them along the information, and it's not going to upset him at all. He'll talk to them, and that he had nothing to do with it, so he wasn't, concerned.
You were correct when you said that he has a very busy person and he has a career to take care of. You were right on that. He does. He doesn't need people impersonating or trying to discredit his good credibility.
See, paid for it. That was what I said. I really don't want to bring you into the middle of it. Unfortunately, I have to, because she put you in the middle of it by faking and pretending that she's you. I forwarded him the emails. He had already known about it because I sent them in the email that I sent to her and CC to the fake Jason's email address and the real Jason's email address. So when I had called him, I'm like, "Hey, Jason, did you receive that email I sent?" He's like, "Yes, I did." I said, "I just want to apologize." And I told myself I was really kind of concerned about calling you. I'm a little on the, I was afraid. And he's like, "Why?" I said, "Well, I don't want you to be mad at me." And he's like, "I can't be mad at you. I didn't do anything wrong. You're not doing anything wrong." And he's like, "Why would what would I have a reason to be mad at you for?" And I said, "Because you are a very busy man. You do a lot of amazing things. You're an awesome person, and you are very busy." I said, "And I do not want to interfere or interrupt your business, your investigation, whatever it is that you may or may not be working on at that moment." I said, "So when the police call you, it's going to take, you're going to have to stop, push pause on what it is you're doing to have this phone call. I don't know how long it's going to be or how often it's going to be, but it's going to put a stop temporarily to what it is that you're working on. And I don't want to do that because that interferes with you doing your job. And your job is very important to not only you, but to everybody, because you are good at what you do." And I don't care. I said, I was told Avery Shannon is not even her real name. I said, "So, since she said you were married to her and all this other stuff," he said he wasn't married to her. I could have died. He's like, I don't even know her really. He's like, "I don't even know what her real name is. I met her like once or twice," he said. I said, "Well, when I file the report," I said, "I want to make sure that I'm filing it on the right person. Would you happen to know her name?" He said, "Well, I think Shannon's her first name, but I'm not really sure. I couldn't tell you honestly what her name is. Just give them everything that you have and they'll figure it out." Okay? They'll figure it out. That works for me. You're not mad. We're not mad. Everybody's okay. The only person that's mad is Shannon.
It's expunged from my record. I mean, that was
her writing the bad check is expunged from her record.
25 years ago. So, I mean, it's not even on my record. I don't have a record. As for, I did hear Nicolina come on his panel. Look, Nicolina was saying that she was on a panel with me. I have never, ever, ever been on a panel with Nicolina. Ever. It just
Didn't
simply
she
didn't
clear
happen.
that up and say it was with Crime Sleuthin?
Because she's drama and
I
I'm
don't
true
know.
crime. So it just didn't happen.
It just didn't happen.
Nicolina said that she knows my credit score.
She probably
So
does.
she said on White Boys Live that she knows my credit score. Well, I have, the credit monitoring services through my Discover credit card. I also have it through my mortgage. I also have downloaded, I think it's called, it's a credit monitoring service. And trust me, it's accurate because I know it's accurate because when I applied for an increase on my Amazon card, it immediately notified me, like, boom, it notified me that there was an inquiry done on my credit report. Nicolina has never accessed my credit report. She does not know my credit report. She does not know my credit score. I mean, it's almost
She probably
laughable
does.
that she said that.
I'm not saying
Never
she
been on a panel
accessed
with
it.
her.
Okay. So by saying
There's
that,
other ways of finding out your credit score through background checks and stuff.
anything. That's
Yeah.
not what I'm saying. Not what I mean at all. What I'm
Right.
saying is, I would not doubt it if Nick found out what her credit score is. It's not hard to find out all the things you want to find out. But no, I do not believe that Nicolina got
And
into her
Nicolina
credit.
didn't say that. She said she was on panel with Crime Sleuthin, not Crime Sleuthy.
Right. But the way Numbnuts makes it sound is Nicolina got into my credit score. Well, I'm sorry. I doubt she hacked it. She did not get into it.
Right. Right.
For a very small fee, you can get your hands on just about any fucking thing you want on
I feel
somebody.
bad for him.
So I really
He has
wanted to
a
say
long
that
time ago.
for anybody thinking that I'm playing some content that is like, oh my God, Nicolina did this and that. Because no, I never said that.
No.
In fact, that was why I wanted to speak to Nicolina, because I wanted to make sure she understood what this fucking cunt face was saying about her, because legally that's not okay. And I'm not going to let anybody get in trouble for anything they didn't do.
That's right.
Because it's not fucking okay.
People were asking in her chat why she said Nicolina took over her channel, or why she assumed that, or, made it the assumption that she was taking over her channel. She says she didn't. She gave it to somebody else. Who you gave it to? Crime Sleuthy, who you were, who you were. Listen, you put your channel to Crime Sleuthy, who you were, made some videos, deleted them. Then you came back as somebody else, and then you deleted them. Why didn't you just leave it go? I mean, just admit you were wrong for saying what you said on that racist comment. Okay, that was wrong. For lying to somebody else, saying that they were doing it, that was wrong. Okay. And then now for, putting somebody else in your mix, it has nothing to do with it. And then saying what you said about me and Arctic. Listen, me and Arctic are straight, true crime, real crime. We have been. We don't do the things you do. Do not put us in your mouth for anything you've done. Okay. You were in a group with us for 1 month. Okay. 1 month. And we never did anything together. We tried to get you up, but you weren't there. Okay. One time, I think you were up there, and it was just that way.
If Shannon didn't take all that damn dog medicine, maybe she'd know better.
She's barking up the wrong tree, all right. She's barking up the wrong few trees. She's gonna go to another forest, find a place to piss, because it ain't cool around here. So we get electric shock from the fences around us.
All right, let's let her roll some more.
So many inconsistencies that have been said over on his channel. So many. Then we have Laura, Perplex QT.
Okay.
Now she has her videos hidden behind a membership, where you have to pay to see them. saying I have Munchausen's syndrome, that my son's not really sick, blah, 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 blah. I even heard her say that my children don't have anything to do with me. I heard her say that
we have nothing to do with this part. We said nothing about her child's illness. And you should just go past this. This isn't even right to have that stuff on there. That lady shouldn't have did that.
I mean, seriously?
He didn't have
anything like that. Do you think I would tell Laura? Like, a lot of it, if you just sit back and think to my throat and how to have treatment, you know?
Wait, here we go. We're talking about her voice.
Prescription. I apparently had thrown his prescriptions into.
Oh, this is great. Hold on. We got to go back just a little bit. I don't know how far back. Shit. I fast forward for you and I missed this good stuff.
Thank you, Dutchie. Really, seriously, Dutchie, for real. I don't know why she would put me in Arctic in her name when I have nothing to do with this kind of stuff. And it's
yeah, she's not
history speaks.
You guys didn't tell
me for everybody. I got a history. Look at it. You don't see me doing this. Just don't. I'm kind of liking it.
And I accidentally took my miniature pinchers prescription. I apparently had thrown prescriptions into my bag of prescriptions for me and my son, and I had thrown my dog's prescriptions in there. My dog my Min Pin had been attacked by a pit bull.
Tramadol or something, right?
Antibiotics, acetone, and some other prescriptions. I had sent a video message to somebody, one of my friends at the time, who I thought was a friend.
It was more than one.
And I was videoing it, and I picked up the prescription bottle that belonged to my dog, and I said, I just took this pill. Like, am I okay?
Oh my God, am I going to die, guys?
Am I okay? Do I need to call? Which I did end up calling
I'll play it.
Poison Control because I was worried.
But maybe she had a real good wiggle that day. Her bark was louder. Maybe she was craving kibbles.
Wow.
Do you think she did the butt scoot across the carpet after she took the medicine?
Maybe she felt like humping on a stuffed animal.
Hopefully she doesn't have.
Was she a big dog or a little dog? Little dog will just walk around and kiss and
she's kind of
make love to it all
she's
day
a
long.
decent sized dog.
I have taken them out. But so the white boy was going on about, look at all those pills she has. They must be for.
I'm going to hell. I know I am for this stuff. I'm sorry.
Hey, all I said is no wonder her voice is so shaky. Look at all the fucking medicine she takes.
Yeah, tramadol. Thank you.
I think that's just her natural voice, but it's a distinct voice. That's why you can tell when she tries to be somebody else. It just doesn't work.
Prescriptions.
She tries to be other people.
I have some for blood pressure. I have some for my
who's
stomach.
This? AKA it's AJM or something like that, right?
Everybody.
That's the name she came in with this one.
I have had treatments.
Yeah, we don't need to hear about your treatments and shit. You go way overboard. It's like sympathy, lie, sympathy, lie, sympathy. She's a good e-bagger. Except for there's only two people in
sounds like drama.
This is why she has such a shaky voice, don't you know? She even showed a picture of her and said it's been there. It's like this right here. It looks like sunburn to me, but she said it's like radiation burns or something that she's had for I don't know how many years.
That's another thing. Yeah, you get sunburn from the radiation. Really, bitch. You're a liar. Straight ass liar. Okay.
Some cysts in my throat, and
so there you go.
Treatments.
Arctic.
And
mute.
And unfortunately,
and I passed it on to somebody in my family. I want him to touch on that story.
Joke about, they think it's funny to make fun of.
Arctic.
Okay. Yeah, that sunburn, that 3rd degree sunburn from the radiation treatment. Let me tell you, my mother had to have her thyroid killed with radiation because she had Graves' disease. She does not have any type of red mark like that on her chest. What they did is they made her drink a radiation drink that killed her thyroid, but she doesn't have any burns, and she damn sure doesn't have a sunburn that won't go away.
Yep.
Exactly, Arctic. My grandma, same exact thing. Same thing. So this woman's crazy.
I mean,
Creepy.
does she not think people are going to Google shit if it, at the very most? At least Google it to find out.
Or that it only happens
We
to
are in
her.
the true
Like
crime
no one else.
community. We're in the true crime community. Listen, I research. I don't follow nobody's shit. Nothing. I do my own research. Okay.
We
I
even
will
see it. I
check
think
out.
it's too blurry.
It's a
Hold on, wait.
sunburn.
I just have her cleave. I just see her cleave.
Yeah, that's it. All you see is cleavage. I'm trying to like. Can you see any red? I don't think so.
No.
It's keyword.
All you know is
I like Dolly's comment.
All
Oh,
I know-
yeah, that's a good Dolly. Dolly.
Putting his computer,
all I know is she wants to talk, show her cleavage. That's pretty much it.
and how to have
She's
treatments.
crazy. She needs deworming.
You know?
A deworming comment.
Here is your butt itch. Maybe
Deworming.
you worm.
Nothing to joke about. You know, they think it's funny
Yeah, it is.
to have, you know, a shaky voice. It's nothing to make
Yeah.
fun of. Grown
Well,
adults.
we
You
weren't
sound
making
like-
fun of it. It's unique. We didn't say nothing about funny.
Since when do grown adults just sit around picking at people's looks?
How many
or their
grown adults
voice?
sit around and make a script of lies?
All right. I like this one. Everybody, please have a
Do you
look
know
at
what I
the
mean?
screen. Ms. Duchess is going to
It's
be
like, when
right there.
When do you grow up?
I don't grow up because
No,
I'm a Toys R Us
Dolly
kid.
has been brought up.
I'm sorry. Well, look
Good
at
job,
what she
Mother.
says. She says you can get burns certain spots of your body.
Can I ask why they
Really?
Spots,
Yeah.
maybe. I don't think you get a whole burn like she's showing. What is she going for radiation for?
I might have to ask you.
What did she say she had radiation burn for? She said she hurt her back. I mean, I didn't know she was going for radiation.
What
She
was
does speak of the car accident. However, I
No,
saw
You don't need
pictures.
She
radiation for a car accident.
She claimed that she had some issues with her throat and they had to give her radiation. That's why she's got the burn on her chest. Which, okay, if you go through massive radiation treatments for real cancer, like brain cancer and stuff like that, yes, you can get radiation burns, but most normally they will eventually heal. I mean, I've never
Yes.
heard of someone with a permanent sunburn tattoo on their chest from going through any type of radiation treatment.
That comment of the night award right now goes to Judy.
Oh,
Better
Jesus.
get her rabies in
I'm sorry to
December.
hear that.
Oh, she's at it.
I'm really sorry to hear that. That your mom went through that. That's terrible.
Okay. Duchess, my mom has
I'll
radiation.
do this as it's possible.
But it's
Didn't-
not like that. Okay.
Okay.
No.
Well, thank you
We
for
have-
setting it straight because really we do want facts for sure.
The radiation.
Yeah, I wanted to check, but yeah,
I
it's
like
nothing
truth.
like that.
But
Ladies, I just want to apologize, and I do hope Duchess and Shanzia that your moms are okay. I'm
mhm.
going through
Definitely.
some shit with my mom right now, and it's not that, but
Prayers.
I really do
Prayers.
hope that everything turns out okay with your mommies, because I will be lost when I don't have a mom anymore. My mom's still my mommy, and I'm 41. So
Well, I'm taking care of my mommy, and I have been for 6 years, and she's 81, and I cherish. It's a hard job, but I do really cherish making the memories. So, I mean, it's me and her.
I feel you. I took care of my dad up until he died, and I'm still
I did my
taking
dad
care of
too.
my mom, and I'm doing the best I can, even though I'm in Florida right now, to make sure she's taken care of because my deadbeat brother won't do anything. So
Yeah, that's
did you just say you're
I'm
in
getting
Florida?
ready
Excuse
for there.
yes, I'm in my.
I think we should have a lunch date one of these days. I do.
Nicolina was
He's in
Just-
Miami.
Yeah, again.
Yes.
Have to
So,
catch him before he goes home.
the channel to my friend Marissa,
Oh, we're selling the channel again.
and her and her husband were going to do true crime. but because they've been tagged so much, and her email's been blown up, she's not gonna.
Wow.
She doesn't want to do it. But she was
remember that.
happy because she's like, where is
Highlight
this?
Mark's comment.
Like, coming up with this.
Highlight Mark's comment.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
the only
Nice.
time Galena's video. And so my friend Marissa screen recorded them and posted them because she, had access to this channel. I mean, she was just trying to defend me. I don't know what this guy is talking about, showing his address, putting his kids in danger. I have
Yeah, that's what you did when you put someone's address on the internet. You endanger their children.
Yeah,
it's the truth. I know that the thumbnail of Nicolena's video has like his name and date of birth and stuff. So obviously you could look it up.
So Nicolena's thumbnail is the reason my address was on the internet.
But
No,
anyhow,
it's not. You know why? Because
so
I
that's a dolly.
saw Nicolena's
Like,
thumbnail.
dolly
It did
is
not
no
say my address. However, you dumb
It's just-
fucking
it's no
asshole
longer an
casserole showed the entire
Back when
fucking
that
thing.
happened with Dolly, I was very, very, very.
Did you say asshole casserole?
Asshole casserole. An entire casserole made of
hashtagging
assholes.
My son is the next Summer Wells or
That's
the next
hilarious.
hit on the news.
But listen,
Things
here's
like
where she
that.
says she's not going to do true crime, and I thank her
Saying
for it.
that he never heard my son. in my
I
house.
do.
My son
But
would
that's
be
it.
with his father. I don't believe that. And because of other things that were happening, I wanted it to stop. I wanted him to stop mentioning my son. I wanted him to stop making what I consider to be threats to my son. And so I did video myself going down to the courthouse and, filing charges.
Here's where she apologizes for
Never could get,
Dolly.
a felony. It was just misdemeanor charges. And honestly, after that,
But
Dolly
she admits to
quit
lying on him.
completely. No more attacks came through to my son. It all stopped. And so when the 1 year mark came up on those misdemeanor warrants, I went down and told him there's no need to go any further with it because he stopped. I don't have any communication with him, but let me tell you, that's minor compared to this white boy, him and his wife threatening to come to my home.
Alabama is a state, not your
So,
home. Conrad.
Let's see, what else? What else did I want to say?
I don't know. You don't even know. You're making it up as you go, bitch.
I'm trying to think because there's been so much. There's been so much. Oh, I did find where I had sent the message that was sent to me of supposedly it being Laura calling me the N lover. I did find that, and I will show it here in a minute. Let me figure out how I do this because I had remembered that I had sent all the messages that I received to somebody in Facebook Messenger. I was able to go back and find those. Let me see here. Layout. No. There's a way I can pull a picture up here because I'm on my phone. Let's see here. I know there's a way. Is it?
I know there has to be a way.
Let's see. It's going to be add overlay. I believe it's going to be an overlay. Let's see. Let me find it.
This is why I'm not showing the video because there's children, phone numbers, all kinds of shit that she's showing.
Images. No, that's camera. Screenshot.
Golly.
See, there's an awful lot of silence. That's
Now,
because
see how
she
I share this?
lost her marbles while she was trying to find all the pictures and
There
screenshots.
it is. So
She sounds very uncertain.
now, as you can see, I have this person blocked because I don't speak with him anymore.
That would be
I
Jason.
moved on
Jason.
to another relationship, which I don't speak on social media, and I'm pretty sure he did too. But so there you have it. That's where it was. I found it. I had blocked out,
You guys are
used the
killing it.
highlighter
These
to block out
comments.
names, and the N-word. I have no idea. The Irish leprechaun. I have absolutely no clue. I haven't seen the email, so I don't know. I don't know. Oh, but I do know that.
Okay. Real quick. So she has posted a screenshot of what's supposed to be Laura to her. Okay. I need everybody to understand that what she did was she kind of like blocked out words. But then when she gets to where it says pretty sure black line, and then I don't know what the fuck it says, OUND.
Let's just see if it's different than what we showed at Queen Bee's.
Okay, pretty sure black line, and then I believe it says found out she's a N-word lover. However, she blocks out the entire words, but then she only like boop 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 blotches the N-word, like the whole word, the spelling of it, so you can still see kind of what it says.
That's a
because
different.
she
Let me see the email because let me see.
blotches it out.
She
she
showed
had a
one on Queen Bee's. She showed one on Queen Bee's. Let's see if it's the same one. I bet it's different.
Well, I'll show you after I edit it. How about that? I'm gonna let her play. I'm gonna edit it so that it's just the screenshot because it's posted on her community wall right now. But I'm not going to
and I don't want to
expose
mention
anything.
his name because
Well, then that's a different one, I think, than what Queen seen.
last year with Laura. Let me pull this up, okay? Because this is what Laura had sent to him. And this caused a big fight big argument for me and him because he's
Because you use the word.
He doesn't want to be a part of drama, and I respect that. So this is the most I will, that I will show you when I find it.
No, it's
Sorry, I have 1,001 screenshots in here
so many
now.
crickets I'm getting.
Screenshot,
Emails. So this is what she.
I can't see it. Too bright.
Fine. Actually, what if I turn my phone down? Let's try that.
Give me a second. I'll find it.
Hold on. That's two down.
Yeah, she said, "Give me a second." There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Now notice the blue writing. I think is the blotched out N word. I don't know.
Oh, it says
There you go.
That looks different than what she showed up at Queens, but yeah, it looks
Really?
totally
So
different.
this is her screenshot.
Hold on, let me screenshot it and then I can show it again.
I don't know if everybody can read it. Can everybody read it?
That
Okay.
was shown on Queens Live. It says shown on Queens Live. Okay, well, how'd you get the writing on there? Shown on Queens Live. How did she get that? See the bottom part where it says shown?
Oh, yeah.
How did that become part of the text?
I guess somebody typed or texted that part, like fucking, and then the R
That was
word.
supposed to happen months ago, months and months ago.
All
So
on Queen's Live. But
that's what I'm saying.
So-
How did she type that in there? Okay,
She
because
said-
before that wasn't on Queen's Live. It did not say that, for one.
So it says,
It was supposed to be a text from months ago. not just recently. So again, another lie.
So this is where it started.
Shut up, Avery. It says,
She
this
kills
is
herself.
just one of many messages I received months ago. And then it says Laura and her last name. It says, now the purple
Well, I knew what it says.
I don't know who's purple, who's white, but she's mad at you. Okay, so clearly, I don't know. She's mad at you because you called her out on Big Black Mark. Do you still want to show her pregnancy messages? Question mark. Then the white bubble says,
she's
pretty
pregnant,
sure.
pregnant from Jason, remember?
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Somebody doesn't even know your name.
There's a big black mark that, you can't see what it says. It even covers the F, but you can figure it says, pretty sure she or whoever found out that she's a N hard R,
Right.
but as you can see, that she didn't do a good job at blopping out that N word, did she? There,
No.
she had to make that obvious. So then it moves on further to say, I seen her kids are black. Well, people do have black kids. I'm sorry. If you didn't know that, for educational purposes, there is a such thing as black children who then grow up to be black adults. Some are lighter, some are darker. Just like white people, there are white children. There are tan children. There are children with red hair or blonde. I mean, there's a whole shit ton of different types of people. That's what makes us all so great and original, right?
Yep.
Anyways, it says, and she probably tried to get with Dolly. Then the white bubble says, she mental, like fucking R word, all on Queen's Live. Now,
that was
if
not
this
shown.
Is her, it doesn't make sense because I'm pretty sure Laura wouldn't have this type of conversation with Avery. However, that's what she posted.
Same conversation months and months ago, right?
On her channel.
She's full of shit.
So there's that.
She's just a pathological liar. I'm sorry. I don't believe anything she says. She's lost her complete credibility or integrity.
Now, I screenshot this and I have it in my phone. So I'm going to check this out and show you guys
relationships public.
Yeah.
So when all this happened, with Laura, we just made the agreement, that we just finally, because we were, we argued back and forth, and finally we were just like, this isn't going to be public. He doesn't want these things public, so I'm going to respect that. I mean, I can't.
Yeah, just put it on YouTube. It's not private anymore, darling.
He's, focused on his
and
career.
You can't do anything about it because you brought it up first.
And
we're commentating on your lies.
I did not impersonate him.
Yeah, you did.
Huh?
Got proof. Want to see it?
I haven't even seen the emails.
You saw the emails I sent you guys.
Yeah. He's a private investigator. He has all the equipment in the world to trace emails.
And you don't think he ain't?
So if somebody were to impersonate him, he's going to be able to trace that instantly. Like, I know the equipment that he has. I know everything that he uses. He would be able to trace it in an instant. He can break
you
through.
You didn't think that we'd figure it out, chick. That's the problem. You thought you were smarter than us. Check out the emails.
That's what he does for a living. So
you took us for dumbasses.
I'm not. But I'm trying to think of what else there was. I'm trying to think of what else there was that I wanted to say. Let's see. Talked about Nicolina and never being on a panel, and she does not. She's never been in my credit report. Talked about that not being my criminal record.
And you jumped over the Jason thing. Just a little. We know he's the PI. We know he's got all this equipment, but you didn't say that you made up his email, that you used his name to make threatening emails that you claim you've never seen, but they're there. The police have copies. So,
but I'm trying to think, you guys. There's been so much over the past week that I've been told, and it's hard for me to remember all of it.
Be confused.
I don't know what we're going to do. I really don't. I'm doing
Now she talks about her dumb channel. Okay, we don't care. Now she's going to come back as a traveling channel. This is all bullshit from this point on. Okay, she just lies.
travel and
Yep, here we go. Travel channel. Who cares? Nothing good left.
your travels.
Show the emails that she sent you, so you can see that Jason and Jason and Jason.
Here she goes talking about her.
So that is me and him and my son.
Him being the ex who she's back with.
Yep.
Another
But
reason.
didn't she just in this live just 5 seconds, 5 minutes before that say, I'm in a relationship and I care not to say who it is. Okay, that's what she said. And then she shows a picture of him. You are fucking ignorant. She did. She said that. She shows his whole fucking picture and says his name. Along with her kid. Who does that shit?
So many lies. That's right, Avery. She's talking about people lying.
She can't even remember what she says 5 minutes before in her own live.
I don't know what I'm doing with this channel.
Still, she calls my husband a behemoth of a man covered in tattoos, and he's scary because he's got tattoos and he's a behemoth of a man.
And I take that very seriously. She said the same thing about Dolly, okay? She said the same thing about everybody. Okay? Let's just get real. The bitch is afraid of her own shadow, okay? Or at least she says she is. She writes a script on that one too. Listen, you better go back to script writing, Miss Lawyer. You said you were a lawyer, and now you're not a lawyer either, okay? And you were going to get married, and you didn't get married, and then you were married, and then holy hell, girl, who the fuck are you? Seriously, you got my head spinning.
I might have rewound it too far. Shit, I'm trying.
I'm said she was going to be back on the true crime.
After all this shit, she doesn't want to be a part of true crime anymore.
I'm so
well,
happy.
let me tell you what. If a couple days of tags and that's it, 2-3 videos, is that scary that you can't do true crime? Please stay the fuck out of true crime. Stay off YouTube. Just listen to music.
That's true.
That's
yeah.
Long
She
to
has
run
some
a vendor
issues.
number.
But I mean, the
Well,
lies she has said.
under our business, so
Oh, now she has a business.
I have her number. I'm just saying it's not that hard.
thank you very much. Yes, so you have a
You're
beautiful
welcome.
family. I do have 2 older daughters. They are
And then
grown
now she
up,
talks to her daughters.
giving me a beautiful, beautiful grandbaby. They don't live near me. They're
She
well,
doxes
one of
her
them just
kids.
moved for school, so but yeah, I do have 2 beautiful daughters who are older, and
Yes, she said she
they
was
are,
going to be a lawyer.
successful. They have
She was going to
their
school for
college
it.
degree.
You can ask Arctic.
Be more proud of them.
Then it was criminal justice.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
allegedly me.
But she changed that lie too. Just people seem to forget, But no, there's people that
I
remember.
have what I'm going to do with this channel.
Again,
And then she's going to make Arctic the host of her famous TV production.
To grad school. I'm such an idiot. Such an idiot. Anyhow, I'll just.
I'm so sorry we ruined it for you.
But it's like she can't even take accountability for ruining her own shit. She gets 2 people in her life kissing her butt.
Really
The rest she's blocked. She deleted their comments. I was blocked. I tried to write. I got a picture of me writing, but she blocked it.
I don't know what is going to come of this channel.
It's like the 50th time she said that.
We may just hide it until we figure
That's
out
what you've been
exactly
doing.
Who cares? Who cares?
I don't know, but I think that's probably what we're going to do.
Goodbye. See ya.
Everything's
Adios. See ya.
right
Good
now.
party time.
I had a plan, and my plan was
I'll
to
smoke on that shit. Bye-bye.
kind of on the road and cover true crime. But I am pretty much so over covering true crime.
We're so
Because of all
over
of
you.
I always watch it.
Road
She's
true.
not over true crime. She's over the truth.
True. See, there's nothing true about you, so true is not for you. So get the fuck off of here.
I know.
You
I
be
know.
true to yourself.
But yeah, it's just kind of ruined it for me.
I've seen
It
anybody
really has.
so hypocritical in
When
my
I
life
put
within the same life come across
it's
things she said, and then she goes against her own things.
that I was helping.
She says,
But
I made a mistake by jumping on all the wrong panels.
Got mixed in with some wrong people.
What
because
panels?
I thought, that like
To talk shit about people. That's how you got caught.
Man, it's everybody else's fault.
On my channel.
No accountability.
She thought she was doing the right thing by hopping on all these other panels, and talking with them. They were the wrong people, clearly. I mean, well, she didn't say clearly because I don't think she knows how to say that or use it properly. But she said that, they were the wrong people for her to be involved with. Shitty for you. Sorry. And that was the beginning of the end pretty much for her, because she got involved with the bad people. Bad here.
It wasn't like she voluntarily hit the link to go up there and start talking shit about Laura when she did all this and started this whole thing. She did it herself. She jumped on Queen Bee's live. There's proof of that. She's the one that said that and tried to lie about Laura and said that word on there with no problem. Flared right out of her mouth like nothing. Okay. And then she went and made a video about it because there was 1,000 people watching Queen Bee. Well, so what? She gets those very large audience all the time. She does good. She calls out bullshit. Okay. And sorry, Avery, you got caught. And now then ever since then, you've been speeding down on a roller coaster, down into your deep, deep lies.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the panel, there is a comment on screen. What do you think? It says, you can tell she is making shit up as she opens her mouth.
Yeah.
Now, you and Arctic know this person, I would say on a more personal level, correct? So would you agree or disagree with this comment?
Oh, I think I'd agree with it.
Yeah, definitely agree, especially after this last month. Most definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think?
It's about all the lies she said. She's
Oh,
going to
yeah,
Ross
yeah.
Post. Then she switches it to justice, to be justice something. Then she's going to start a nonprofit. Then she's going to do this. She's going to do that. Listen, then she's getting married. Then she's married to this guy. Then she didn't. Listen, all her lies. And if you seriously were worried about your child, why would you make a video showing his whole struggle through life? And then you don't want your child to be on the internet, and then you put him on there again in the same live. Then you say your relationship is on a private, and then you show the man you're having a relationship with. What the hell, lady?
I want to know how she got pregnant when he doesn't even, well, I mean, okay, so you don't have to know somebody's real name or their name at all to have sex with them, clearly. But
I just don't see it.
Hey, Barbara, I want to know how she got pregnant when she pretty much stalkers, like fangirled him, from what I gathered. Oh my God! Hi, Jason. Oh my God, look at me. Hey.
Freaking comment on.
I mean, I don't really know how she got pregnant because nothing all
What's
led.
going on?
No, she was
comment.
never there apparently because the one videos, she says hopefully he comes home. He's never, or something like he's never home. So hopefully he comes home this weekend. So maybe he was
One word.
a little firm.
Roofie.
She roofied him? You think she roofied him? Did you
I don't know. I'm not saying she did, but
I doubt
it would be my accurate.
I doubt if he was ever there.
Did you drug
Did you ever
him?
see pictures of them together?
His autographs? Did you roofie his water? I'm asking for a friend.
Pictures? Were there
He was
pictures?
milked.
I don't know. Were there pictures of them too?
I've never seen pictures.
You see, you think there'd be engagement pictures because she was raised proper.
Yeah.
You know, that's what she said on her live. I was raised proper. Well, who the hell are we then? We ain't raised proper.
Yeah.
No, I received an email.
You snubby ass brow.
I received an email today. Actually, let me read you this email that I received from the Googly
I'm too divorced deep. Fuck her.
Listen, I'll taste dysfunctional anytime if that's what proper is. Fuck that.
Yeah. No doubt.
You can keep her proper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Avery has had nothing to do with this, and the recordings you posted aren't even her. Every video or recording that we have shared with y'all, her voice is just shaky as this fuck for years, okay? Same fucking person. Okay. So it wasn't her voice. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Avery. You gotta lie a little bit more about yourself because you have done all this to Avery and she hasn't said one single word about you. Whisper, people are sick. And furthermore, because of your husband's white supremacist shit, what does he do? I don't know what kind of white supremacist shit she's speaking of, but there is none. Avery's husband and many Black people are waiting at her home. Okay. I live right down the road. We don't stand for that. The whole neighborhood is waiting due to your threats with guns in hand. I myself will also be filing charges for my own safety. Now,
what?
In that animated weird,
Black people are lighting up.
I hope that.
Oh my
is there a parade?
How does you send an email with that? Like
Where
that?
their business works.
The other night, just you even admitted to saying racial shit. You can't find a video of me saying what you say, lady. You try so hard. You just look dumb.
What is she supposed to be hard now because she has Black people there? What the hell?
I guess the entire house, or I don't know, the entire neighborhood. All I know is there are a lot of people with guns waiting for us.
Oh,
okay,
really?
I'm
What?
She should stop before she's
I'm sorry.
ahead of herself.
Now I need you to understand I am so scared.
We're very scared about that.
I'm so scared.
He's
A bunch of
racist
people with
bitch,
guns
dude.
are waiting for me.
Wow.
Imagine if like one was to get like the neighbor down the street's address, just way down the street, and just did a nice deed and bought the family pizza and just said, "Hey, look, is this the Uber Eats guy? Here's the deal. Can you put this on Bluetooth and just crank it?"
Okay,
and it's Avery's voice saying, "Nick."
This is my white supremacist friend.
Down your.
When they grew up, this is them at my dinner table at our apartment. But my husband is a white supremacist. I'm pretty sure that man next to him is not white, and if he is, he has one fucking hell of a tan.
You don't get my friends off the internet.
Yeah,
okay,
like, I've seen your wedding.
You don't have to prove anything.
You know,
my husband and his white supremacist. Should I show you the people at my wedding?
Yeah,
she said she has.
You don't
Because
have to
we
prove
had-
nothing. That's as bad as her proving it. She's doing it and she's being a racist. You don't got to prove that shit to us. You
Yep.
don't have to prove that
I
at
don't.
all.
I'm just saying, if she has
I
black
wouldn't
people
even
at
do
her,
it. Don't even do
I
it.
have black
Fuck
people
that.
at mine.
Why?
I've seen your
Her
wedding
black
pictures.
people.
I know who you are. You're not
Right?
that way.
My black friends had dinner. Her black friends have guns. Why?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure she should just stop. She's very much a racist to saying something like that. What is she trying to prove? She's hard. I mean,
I'm not really sure.
Moron.
But did they look like there was like was that a gang meeting or a white supremacist like threatening meeting? It just looked like
It
two friends.
definitely looks like a fans meeting.
It was just having
My dining room table.
in our dining room we were eating.
Yeah.
And he used to come how often, babe? What, like once or twice a week for supper?
I don't care if he lived with you. It
Well,
doesn't
actually,
matter.
that-
That's not the point. That
When
bitch
I
is
fucking
really.
get rid of him. I was like, am I dating the both of you?
Don't you consider what she just typed or wrote very threatening to
Show.
you?
That dude could be living with you and she'd still say it.
She's threatening you.
This gentleman was also a good friend. Also a good friend. We are godparents to him and his beautiful wife's child. This is at our wedding.
Aw.
Okay.
But we're not married.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
that's
We're
right,
not.
you're not married.
We are not married. God damn it. So then this picture is irrelevant because we're not married.
If we're not married, then you're married to Jason.
Yeah.
If we're not married, I guess
Why not?
I went
Just
to
get married to
a
everybody.
Halloween party in a very expensive fucking
Yeah.
wedding dress.
That's why I just wished you happy anniversary,
Beautiful.
right? On your birthday
Yeah,
and anniversary, right?
Thank you.
Right?
We had a great time. It was an amazing wedding. We had gotten married at the Hilton. Fuck, if I knew we weren't married, I wouldn't have had a party at the
But
Hilton.
aren't you married
It was
on somebody's
perfect.
birthday too?
We had all types of creeds, religions, sexual preference, and race at the wedding. Show Jess and Ash.
Listen, you don't got
My favorite
This girl is the one that's threatening you with black people. Why would she threaten you with specifically with black people?
Like this. Hey, lady, you're. Listen here, lady. You better start getting that personality right and being truthful to yourself. I know you're pushing 50. No problem with that. Plenty of single women plenty of single people that age.
Watch yourself, Matt.
Yeah, really. No.
Because that's why the dude runs away. The dude runs away. If you were a normal person, the dude might have, wanted to take it up with you or something like that.
He
You're too
ran.
old to play these 16-year-old games. You're too old for
She
this.
is a bad job.
Come on,
He
man.
ran away.
Is she
Run away.
single? Is she single?
Yeah, supposedly got back with her baby's daddy, but she wanted to keep that private. But in the same video, when she said she wanted to keep her relationship private, she showed the picture and told the name. I mean, who does that
What?
shit?
A dumbass.
The lady won it both ways. She wants it both ways, always. She wants it only her way, and it's all a lie. The bitch is a liar. Straight up, I could look at that video and go, "Oh, hypocrite, 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 hypocrite." Yep, liar.
Well, the way she can turn it around, then she's always a victim.
Yeah,
Always a victim.
I think she's making people victims. I think that's a very big threat. What she said, she's got people waiting at her house that are black with guns. That's wrong, racist, and she's making the threat.
Yeah, that's fucked up. That's very serious. I mean,
Here,
that's
let's
a flat
just
out threat. I mean,
Black Lives Matter. Hear you say that shit, bitch.
yeah.
You're profiling black people. You rotten bitch. Go to the neighborhood.
Yeah. Or just because we're not married,
Yep, you're not married.
that was clearly
You're
just
not married, and you don't have an anniversary on the birthday of somebody in your house, right?
my husband's birthday.
Yes. And your anniversary, same day.
Yes,
Why do I know?
it's true.
I wish you happy birthday and happy anniversary.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, you're right. Well, shit.
So yeah,
I'm
they're not
looking for
married.
that
They're
on
married. Well, maybe that's
so
your
many
case,
weddings.
Avery.
It was such a great day. I
She's
mean,
a
like,
whack
oh,
job, man.
okay, here we go. So here is a picture he wants me to show you. The couple in the middle, they are lesbians and they are together and they just had a baby. Yes, I am one on the cheek and he's kissing the other on the cheek. We how long have we known them?
25 years.
25 years or longer.
Hey, I have a lesbian daughter. I love the hell out of her. She's great.
In
She's
fact,
the best kid I could ever had.
That picture of us, the four of us, and are hanging on my wall. There's plenty of pictures on my wall of all of our friends and family. And a lot of them are. Some of them are gay, and some of them are not white.
Yeah.
And
you have a variety of friends. You don't have to name their religion or their color or their sexual
this is
status.
A black and white picture, however, the little girl is somebody's daughter who happens to be of color at my wedding. So I mean, I'm just saying there's pretty I'm pretty sure there was like no white supremacy at my wedding or in my life because I'm surrounded by of amazingly wonderful and very different people. And I think it is awesome because you know what? How many people have okay, well, I can't say how many because I'm sure there's a lot. But how many people really can say that they have the luxury of having such a wide variety family? You know, I love each and every last one of them. They're all amazing.
I have all races. The foster children I was fostering for that few months. They're Jewish and they were non-binary, and there was a whole mixture there. I'm telling you what, I love all people, and every person matters in this world, and you should not even have to say anything about it. But this lady is taking and she's profiling people by saying that she has black people with guns in her neighborhood coming for you. That's a threat. What is the matter with her? Yes. What is the matter with her? And she has a black child that constantly says she doesn't want to put out there, and she shows a picture. This woman's screwball loose.
We all had one fucking hell of a buzz, though. Oh my God. We were drunk. What
was your response to her when she said that?
What is the matter with her?
I didn't respond to her at all. I have nothing to. What would I say, and why would I say it? I think is the best thing because I can respond to her, sure, but at the end of the day, does it matter what I say? I know that that there's
just because it was
no truth to any of it.
Let's put it this way: there was never no racial. She was the one that was racial. Okay, she's the one that's brought all this racial everything in. Nobody has said anything racial about other than what she said on Queen's panel. That's it. Okay, and she's the one that did it. So now she's bringing all this race stuff in, like you're a white supremacist or this or that. You have no proof of that, and that's a pretty harsh, rotten thing to say about people. You don't know that, and you should not be saying that. There, you have no facts to base that upon. Okay, but we can say that you have now been very racist because you are threatening people with other people of color and saying they have guns, and then you're the one that's saying the N word with a hard R-E-R at the end with no problem, and then trying to cover yourself, continually burying yourself with more lies. You also are saying your child is getting doxxed, but you show pictures of him. Listen, lady, you have some serious mental issues, and you really, truly should stay away from YouTube and seek some help.
Everybody, if you can read that comment. Ms. Duchess says, my hubby is mixed. I didn't know that when I met him, and you know what? I love him and his heart. His color doesn't matter. His character and how he treats me matters. That is the most amazingly honest and truthful and heartfelt thing I can tell you that anybody has said in I don't know how long. I don't know when the last time I heard anybody say anything so kind and loving about somebody else. It's been a long fucking time because people are rotten. I thank you very much for sharing that, Duchess, because that really made my heart happy to read that, because people don't talk like that anymore. And who cares? I have Black people in my family, and I have gay men and I have gay women in my family. I have gay Black people in my family as well. I mean, who cares? Why does it matter? Does that? I have Irish people in my family. They're not Italian. So does that matter that they're not the same nationality as me? Because I'm not sure exactly where you're going. And who cares? You know, and we have guns. It's kind of irrelevant and stupid because you just make yourself sound trashy. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I don't care. I have guns and they're not here at my house, but I have guns and I keep them at my parents' house. So when I go to the range, I go pick them up and I go and I shoot. Big fucking deal. Big deal. I guarantee there's plenty of people in this chat. And what do we have? We have 29 people, I think it says. I'm sure some of y'all have guns. Big fucking deal.
But
I don't.
We might, but
Okay,
we don't.
we don't.
People with them.
Who cares? I didn't know that if I came to the state of Alabama, that meant I was in her house. So if I go to the state checking, I'm going to say you live in Washington. So if I go to Washington, does that mean I'm at your house? You're going to be.
That's a new internet guy.
Does that mean that I've entered your house? Comrade, you're going to be in fucking Pennsylvania. So if I go to Pennsylvania, am I in your house? If one of y'all travels, or oh my God, Arctic, you're in Florida, you're in my house right now. Get the fuck out of my house. Who invited you at my house?
It's really disturbing that I was actually looking away. And when you said comrade, I turned my head. I'm responding to that now. I don't like it.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good.
Thanks, Noelle.
My dog.
We'll go back to Christina.
She doesn't care about anything like that at all. You know why? Because she was raised not to care and not to judge.
Christina, I didn't know you were on panel. What's happening?
She said every time I say comrade, she's like, I don't like that because I'm starting to respond to comrade now.
What's up, Christina? I didn't know you were up there.
So Duchess, thank you very much for that. That's an amazingly awesome comment that you said about your husband. Now, his family, I'm assuming, love you just as much as they would if you were their nationality.
My heart doesn't have a color on it. You know what I'm saying?
His family. My hubby is here. Okay, babes. The Duke is my world. He is Indigenous, white and Black. He is a wonderful man, an amazing father and provider. He's my world. And there we go again. Okay, you just took the top comment of the night. I'm sorry. But we're just that's it. That's the best comment ever.
Damn, Duchess.
I don't know. Right? She's got your little heart right in the feelers. I am happy for you and the Duke. The Duke.
Couldn't be happy.
I am so happy that you guys have each other. And I think it's amazing because you know what? People
you found somebody who loves you and you love them.
Anymore. They just get married to get fucking married. And then you know what? They get divorced because I don't like him anymore. I don't like her anymore. You know what? Who the fuck told you to get married in the first place? Get to know them before you get married. How about that? And then you'll know.
She has her best friend and her lover and her man.
Then you can turn around after you know each other and you decide that you do like each other. Then you can turn around. And I don't know how many years Duchess has been married to the Duke, but we're going to highlight it again because after you're together so long and you know each other, you can say something like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know what? She's got her best friend. She's got her protector. She's got her man. She's got her lover. She's got everything she needs right there. Not many people can say that. So congratulations. Couldn't be happy for you.
I'm not saying
it has nothing to do with this and that this is to be or anything. It has to do with the person. That's what you fall in love with is a person. You know, that you become blind to it. You know, my heart doesn't have any color or any sex or anything. If I fall in love, I fall in love. You know, that's just the way it is. And I think anybody should be able to be that way. So the more she is saying and putting Black people in a box, she is so racist by saying, I have Black people here with guns waiting for you. What is, I cannot, that really bothers me. I can't
Yes.
wrap my head
I
around it.
feel like that by
I
saying that,
cannot wrap my head around that.
trying to give those people a bad name, and I know that sounds judgy, but I feel like she's trying to make them sound like they are like gangster type people. And I'm sure that if there is 1 or 2 or 20, who cares? Men
She's
and
still
women,
putting him in the box. She's profiling him.
I'm sure that they are very fine, wonderful, nice people, and they're probably respectful. And you know what? If you're
She's
running
gonna
your mouth
hit
and they believe the shit you say, I can't blame them for being scared or concerned and wanting to protect themselves and their families. But I don't think, like you said, I think she's trying to lump them in with people that
Profiling.
would be afraid of, like
like a typical profile.
And then-
Yeah, she absolutely is.
Like that's supposed to make her a bigger threat. That's so
Right.
wrong to put her classify people of another race the way she's doing it. I think that is so. That's even worse to me than saying the N word with the hard EER. I'm sorry, it is. You should
hard
never
RE?
be doing that. Yeah, that's what you did with the hard ER.
Well, because she
it's
didn't
terrible.
say people with guns. She said black people with guns. So clearly
Yes.
she was,
And
definitely
adds
trying
guns
to.
them, and they're in
Yeah.
her neighborhood. So they're what, gang-related black people?
Right,
What the
right.
hell? That's so wrong. I can't wrap my mind around it. For
I'm
somebody
not
who
going
doesn't
to
want
try
a child hurt.
figure out, hi, honey, Heels is in the
Somebody
hat
doesn't
now.
want her child out, but yet shows this picture. Who says that her relationship is private, but then shows his picture and says his name, and then she does this, sends you a
That is why
message
we
saying, yes,
didn't show this video. We only did
Jeez.
the audio because there are screenshots that there are pictures of children and her husband, who is a black gentleman, which would mean that their child would be a mixed child. I'm gonna say that she's not very much to look at, and I'm sorry if that makes me shallow, but fucking call it as you see it. Sorry, bitch, you look like a heifer. And thank you. What does it say? Okay, it says thank you guys. Oh no, you're amazing. I love the way you talk about your husband and his family and your family together. I love it. I love to know that there really is, true love in other people's hearts.
Yep.
I know that there is in a lot of people, but you don't hear it often. I know how I feel about my husband, and I know how he feels about me.
Welcome, Duchess joined. She's a member.
Oh, Duchess, thank you so much, honey. You did not have to do that. I didn't even see that till just now. Thank you, Chuck. I didn't see that. Thank you so much, Duchess. I really appreciate it. Welcome to our family. We are so happy to have you and the Duke as a part of our lives, and I definitely look forward to get to know you guys. I think that we can learn a lot from having people like that in our families and our lives, because I mean, just the way she talks about her husband speaks volumes about her, not only her husband, but herself. That's just how I feel. But she's got me in
Definitely
my
a kind-hearted person for sure.
Yeah, she's got me all in my feelings right now. So, Heels, we have been playing Avery's live from yesterday. Avery, we know you watched it.
Avery, we know you watch.
I always feel like
She's
somebody.
watching everything about everything. She's probably watching us now. So wave to her, everybody. Let me get on camera to wave.
Hey, Avery.
My puppy keeps me moving. Hi, Avery. How you doing? How you doing? Get this right. You're a racist. You keep burying yourself. You ought to shut up, girl, because you are really offensive.
Yeah, it just.
You're gross, Avery.
I don't want to say that she was doing, hey, it's a mood. How are you? I don't want to be like one of those assholes that says that like she's trying to say like whatever she's saying it fits a statistic, because I try not to be that type of a person. But I feel like she is trying to make a statistic type of a comment by saying what she said in that email that I read to you guys. And I can post it in my community if you would like to see them for yourself. Terrible. Because I did read it, so you don't know if I added or anything. So I'll be more than happy to post it for you guys if you would like to see it. But
yeah.
Well, I mean, and we know she has a history because not only did she drop the hard R, but she doubled down when she was talking about people on Toasty's panel, calling them ghetto and everything else. So, I mean, you take the sum of all numbers and do the math.
Exactly, Arctic.
Yeah, I don't know. She's just, you know,
Skunk.
I know. I had to highlight that because that just kind of like helped my thought process a little bit about the alcohol. You always kind of skunky to make it better. She has so many battles, I think, that she is trying to fight. And I honestly feel like a lot of them are self-created. And maybe she doesn't, maybe she has notebooks and writes down notes, or maybe she makes them up as she goes. I don't know how she does it, but she doesn't know how to keep up. She doesn't know how to keep up with it, and she doesn't do a good job. And when she thinks she's doing a good job at it, she makes it worse, and she says things that make her look and sound worse than I think she really has to. She can really make herself better if she presents herself better, even if it's an act.
Sometimes you just need to shut up and not try to make your lie clearer, okay? Because that's all she's done. She hasn't cleared it up. She's made it more clear that she is that way. Okay, that's what she's cleared up for me. Okay,
that's what she's done.
Anything else, because she has showed no receipts. She has still not showed how that about Jason, all this stuff with Jason, all these lies from Jason, all these lies from going to law school and going to be in the justice whatever school and all this other stuff she's got going on, that she started this thing for online bullying. Look, the lady's a liar, and she's trying to clear herself up, but she's really now cleared it up so much that she is such a racist, and she has a black child that she claims she
doesn't. This is pissing me off. Where my husband says, Matt, she's in the chat. She's in chat right there. Can you see her? Here, let me
highlight. There you go.
Her on the screen. Here you go, babe. Look, can you see heels? It's right there. Look at those sexy legs and those red pumps, those red stilettos. Heels right there. Can you see her on the screen?
Listen, she was, I do believe Heels was on panel when Avery was there, or maybe not. I don't know for sure, but I'm sure she knows about the email that was supposedly was shown, and all that bottom stuff wasn't shown the first time,
So that was a text message.
It's not a community. I'm not going to speak for Heels because I don't know, but I think she knows about the particular live where she said the N very, hard E.
I believe that Heels does know about this. Heels rewind a bit and to the email. So those were screenshots of text messages that she was showing. Now I have
Heels said seen it. The text message.
Matt, Heels would like to. Heels has said, ask Matt where he posted the comments. So, Matt, if you're in here, where in the fuck is the comment that you posted, and what exactly did you fucking post? Dolly has been with her husband for 27 years. Awesome. That's awesome.
And Dolly also has a gay iguana.
Arctic, you did not have to do that. But he sent a super chat and it says justice for Jason. I pray he didn't acquire mad cow disease from his date with Avery.
Arctic.
Arctic, you crack me up. Like,
Was on her
Where is my
union
freaking
video.
babe? I don't know. Did anybody see a super chat? Oh, yep, I see. There it is, Matthew. It says $2 and it says justice for Jason.
Poor Jason.
Maybe we should send a bunch of people with guns to his house and have him protected.
Maybe
Because if you remember,
she's sending people with guns to his house, or in case he comes
all
by.
I know is he said he knows everything that Jason has, all of his equipment and every stinking thing else. So I mean, that's a little concerning to me. What else does she know about? Like, is she peeking through his window? Like,
that's
because that could
psychotic.
be. I mean, that could be. Maybe that's how he met her. Like, maybe he like said bye Avery or bye Shannon or whatever as the cops like hurled her away from his window.
Why do me and Deals need to chat in sign language?
I swear to God, this is insanity. I have no idea
Can he see her?
what
He must
has
have her
happened.
blocked in Google. He's got to go into his
I have
Google
no
settings
idea
and
what
unblock her.
happened. You've been
Yeah.
watching from the sidelines. It's okay, Mood. I do not mind. I'm happy that you're here.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all are going through. No, it's okay. Hey, it's YouTube. Shit happens, right? I mean,
Yeah, he has
whatever.
to go to his Google settings and go in and see who he's got blocked.
No.
He might have her blocked that way.
She says she had gone to hers and checked. Not she. I apologize. That was very rude. Heels went to hers and checked, and he was not blocked.
Yeah,
Matthew
so he has
went
to check his.
checked, and Heels is not blocked. Therefore, YouTube is just playing games. Only on
Wow,
this
that's
screen.
weird.
I'm like,
You both have
her
done it. Oh, wow, that sucks.
I've been seeing her name. It's frustrating. I can't even see her in the chat. I think my husband has the thing for you, Heels. I don't know, but
Do you have it on like top comments? I wonder. Is that why it's not showing up? I don't know.
I have no idea.
You can't see
Maybe
it.
it'd be like Matt if he had it on top comments and then maybe it wasn't showing up. Maybe Heels wasn't showing up. I don't know.
Matt, yeah, babe. Did you click it and put it on live comments? Not.
No, that still wouldn't stop that.
Comments. Okay,
I don't
Ms.
see
Heels
this girl named Christine Logan. I don't see her anywhere.
I don't either.
And
says he is going to
but I
leave
see
you
that
another.
she's in chats.
I know. I will leave another on her last community post now. It was on the uni video. That is what Matt said. So I suppose maybe if you don't see it on your post, go to blocked comments. If he's in the blocked comments, then you can hit approve user. White boy, my computer was like, no, I'm not gonna let you read me. Okie dokie, I don't know the fuck I just was.
Oh, she can see his comments, but he can't see hers. That's all.
That's weird that I'm blocked from. No, what the fuck? How are you guys blocked here too? Can you see each other or just when it's up on screen? Can you see him in the chat, Heels, or
Yes,
only if
she sees Matt, but he don't see her.
That's weird.
So then he's got her blocked.
That's
right?
what I think. Yeah.
Well, if I block you,
check it again in the YouTube studio, maybe.
and I can't see you, and vice versa. If you block me, then we still can't see each other.
Right.
Right? Is that how it works?
Well, what if
Yeah, but I would think, regardless, y'all would be able to see each other on like Matt's channel. He should be able to see everyone in chat.
I can see Matt. He just can't see me. So there you have it, Matthew. Whatever you did, you done fucked it up.
Man, that was kind of an asshole thing to do, Matt.
Really? Because Heels is pretty damn cool. She put some pretty cool comments in there too.
I showed you 43 times, no Heels. I
Yeah, look
understand.
at-
I don't understand what happened. I have no idea. All I know is justice for freaking heels, man.
Yeah, justice for heels.
Justice for
Yeah.
heels. Justice for heels. Don't look
Yeah.
now, but there's a killer attack dog. I'm telling you, she got me. She got me good right there with these
Aw,
little
Whisper.
feet. She gets so excited to see me that she knocks
Here's
me
the
over
one.
and she scratched my chest. I love this stinking dog.
She's
So
pretty.
what have we learned tonight? I guess what we've learned is that clearly Avery, well, I'm just going to call her AKA whatever it is. Okay. AKA.
My
She's
vagina.
now 3 letters. She changed her name 5 times since this whole
Oh my god.
thing started. She has done us a favor, said she's not going to do true crime. I thank her for that. I do. You go about doing your whatever business, travel business, doxing your kid, telling your lies to a whole new community. Okay.
And if he was that worried, it's late. Oh shit, it is getting late. It's 11:30.
Stop. She is.
So we have
really disgusting.
about 17 more minutes of her rambling. Should we play it and
It's
hear
all
what the
about
rest?
it's going to be a travel agency or a travel channel.
I
That's
think
all
it's my.
about.
I don't know. What is it? What? Let's highlight this. Let's press play. Also, if you don't want your children's pictures or videos out there on the internet, probably doing a travel anything with them is not what you want to do on YouTube.
Location and channel will be, location and child will be on there. And you're just complaining about this. But oh, wait a minute. That's right. You want a private
God forbid,
relationship.
like,
Oh,
what
yeah,
if
you
I
should
go
say.
kayaking, right? And I'm in the same state as she is because I'm on my road trip. I mean, that would be fucking horrible, wouldn't it? Oh my God. Stalker alert. And she would be the stalker.
You go, like, you see a channel and you think it's a true crime channel. So you're watching it, right? And you're sending in super chats and you're doing all the things.
It's exactly what her channel is.
Like a full-blown drama.
Drama.
Then you're like, crap, they're a drama channel. But you're already on there.
This is what she's talking about, the channels, the bad ones that she got involved with.
I try to keep my channel focused on true crime.
You're drama off to true crime. Drama off to true crime. Drama.
Trying to defend myself. That's not what I want to be. It's just not what I want to be. I missed you too, Jennifer. Thank you.
I do too, Jennifer.
Yes, Melissa. So much anxiety is, especially when you got like a
Xanax?
behemoth-looking tattooed dude who's a white supremacist threatening to come to your home.
There you have it. Behemoth white supremacist. What the fuck was I thinking when I said I do?
Yeah. So, oh Lord, I just don't know.
Those are my earrings.
They are right.
My God.
I can't honestly. Prayer partner Eve. I can't keep up. I literally cannot keep up
with all her lies.
It's like 1 minute this person's fighting with this person. The next minute they're fighting with somebody else. The next minute they're fighting with somebody else. Then the next minute they're back friends. And the next minute they're back fighting. And it's like
it's either you're fighting or you're fucking. Which one is it?
It's literally almost a headache.
Almost a headache,
and all
bitch.
I ever wanted to do was just do true crime. I didn't want the problems with Dolly, but it happened. It happened. Now,
look,
I did
I'm taking off my earrings. This is a threat too for her, apparently.
But that's because I took my picture and made mine and told everybody I was transgender.
Wrap up your hair. It's a fight. I think I know.
That is why she lied about Dolly, because you called her Mike.
White boy and Laura managed to get the worst videos of me, like the ones where I had to laugh because the picture that Dolly put up of me where he named me Mike and called me transgender. He got me good that time he got me freaking good.
I think you did too.
Because I looked like
She
a
showed a
hell
picture
of
of
a
herself,
mess.
and she was really nasty looking, dude. With her baby's daddy. Ooh,
And
that's a bad
I
picture.
was in bed. My mother-in-law had just passed from COVID. I was in bed crying, and my friends, who I thought were my friends, had video chatted me or whatever. I came on their panel, not thinking anything of it. You know, I had the camera on.
See you later, white boy.
Just pulling eyes.
Thanks for being
And
here.
I looked like a damn homeless person. A homeless person. And that's the damn picture that Dolly got. He put me as a man named Mike. And I told my friend Mel, I was like,
educational purpose right here, okay? If you are going to talk shit and fuck with people on YouTube, please do not go on camera at 2 a.m. looking homeless, or that person that you're fucking with is probably going to utilize that image in more ways than once, and not in a good way for him or her, but in a very negative way for you. For instance, calling you a transgender named Mike. Just saying, Avery, there's your education. That. He got
but
he did.
And then the day that I went to the courthouse to file the paperwork on Dolly, it was summer. I had my glasses on because I was driving. Not a stitch of makeup on. Had my hair pulled all the way back, like in the tightest bun possible.
Did you have any weapons in there?
My eyeglasses are fogging up. It's like 110 degrees.
Good night, baby. I love you.
And they got that video. And I'm like, shit.
So,
how do they always get, you know, it's like I want to tell them, dude.
it is
my bad side.
11:42
That's my
and
bad
it is
angle.
80 degrees and I'm wearing
Let me do
glasses.
a redo.
And the only thing is that I'm sweating.
Honestly, you guys, I'm not that pretty without makeup.
Yeah.
But
You're not that pretty with makeup
This is
on,
how
bitch.
God
I've
made
seen
me.
you with makeup on. I'll show them too. You look like Ursula the
can't
Sea
argue
Queen.
with him.
Sea Witch.
How about the picture of her with her husband or the new relationship that she wanted to keep private? That was a great picture. Oh my God, she looked horrible. I didn't even know it was her. I was like,
In
what the
fact,
fuck?
let me show you. I'm going to show you guys another thing too. This
I'm
is
not trying to
me.
make fun of nobody because God knows, look at me. I'm not no motherfucking beauty queen, okay? I'm just me. But
Not
I also was not commenting on her looks. She's the one that brings all this up. She brings up everything herself. She's a whack job.
Judy
When my
kills
accident
me.
happened, of me sending him my accident report.
Hold on, wait. I want to read this because she kills me. Judy says, my dog speaks better than she does. Your voice is giving me a headache. Okay. Judy's killing it all fucking night long. Yes, Heels, I will absolutely tell him. You'll call me. Okay, yeah, I'll be around. If you call, I shall answer. Heels is going to make my telephonic device ring, and I'm going to make it answer. Hello? Hello? Do you hear me now? She is right now showing a screenshot, which is supposed to be between her and Jason. And it shows her police report for the accident. I guess the accident.
Says you can't see it, but if you blew it up, you could see it. And
you can see it. I can see it. It says her full name, address, social security number, all that shit. She's telling you, I'm going to show you. You can't see my social if you blow it up, yada, yada, yada.
Yep.
False information, Avery. Another educational lesson right
My
there.
full name.
go to bed, Heels.
Social.
I'm being soup right now. Go to bed.
It just goes blurry. But there is nothing that this man, that you see his name at the top up here, there's nothing that he did not know about me.
Except your name.
He knows my social. He knows my birthday. He knows my full name. Everything. Everything.
Yeah. He says he don't. So who's the liar? Him or you?
Like
Him
I can
or you?
all day long and prove every single thing, said to be incorrect.
Oh,
Okay.
you have not.
Be a lie.
Do it then.
But I
Challenge
don't.
accepted.
We're waiting.
Poor Rabbit.
Yeah. All the emails that you sent in his name. Yep, there's proof of it.
You hear all the silence.
Yeah.
This did not have to be 57 minutes long if she would have just fucking got to the point.
Yeah. Arctic, you kill me.
It's starting to get pretty hot here. It's 88 degrees.
It's almost midnight and it's 80 degrees here. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
I can't go. I can't.
Ooh. Watch out, that might be Avery zipping down your road. What are you doing?
Physically, I can drive.
Oh, there she is.
But mentally, I'm not quite there yet. I still have anxiety attacks, so or I hyperventilate.
That's probably the most honest thing she said the whole video. Mentally, she's not quite there.
You're right, Allie.
No one's stopping, guys.
The one who gave me my grandbaby. So she's having her own Mother's Day thing. And
What is this?
me and my sister, we always usually
This is
do
funny.
something for my mother because my mother is, passed on. And
It's not funny, but it's
that's the other thing too. Is this whole thing about that's the other thing too. White Boy talked about is the adoption thing.
That's a good one, Judy.
Yeah, I was.
Did Matt say anything about an adoption? Because I can honestly tell you that I do not recall that he did.
No,
However,
she's the one that brought all, like I'm saying, she brought all this stuff up from Queen's thing. Okay. This is all her doing this over again. It's stupid.
okay, because she's speaking of adoption.
She says her mother beat the shit out of her when she said she was going out with a black man. Okay, so now why does she have to bring this all up again?
I was just gonna say she's fixing to tell everybody how she was attacked by her mother because she was pregnant with a black child.
Yeah, she said this before.
That was what I guess I should say. Ironic, not funny. Funny was not the proper word. I apologize for using the wrong word.
No, it's
but
not funny. But
I find I use the wrong words all the time.
So do I. It's not funny at all. But why does she even have to bring it up? It had nothing to do with anything you said on your show whatsoever. She's going over everything again.
Tattooed white supremacist husband. However, her mother beat her up because she was pregnant by a black gentleman.
Yeah, right.
And
Who's she married?
She was adopted as a baby.
And
A lot of people are. You should be happy you weren't fucking aborted.
adopted by
Exactly.
my father. And then, long story short, somewhere down the road,
Hot as hell there.
my mom reconciled with her married husband, and then that's when I met the rest of my biological family. Well, actually, technically, none of my sisters are 100% blood. They're all half. And my oldest sister is fully adopted, fully adopted. So
Irrelevant, but okay.
yeah, there was like a big deal about that because I had shared the story about how my mom had attacked me when she found out that I was dating, Jaden's dad, the one I just showed you guys the picture of. And like she physically attacked me. And
Oh, I apologize. I thought it was when she
wished she'd had an abortion with me. And
oh shit.
that's the one and only time she ever attacked me. And
I had thought she said that she
later asked for
was
forgiveness.
attacked when her
Of
mom
course,
found
and
out
I
she was
forgave her.
pregnant. I didn't
But
realize
that's
it
my
was
biological mother.
dating.
And that's
No, she said the first one, she said it was because she found out she was going out with a black man and was going to have a black child. That's what she said. So then now she just turns, you look, either way or whatever. She's giving too much information. We do not need to hear this. She does not have to prove that she has a black child. She doesn't have to do it. All she should have did was say, I'm sorry, I said that word. I did not mean to say that word, and dropped it. Instead, she's made this whole big thing and then even went further and as to impersonate a very credible person. And you know what I'm saying? I mean, she's just buried herself. She's brought on all of this unnecessary bullshit, and don't bring me and Arctic in your crap. You know?
There you go. Attention. However, if it's true, I do feel bad for her. And maybe she doesn't know how to deal with that divide in her family. However, she doesn't need to project their racism onto everyone.
Right on. Everyone. Good one. She's just wrong. The lady is just a wrong all the way around. I mean, she just keeps burying herself. And the more she talks, the more I just get sick into my stomach. I couldn't even watch the rest of what she was doing. You know, it's 100% wrong. Everything she's done. You do need to stay off the YouTube. You need to go do something seek some mental help. Maybe you're off your meds. I'm not sure, but everything you've done is just clarified that you are what you were saying you were, but you're trying to say you're not.
She's like,
and you're lying and dragging other people in it that do not need to be in your bullshit, who have credible lives, where you're trying to break down with your lies.
Back in the day when the dude would open his coat, like the snake oil, I have what ails you. That's what her fucking kitchen table looked like. I'm pretty sure if you have it, she can fix it.
Yeah. It's sick. She's sick. I don't like it. I'm just done with her. I'm done with this. She's done. I'm just like, you are so.
And then to say that she was stupid for trusting you guys. She was stupid for fucking you guys over and pissing you off and proving to you that she is broken and unfixable. I do think that she could be a good person. I do. I think that everyone has the potential to be a good person. I just think that she enjoys what comes to her for being the way she is. Whatever she is or projects herself to be, she enjoys what comes at her because of it. And I don't think that she will ever do anything to change because she enjoys this. She is literally a victim of her own circumstances.
History speaks very loud for each and every one of us, okay? So just look at the pattern she's made, and this is the same. It's just gotten worse, just 10 times worse. She's just really bad news. I mean, she's just a liar.
She is.
Can't be a liar trying to be some kind of truth finder. You know what? That's a total contradiction right there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I forgave her. I did. I found out the sweetest thing. Her partner. So when, he was a twin.
That pattern's all fucked up. That's a circle and a circle and a circle and a circle, like a target. He's a piece of fucking little shit.
She just shared that her son, her biracial child, was a twin, and that her daughter had died. She didn't make it, and now
why is she telling all this? We don't need to know this. This is stuff you don't need to tell. Well, now you wonder why you get attacked.
This is she's going to go into why she ended up forgiving her mother. Apparently, she was in a coma, a medicated coma for I think she said 2 weeks. I'm not sure, but she's going to tell you guys for how
I don't even want to hear it. It's like, why is she putting this out there? What for? Is this the sympathy part now?
I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's called a placental eruption, and I was only 24 or 28 weeks pregnant. I can't remember which.
Yeah, my daughter had the same thing, and her daughter came out beautiful.
And
good for her.
I couldn't get down to the NICU for quite a while because I had to go into a medically induced coma because my organs.
My daughter didn't. She just got a C-section. Sorry, the kid.
This was the neatest thing to me.
She said, I went into a medically induced coma because my organs and stuff were doing things they weren't supposed to be doing because of the placenta eruption.
Okay, well, I don't know nothing about that. I don't know if that's
they were not functioning properly, or maybe they were down. But my organs just didn't want to work.
Okay, well,
they were doing
I don't
things
know if that happens or not. But my daughter had the same thing. She just delivered her baby sooner. Okay, because you internally bleed and the baby can die and you can die. So she had the baby but the baby was 10 pounds when she was born. If she would have waited any longer, that kid would have been 30 pounds. Not kidding you. So I don't know what happens.
My youngest son, and I've told this before, I was placenta previa, and I was on bed rest for 6 weeks. a month. I apologize, 6 months. That
Damn
was the
it.
longest
Right.
fucking 6 months of my life because I had already had a child at home who was 3, or well, 2.5. So try being on 6 months worth of bed rest because you're placenta previa and you have a toddler at home. It's very hard to do.
My daughter was
Um,
the same way. Yep.
They said this was really hard. They said we were going to have to discuss your pregnancy. And I looked at the doctor and I'm like, oh, hey, cool, let's talk about it. Fuck did I know? Your placenta previa. Okay, so we could talk about a C-section. We can, but we need to discuss that if he doesn't move. Okay, so when you're placenta previa, that means your placenta is first and then the baby's behind it, and it's supposed to be vice versa.
Yep.
If you give birth that way and your placenta comes out first, you can bleed to death, the child can die, and so can you.
Yep.
So the doctor pretty much said you should choose or make a decision now if you were going to choose between you or your son. Well, who the fuck does that? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I guess I shouldn't say that because there are plenty of people that would choose to have an abortion because they do have other children. I, on the other hand, said that we'll talk about it in
when it's there, cross that bridge.
Cesarean section, a C-section. We'll talk about having a cesarean when we get closer to the date, but it's still too early for us to consider even discussing that because I'm not going to choose myself over my child.
Right.
If it comes down to I go into early labor because, you know, it happens, it does happen, then I know you guys can do the C-section, then, you know, emergency, rush me right in and do it. If in fact I were to die, I know my children would be taken care of. And that was that. So it does happen. It was scary. My first son, my oldest son, he was born dead, and that was scary. They ran out of the room with him and they didn't come back. I don't know for how long they were gone, but he was purple when he was born, and I was screaming, "What's wrong with my son?" I was freaking the fuck out. I was 21 years old, freaking out. And then they brought him back, and he was fine. And he was 20 years old, and he's a pain in the ass, but I love him. Thank God for him every day. Second child, bed rest, because I was placenta previa. Like, I just wasn't meant to have kids. I don't know. But luckily, at the last minute, my son decided to do what he was supposed to, and he wobbled his little ass to the front, and he pushed that placenta in the back, and everything was fine, and I had natural birth. But they did have to induce me because he also liked to grow, and he was big. He was only 8'3.5", but his head was like the size of a fucking pumpkin. Like the great brown. So yeah, I had him, and he was fine, and he had acid reflux and had to have a monitor because he would like drown in his acid and whatnot. It was really difficult having him all together because the pregnancy was scary. Being on bed rest was hard. Yeah. And then having to worry about him dying every night while he slept or every day when he naps. I would sleep reclined with his head up here on my chest, and that's how I slept for the longest time. And I think that's probably why he's still like right attached to me at his age. He's wherever mommy is, he is. Him and the dogs. Like, I can turn if I stopped short, they would both just run into the back to me. I get a break. I will literally walk in my room, and they'll both just follow behind me. And I'm like, I gotta pee, or Robert, I'm about to take my pants off. You know, can I get a minute? So, but yeah, I'm very, very close. I have a great relationship with both my kids, but it was very hard. So I kind of understand how scary if what she is saying is.
What is she telling you this for? Is it for her sympathy part now? Because now she'll tell you that she went over the lies and listen to the sympathy. Then she talks about the woes and the wheeze and the woes about her life. Listen, bitch, we don't care because you honestly don't know. I don't know if it's true or not.
She's telling us this because she wants us to understand why she forgave her mother. Apparently.
Who cares? Who cares?
All this for saying the N-word?
Yeah, all that for the N-word. Listen, what I'm saying, she's just went way over the line, dude. We don't even give a shit. Okay, because whatever you're saying, I take for a lie. I'm sorry. You lie that much? I see nothing that says you aren't a liar. Okay. See everything that does say you are a liar. I'm so very sorry for you. You know, you
So,
need to seek some help. And I don't
since
think
I
that way of
didn't
people. I have a very
experience
open mind,
I
very
didn't
open heart.
experience a placenta abruption, but you said your daughter did. Was she put into a coma?
No. Bed
Does
rest in the hospital.
anybody in the room have any of y'all had that situation happen, and were you put into a medically induced coma for, I believe she said 2 weeks, or
Yeah,
at any amount of time? I mean, I'm not saying that it can't happen. If
I
your
don't
organs
either.
are shutting
I don't know, but I can tell you from my experience and my daughter's experiences, nope, that did not happen. So, I mean, I've never heard of it because you have a living being and you're not going to be sleeping and put the baby to sleep too. It just doesn't make sense. It sounds a little risky to me. So, I don't know. That's just my thoughts, but I'm not a doctor.
No, she's
It's a
saying
little common sense.
the reason that she forgave her mother is because when she was in her coma, and I'll let her tell you, but she said that her mother was at the hospital like multiple times a day, every day, visiting and holding and singing to her child, and that's why she forgave her mother.
When we finally left you months later, they asked me if I wanted a copy of the sign-in book for him, for my son. And I said, yeah, because I was, going to put it in his baby book. And there was my mother's signature. Not just once a day, but twice a day, 3 times a day. She had been going in there and seeing him. And the nurses told me she would hold him. She would sing to him.
Right on, Scott.
Yeah, was that written in the books, the sign-in book? I sang to
reconciled.
child at this time, at this date.
And I forgave her, and then, we had a really, really great relationship.
That's good. I'm glad you had a great relationship. You made your amends with your mother. That's freaking wonderful. But what the fuck does that have to do with all of your lies? You're just jumping around the fact that you personated somebody with credibility. You've dragged people in this community and you've told lies on them.
Now we're picking on her again.
I've had treatments done on my throat. I'll show you guys this too.
We don't care.
I can't believe
we don't care. You sound funny. Yes.
Where she shows the picture of her chest where there's that red spot.
Yeah. Okay,
honestly, she could have done this a bunch of times had she wanted to, or like an ice pack. It really, when you see it, it doesn't look like any kind of
too much to prove her rights or her wrongs right, and it's just too much. If the truth flows easy, you know what I'm saying? If the truth is there, it becomes easy.
She wears a shirt like this, and there's the cleavage that everyone spoke of, and right above it is like if you're in the sun, and that part of like here is of your chest. Well, if I had boobs, you'd see the cleavage, and then like right here would be the sunburn. Like that's kind of how that's how it looks
on my throat, and had to have some treatments. And I used to be able to sing. Prayer partner. Yeah, I used to be able to sing, but not anymore. My voice tires easily. My throat tires.
Clearly, it doesn't.
So
she's just.
I don't know. It used to have a big voice, but I don't. And in fact, I can't yell. Like I can yell to a certain extent, but like I can't yell. But hey, you know what? I mean. Could have been worse,
That's true, but I can't see making 5 videos and deleting them all and changing your name and blaming other people, like blaming Nicolina, that she took over your channel, and I mean, I can't see all that stuff. No matter
they
what,
have to face Judgment Day, not me.
She's done too much.
My conscience is clear.
Make fun of, like stuff like that. I did say that.
I haven't lied about anything.
I did hope that. I have to own up to that.
Judy's head's about to blow.
She's
Dolly Vision channel only because he made the channel Avery Shannon's Confessions. And,
Could be, Douglas.
So we just retaliated. But hey, I've learned that two wrongs don't make a right. So
so she lied. She said because Dolly Vision made her mic, she said she lied as a retaliation and said that he has webbed feet or toes.
Everybody believed that anyway.
I don't know what his feet look like. I've never seen his feet. I don't know if he has webbed toes or ducky toes or what. He might have beautiful feet. Who knows? I don't know. He could have hobbit feet. Who knows? But if you're going to turn me into a transgender and name me Mike and use the most hideous picture of me you possibly can find, I'm probably going to say something worse than your fucking toes are webbed. I'm just saying.
Yeah, like start the whole problem with Dolly stalking your kid, but there's no proof of it on Xbox, which there would be. So don't tell me.
I just forgot about that for a second, and you reminded me. There you have it. So she only lied about the toes, but she didn't apologize for any other shit she said. So you're right. I guess she has me beat because I wouldn't have gone that far. I wouldn't have gone that far.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'd get some water.
I have someone to say. So, Arctic and Christina, what do you think about what we have heard this evening?
I think she's a freaking psycho.
I think she's too. I especially love the beginning when she's like, I had to call the cops and press charges because, well, I haven't heard anything, to be honest with you, at all, like nothing. But she says, I hate roundabout, she said, I hate to do something like that because I know he's on probation. And if he catches another charge, he will end up having to go to jail. Right? That's what she says. But then she turns around and says, I had to press charges because he and his wife, that'd be me, said they would take a road trip to Alabama. And they even said Alabama. She was surprised they said Alabama. Holy fucking fuck.
He's insane. That's some bullshit.
Bitch, I'll take a road trip. And I said that to you, Christina. And you know what? I'll knock on your door and you'll fucking hug me.
Yeah.
I mean, who cares? How many of you guys like to take road trips? Because I know I do.
It's insane for her to have done that. That's a bit much. A bit much.
What tattoo is next on his cap? CJ's channel on his other cap. Oh, you guys are talking about something else, somebody else. We'll just leave that there. What a surprise. Let's see. You haven't heard anything. I haven't. Maybe, I don't know. How long does it take to hear something? I'm not sure. When I responded the email and said I was going to be filing the police report, and I did, and I forwarded everything over to the cops to add to my report, including every single one of the emails that she said she didn't send that her friend sent to me that took over Crime Sleuthie. Every one of them were sent over to the police officer to add to the report. Her every video that she's had posted about us, every link went over to the report. Every channel that she utilized went to the report. The email lying and blaming Nicolina went over to the report because I needed them to understand that she was lying over and over and over and over and over again, and that she was also, I guess, technically framing another YouTuber for something she did. I also then forwarded over her criminal charges and her correct name and information because gotta know who you're looking for, right? The cops can't just wander around aimlessly not knowing who they are.
Yeah.
So I did do that to make sure that they, didn't, talk to the wrong person. And then just because I think it is a terrible, horrible thing for anybody to ever say or do, I forwarded the link over to the video live, whatever it was that she she was talking about and having a grand old time talking about how she was contemplating swatting Dahlia Vision. So that all went to the police. But I sent the swatting video over because it's important they understand how much of a Looney Tune she is. You impersonated somebody. You made up a fake email in order to impersonate that person. You lied, threatened, blackmailed us. Tried to. It didn't work. But you tried. Good job. Put my address out there, which endangered my child. Then you lied over and over and over and over and over again. And then I continued to send every single thing. I didn't respond at all to any of them. But I sent everything over. And then today I finally did say, you know what? This is harassment. And so I went and I told the cops when I said, what can I do? Shut the fuck up. Like, I need to know what to do. And so there have now been harassment charges and a cease and desist through the courthouse filed. Because if you don't stop her, she's going to continue doing it. And she's not the person that you can just ignore and they are going to go away, because clearly I have been ignoring her for God knows how long. And I don't even remember the date she started. It hasn't been that long. It's been, I don't know what, a weekish, 4 or 5 days. I don't know. But she is continuously harassing not just myself, but Matt, going back and forth. So you know what? I'm not taking the chances. And you know what? Lord help her if there's ever a let's talk about swatting Noelle video, because
Oh man.
it wouldn't be wise. It would definitely not be in her best benefit in any way, shape, or form. And I hope to God that if she ever does that, she walks her happy ass to the court and does press charges, because she's going to have to, especially if something happens to my child. And that's not a threat.
Scary.
That's scary stuff, man. That's scary stuff.
Yeah, it is.
A segment for 6 years. I've seen.
I mean, just like she kept saying, she knows that Matt's on probation or something, and she should call his probation. What the hell, lady? What the hell right do you have to do any of that stuff? I mean, let's put it this way. They're also aware of your whackness, okay? Because you called. They're aware of it too. So you're really just building yourself right into the ground.
And she is, and it's disgusting. Because she honestly thinks the more she emails that she's clearing her name and making herself look
she did, Judy.
better. And I believe in her head that she's honestly thinking she's convincing everybody that she is not the person behind the email, that it is somebody else. Unfortunately, I don't believe it at all, and I don't think anybody else does, and the cops don't, and that's why they instructed me to do what they told me to do. And well, you know, I have to be honest with you, I've never put charges on anybody before. I've never done any of this to anybody before, but you know what, I guess it's time. 41 years old. I'm not saying, you know, like, hey, tit for tat, you know, I've been in trouble my whole life. But at the end of the day, you don't endanger somebody's child by putting someone else.
Don't call their probation officer. I mean, that's where all this squeaky voice explanation came from, because her voice is very distinguishable.
Exactly.
So yes, she did go that far.
Can't hide that voice. There's nothing you can, like my voice, you can't hide. Your voice, you know, Christina, you can't. Can anybody actually disguise their voice in a way that you can make yourself sound completely different to somebody? If I spoke to you one time or 100 times,
yeah, I can. I can go real low. See.
What the hell?
Like
that's in my mind.
Yep, that's me. I got a little. My kids used to say, "Mom, say that thing," and I'd say, "What? I'm your mama and your daddy." Pretty low voice, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, I can sound completely different, but
That's awesome.
I'm not her. Does have a distinguished voice, and that's what
Yes.
that's what she was trying to explain, her voice. Well, listen, we don't need to know why your voice is like that. We know your voice is like that, and that's how we knew it was you. So thanks for clarifying that you have a one-of-a-kind voice. You're towing
She
it back
is a dumbass. Wow.
dumb as hell. I mean,
So-
you're just proving us right.
The worst part about it is that to lie. Now, I can see if she
Yes, say that he
genuinely
was drinking beer on a live stream and driving, drinking and driving. That is a flat out lie.
Exactly. If I can see if she was genuinely afraid of me, because hey, bitch, I'll take a road trip. You know, that could be taken any way, right? Any which way you want to take it or make it. You can do whatever the fuck you want with it, right?
Right?
But what did Matt do to her?
Nothing.
Does he deserve that? Now, what if the probation officer didn't know me as well as she does, didn't know him as well as she does? What if it was like day one, right?
The damage she would have done.
That could cause some major damage.
Yeah.
What she did could cause some major fucking damage. That's not okay.
Right. You're right. It's not okay at all. You do not go real life on people because you said something and somebody called out your lie.
Yeah.
You're going to ruin somebody's life because of that. Listen, chick, get yourself some help because you are dangerous and you're a criminal. The things you're doing are criminal.
Yeah, if she
I
thinks that's
think
what you're a shit person. You know, that's just.
Oh, Arctic speaks.
I think that someone just needs to call planners because they've obviously lost a couple of their nuts.
Planners, which nut do you want? I have said that in fucking life. And it is true. I wasn't clapping for you.
This is serious stuff that she's doing. Okay.
At the end of the day, you're right. It is. It's like I don't even know how to explain it. It's just something that it's repetitive her entire life, I think, and it's gonna be for her entire life. And that's why I had said the day that I originally went to the police, I said, listen, other people are gonna let you do what you do to them, and I'm like, that's fine. If they are not willing to put a stop to it, then I guess I'm going to have to, because at the end of the day, my child means more than anything else. Now, if I had no children living in this house and you'd put my address on the internet, I'd fucking make a big old welcome sign. Welcome, enter if you dare. Enter at your own risk, or let's have a go at it. You know, don't give a fuck. I would personally keep my doors unlocked just for you, in case you decided to shut your lock. But I have a child.
Miss Harmony wants to come up.
Okay.
I'm pulling a Kate right now and like stuffing my face full of this carrot cake.
Oh, I'm
But
jealous.
I'm not doing it on camera, so.
Well, you're not pulling.
You're
them
not
out.
doing it like Kate. If you don't eat on camera like Kate does, then it's just you're not doing it right.
Oh, that's right.
I
Kate,
tried
that's her name. That's a better fitting name, Kate the Failure. Listen, if you can't be a hooker the right way, you got nothing going for you.
I'd say.
You know what I'm saying? If you can't even be a hooker, boy,
You feel it that.
Your jobs are pretty limited then.
No shit.
You know, the a big part of me does feel bad for her though. Because
I feel bad for her only because she's so dumb.
This is gonna sound so conflicting. Because it is her fault, because she's making it happen, right? But in a way, I feel like she's so impulsive, compulsive, so fucking screwed up that it's almost not her fault. I feel as though like she can't help it. Like she opens her mouth and she wants to, like you've seen Liar Liar with Jim Carrey. Like
So something
he
makes
wants
her
to write, the pen is blue or whatever, or the pen is red, and he ends up writing whatever.
What
The
it
pen
is
is what.
she wants to make herself look correct. She has to be right. That's what it is, in my
And
eyes.
when you are so afraid to be
Admit you're
shown
wrong
as
or be
everybody for
accountable.
who you are, that must be very intimidating to her. Hi, Miss Harmony.
Hey, so I want to first let you know I came in about 2 hours late, but I came in at a really good time. So you know, I listen to you guys. I don't chat too much. I come in and say hello, but I'm always there. I'm gonna always be there too. And so as I was making my brownies, I was listening to you, and it took me a while to register what was going on, and now I know who you're talking about because of also Matt talking about it, and now it's gone to the level of what and where you have taken it. So let me first say that you said something really, really brilliant, and
wow, that was the first time I ever heard that.
well, you know, if I was going to sum it up, if I was going to sum up this woman, who I did say, I think maybe in Matt's chat, she seems like a very dangerous woman. I've heard things about going on, and I actually was listening to that channel holder when she slipped out that N word. Anyways, what I want to say is first, when you said about 10 minutes ago, your analogy on her about how she gets off on this. Do you remember when you said that and how you said it? You're right on. You are right on. I've seen this many, many times, you know, the work I'm in. So I've seen this many, many times, you know, self-sabotaging, and she's there. But on the next point of where you've taken this, I think that is the best thing. I had an issue with a client a few days ago, and you know, sometimes my work gets really dangerous too. And so I went to my superior, and basically they said, that's a charge. So you've helped me to bring strength to me to maybe pull this through. Although I'll be protected and the person's incarcerated, I'll tell you the reason why, because this won't help. I'm his advocate, and it won't help when it goes to court. So this is what I'd like to share with you. I'd like to share, because I know you've got a kind heart and not a mean streak in your bones, and you want to help people instead of, you know, damaging, like making damaged goods.
You did see the meet and greet videos, right?
No, you know, I've been traveling for 6 months, girl. Remember, I offered you my house. By the way, I sold it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
awesome.
I
heard you've been doing amazing things in your travels. I'm so proud of you. You
thank you.
Always been an amazing person. I always look up to you.
Thank you, and I look up to you too. And I got out 300 Summer Wells posters when I was doing my Mexico journey. So I'm really proud.
Thank you so much. Thank you for doing that. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, it's the least I can do. What else can I do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, just get her posters out. I've been doing it since the gate. At the beginning of the gate, I was putting them at the borders because of COVID and everything like that. Yeah. I thought that maybe they were trying to slip her through. And because of COVID, I was trying to grasp in my mind, how could they transport her by plane? They couldn't, you know, but they could by car. And I constantly had dreams about Summer being abducted, and it's crazy. I'll have to tell you the story one day, but I believe she's out there. I believe she's out there. For some reason, the connect that I had, I don't have the connect as strong.
Whisper.
For the longest time, I feel that she's with someone, and I won't get into it now because I don't want to go off on that tangent. I want to stick with Nicole because I'm so proud of her.
I just want to
And-
say thank you, because I think just like you, that when there's a missing child like that's been abducted, because I believe that is what happened, that they could be anywhere. You need to post posters every state, every border. I thank you so much, because I think
what I do is because I'm traveling, and a lot of places that I'm close by are bus stations, train stations,
perfect
community
places.
centers. And when I was in Mexico, for example, when I was in Puerto Vallarta, they had, they have a beautiful street. It's so amazing. You walk down it, there's stores, there's restaurants, there's entertainment. I loved it there. But they had a huge section that must have gone for 3 blocks of posters of missing, mostly girls. And I thought, hold on. Now they were done in paper. My posters are done in laminate, so they can go on bus stops. We have kind of a guideline given to us wherever I travel, what sizes of the posters should be. So that's something you can find out, community centers, whatever, right? And so these ones were like paper, and then someone glues over top. You know what I'm saying? So
They were weatherproofed.
talk about the stores were closing at 11 o'clock, and there's pharmacies every other store in Mexico. Like, you can get every single kind of drug you want. They're really expensive. Like, I'm telling you, they're really expensive. But it's so interesting to see that I can get Xanax, Percocet, you name it. Like, I had a backache, and she's going, "What do you want, Pat? Percocets, Dilaudid?" But they're like super expensive. Like, it was 7,000 pesos for like a very, very strong Tylenol with codeine, which works out to a lot of Canadian money. So I was like, no thanks. I'm not paying like $30 a pill when I can get
Oh my God.
60 of them for $30, right? So I just said, just give me some ibuprofen. And then she gave me some strong stuff. I'm telling you, I took one of those. I didn't need anything after that. So anyway,
like, you weren't intimidated or scared that maybe they were giving you something that you didn't ask for?
No, because these are all pharmacies that you go through. You never get them on the street. You never get on the street, right? Rainbow fentanyl is really popular out there, so you have to be very careful. You've heard about the rainbow fentanyl, right?
A little bit, but I don't know anything.
Don't know nothing about it.
I don't know enough about it to say that I
well, it's gonna. I don't know if it's hit American streets. I don't really know. I just know what kind of was on the streets in the back corners there, and it's rainbow fentanyl, and it looks like a little pill, and it's rainbow color, and it's so deadly that this is exact. When I was talking to the pharmacist, she said, if you break off a little piece and put it in the top, just a little tiny piece in the top of a pencil rubber is enough to kill you.
Oh God, why would you even want it? Make it.
Yeah, why is that around? Like, why does it exist?
I don't know. It's getting
why is
really
it to sell that? I mean,
I'm trying to understand the concept of why people want to take it.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
That too, but like, people are saying, well, what do you want? Kind of like I said, like the guy who says, I have what else? And he opens up, his coat, and he has all the different like snake oils and shit. Why is it legal for you to just say, well, I'll take this and without a prescription? That just blows my mind. And then you're telling me
she doesn't have fentanyl in her pharmacy. We just got into.
But this rainbow fentanyl is scary. Yeah. It's pretty scary.
I don't know if it's in the States, but it's rampant there. I'm not going to name the C name who are bringing it in, I think. Who I'm talking about. Right? So anyways, where was I? I got off on tangent. Okay, so back to you.
Very strong, like ibuprofen or something.
No, I want to get back to you. Because I don't want to tie up your panel and everything like that. So what I was thinking is, when you were talking and I was saying, you're the type of person that wants to help. So now you have gone forward and you've pressed this harassment charge, which I think is good to do. And maybe a restraining order should be applied there, and a cease and desist, which is good. So because I have kind of the experience in court and how you can bring evidence together, this is what I want to share with you so you can give us some food for thought. What I feel is the main objective, and I don't know who the lady is with the deep voice, but
checking convictions.
Okay. Oh, that's checking convictions. I've heard of
Yes,
your
ma'am.
name before somewhere.
That's me.
Somebody was saying this girl needs help. Everybody says that. This girl needs help. This girl needs help. Absolutely, she needs help. So, how do you try to bring forth with your attorney without sounding like a horrible person that you want to just, be hated on by the community because maybe you won't be because, people will say yay, but you know what I'm saying? Turn it around for the better to help her, get her help. So what you can do is, there seems to be a lot of videos. I don't even know if she's doing these lives. I've been listening to this rambling. I don't know if she has a channel or what's going on, where this is all coming from. So I have no clue about that. Is she got a channel?
Yeah, but she
a few.
She just deleted her last video again. So she makes them and then deletes.
Okay. But you know what? You've got it on your channel, which is good. So this is my advice. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be some people that will help you here in getting and garnering information. And even your enemies might too. I'll talk to you privately about that. But is to gather the information and have your attorney. Because how I feel here is how the Lori Vallow and the Letitia Stock case went. Think of how they did it. They crazy versus insane, right? Mm-hmm. If you bring a part of these things that she's saying and doing, and then bring that forth, what you're doing is painting a picture. There's something wrong. Yes, she's harassing you, but there's something wrong with her. You said it. You hit the nail on the head. This woman is self-sabotaging. She's getting off. It's like a narcissist in a way, right? They do these things. Well, she's doing it in a statistic type way, which is almost self-harm. She's self-harming herself because she's getting a kick out of it. If this is the census say, like, I don't know, maybe other people will say, yeah, the census is saying like this girl really needs help. She's harming herself in an unusual way. She might be not doing it with drugs that sometimes we see and we go, oh my goodness, or she might not be doing it by this, but she's doing it in these storytellings and saying crazy things about people and stuff like that. And so my point is, if you kind of build your case like they did in the Letitia Stock and Vallow case, crazy versus insane. We're not saying she's crazy. We're not saying she's insane. But indirectly, there's a gray line in between where you can pull in your own psychologist to review her things. There's so many people out there when you think of it. We've got a lawyer now on one of the panels. I think it's is it Queen Bee's panel who has that lawyer lady up? There's a lady that comes up. She's been very good. Anyways, I'll have to brainstorm.
There's Mysteria. What's her name?
Mystery Maven.
Mystery Maven. Yes.
Yes.
She's wonderful.
Exactly. Yeah. So, you could build some team people and keep it out of the public, because you never want to spill your beans. You never want to let her know what you're doing, or her defense team know. So that's going to be public. I'm just giving you suggestions, and then you can go behind scenes and start garnering and brainstorming even with the people on the panel or whatever. I don't know how long you've known them, and say, but why don't we present why don't we get this really a strong case? Because this has all got to stop. It's just so crazy. And I'm worried, because even though, she might be crying wolf and never do anything, but she might, or she might end up doing something to herself. We don't really know. We don't know
Right.
what the hell's going on. So that's one point. And then everything else she is saying about all of this medical stuff, that's easy to find out if it's the truth.
Right.
So your attorney could subpoena those kind of things. You know what I mean? Subpoena all of this to see if it's true or if it's fables. Because my whole point is, if she's making all this stuff up and all that, then she does really need help, doesn't she?
Yeah.
So that's how you could work on this case now, because you decided to do something. And I don't know how she's going to react, or if how she's going to be served and all that. She might just take it as everybody else. Oh, I got to cease and desist. And her, I don't know if she'll even speak on it. I really don't know. But I just am brainstorming, and me, I don't like to usually even come up on panels, but I love you to death. And, I don't know the whole story, but when I heard, she threatened your son, and that freaks me out. Like, that freaks me right out. And as far as anything you can grab, like if she's saying, I'm swatting you and all that, like I think you mentioned that she said that, keep all of that, because that's going to be your evidence in court. How's she going to defend herself?
That was towards Dolly Vision, not me.
But she's capable of doing it.
Threatened to kill entire panels filled with people. Like I have 5 of y'all on, there's 5 of us, including me. She hops back in and she says something along the lines of, and I don't know because I wasn't there, but I will kill all of you if, and whatever was said.
I remember hearing somewhere about that. What panel was she on when she said that?
I believe that was Queen's panel.
No, she was on her own, saying that
if
you come to my child or you show my child, I will kill you. Yeah.
If you show her child?
Yeah.
She does it. She shows her herself. She says her kid's name, his school, his the little groups, little Facebook groups for him and his friends. She puts all of that out there on the internet and then turns around and says people are doxing her. She put my address on the internet, on YouTube.
And then blamed it on somebody else.
And blamed it on Nicolina, which Nicolina did not do. And I wanted to let Nicolina know that, even though her and I never had spoken a day before that. And apparently we had a bunch of crap between us that, it was just bullshit that I didn't even really know about because I'd never spoken about her. I think I might have cussed her out once because it's something that happened between her and my husband. So you know how I am. I just run my mouth. It gets away with it. I surprise myself with some of the shit I say. But then she calls my husband's probation officer. And
she did call him.
She lies and lies, says that he's drinking on camera, driving, like on lives, drinking and doing drugs on his lives while he's driving.
I didn't know she actually went to the extent of calling him.
Says that he's making threats, like physical harm threats, things like that. And it wasn't good. It was just, I mean,
of course not.
Like I said, if the probation officer didn't know us the way she does, we might have been really fucked, because you not only endangered my child by putting my address on the internet, then you impersonate a real big deal private investigator. You create.
She impersonated?
She created a fake email address
and sent threatening emails and blackmail.
At probably 20 times or more with threat.
But it was coming from a PI?
It was coming from her. She was, and then she was
I'm confused.
She was
She
pretending to be the
she
PI.
acted like she was Jason Jensen.
And who's that?
He's a private investigator. He had a lot to do with looking into Gabby Petito's case. He had a lot to do with looking into Crystal and Kylan from.
Oh, okay. Wow. She does he know about that?
So,
Oh yeah.
and he knows
And
I emailed and I called him. I forwarded her email.
He can be on your team.
He had no clue, and he admitted to me that the email address that it was sent from was not him. He had no idea about it. He didn't know that it was
used somebody too high up. Oh
and
my God.
introduced herself as if she were him, and then she continued to, like, if you don't do this, I will do that, like blackmail.
Wow.
Threats.
I mean, he wouldn't even. That's not even his style. He wouldn't even, do something like that. Like, that's not how he would conduct himself. He's very private and low key.
And when I called and spoke with him on the phone, he was very kind. He was very understanding. I was afraid he would be mad at me because even though I didn't do it maliciously to hurt him, she involved him by acting as though she was him and speaking as
impersonating him. I mean, that's really bad. I mean, his name's out there, and he doesn't need that bad rap. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's just.
She went as far to mention
just one statement would clear that up if he wanted to, but he's going to do it. You work with him, and build all this evidence up is what I'm saying. Prepare yourself. Maybe it won't go anywhere, but prepare yourself. Build up your case, and I think in the short run, it's almost brain fart on Letitia's Al kind of said, if anything, I want her to be stripped of the last name. And that could be your kind of closing remark is, if anything, I think that she should have her internet privileges taken away. And I think that she needs to have psychiatric evaluation or something like that. That can all be done prior. And she needs some help, and she needs to be off the net. Now, I don't know, you don't know me, but it worked for me. 5 years ago, I had somebody who was really damaging me, and they can never go on the internet again, ever. And other things happen too. So, you can win in a way to alleviate and eliminate these people who are doing this on the internet. And this is what we want to do. There was a sign up for students to be able to just go out there and watch these types of people and try to get them help and get this stopped. I mean, that's what we need, but it didn't work. It was very interesting. They offered them, $5,000, and it was a program that they could do, but it just didn't work. It's almost like people want it, but not when it happens to you. Trust me, it's a horrible experience. And I really am sorry you're going through this, because I do know what it's like. I know you're tough and strong and you're not worried about it, but it's still bullshit that you don't need to go through. It's still stress you don't need to go through, and you shouldn't be going through this. And you're happy people. You're good people.
I mean, what would possess somebody to do the things that this person has done, not just only to me and my family, but to other people?
But because of what you had said, she is getting a kick out of it. She has this sickness that she's not maybe aware of, or is. It's like a narcissist, right?
Right.
That's exact. You hit the nail on the head when you said that.
Like,
go back and listen to your words, because it was exactly what I can agree on, and it was beautifully and well said, with diplomacy, with everything. You hit the nail right on the head. above and beyond all. I know that people are angry and saying this, but the way you said it was, that's what made me call. It just, I had to, because I just thought, and then I started thinking the strategy side to me, because that's what I do, problem solve, right? And I'm
Yeah.
always here if you ever want to.
Pretty
I have a
freaking
new
big
number,
deal.
by the way. I have a new number too, so I have to email you that. And you can always call me for brainstorming on problem solving or whatever. But keep under wraps who you have on your team. If it's investigators, lawyers that you're talking to, or whatever, don't say anything publicly. Keep it between people who you can trust, and don't allow your strategy to come out or who your team is, because the way these people think, she'll get another weird light bulb going off and try another tangent. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because that's all they are with her, is
Yeah.
tangents. But maybe they're not dangerous. I don't really know. I don't know if she has a criminal past. We don't know yet. I don't know, because I don't know this woman.
She yeah, but well, I mean, they are nothing charges. Like, okay, she has a couple speeding, a couple failure to register a motor vehicle. I think there's 2 drug charges. So there's nothing really that I
What
would
are the
say.
drug charges? What kind of drugs?
It is. So we have.
You don't have to say it.
marijuana and cocaine or something like that.
Well, that's pretty serious.
I know there was a marijuana charge, and
not only that, it's not what she's done in the past, it's what she's doing in the future. I mean, her taking on a credible private investigator's name, making up emails, and then sending threatening blackmail emails in his name.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
So
I mean, I'm in that field. If somebody did that to me, well, that I would just go ballistic. You know what I mean?
She's trying to discredit this very credible person who has worked very hard to be what he is.
Yeah.
And he doesn't. She's made up stories about him. They were married and they were dating and this and
what?
that. And the guy doesn't even know.
No.
He doesn't even know her. Like, he doesn't know her real name.
Oh my God.
He doesn't know her real name or anything, or even really where she lives.
And there's videos. We have the link. There's a channel called Tree Hugger who is amazing and has everything you could ever want to learn about this woman on her channel.
You need to grab all of that. You need to talk to her,
So,
and you need to grab all of that stuff.
She has
your lawyer.
Unlawful possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of controlled substances, exception 35 grams or less of marijuana or synthetic cannabinoid, 3rd-degree assault. She authorized or knowingly permitted person to drive motor vehicle who had no legal rights. So basically, she let somebody that was not allowed to drive. Maybe they had no license or were suspended or maybe too young. She allowed some
sense is not there. Like, who doesn't renew your license and stuff like that? But the deeper ones, the assault ones, the drug ones, these are things that can be used to prove and build up your case that she hasn't got common sense, sound mind, whatever the attorneys use or whatever you want to think of. You know what I mean? There's another point I want to make out, because I implement this a lot in my with my cases, and when they're finally going to court and we've gone through the sessions and blah blah blah, is one of the things that we implement is when you have restrictions, so it could be a restraining order, you can apply if it's proven that she abuses, let's say, prescription drugs, or even if it's Tylenol with codeines, or even if it's marijuana, cocaine, or whatever, you can have that also a place of it, that she's only to be able to take medications that are prescribed to her. So if she's caught with anything, she's breaching her conditions, right? A lot of people forget that. They might add the weapons ones on or something like that. So I just wanted to, as my mind's thinking, to put that out.
No, I appreciate it. The only other one was a disorderly conduct, like disturbance. So, like I said, they were mostly like motor vehicle type issues. However, she did have the two, the one drug paraphernalia, the one possession, and then the with the assault. I mean, it's nothing major that I would think would make me major. Yeah, I mean,
any kind of assault is violence, and it's not taken lightly, especially
right.
Assault 1 or 2. You have to find out what it is, what the conditions were. Was it dropped, dismissed? I don't really know if she got anything.
It doesn't say. Usually, it'll say adjudicated or dropped.
Well, your attorney can get all of that. All of the information, and really dive. You're going forward with something. You have to really deep dive and get somebody who is an attorney that may take on these types of cases. There are quite a few now because of the internet type of trolling that is going on. I used to use a media manager. That's what I used to use. That protected me, that if anyone did this, that's one angle, but you have to pay them a lot, and they're always there for you in advice, and they're like attorneys, right? But there are attorneys out there now who work on this type of work, that they're specifically on this type of work, and maybe this particular investigator can help you out at what kind of a counseling you could use. Obviously you would want restitution back, and you might have to find out her financial stability there. Don't expect a lot, because a lot of these people, they're on disability or whatever, but if they have to pay $30 for the rest of their life to pay it back, they have to pay it back, right? Instead of lawsuits. That's how you do it. And that's what they offered me, as restitution. They offered me restitution because I lost a lot of money and a lot of hardware, and I did something. I counteracted on another agreement and arrangement that was done, right? Because these people who left, right, I'm suing, they have no money. And sometimes, like, if you go to an attorney and you're wanting to do something, they want $70,000 up front. Like, who has $70,000? You're going to put a mortgage up on your house? No. But there are people out there. I'll think about it too and brainstorm and see what my resources are in your area, if I can find any, and I'll let you know. And oh my God, girl, it's just. But for now, I would suggest this advice: is I know you want to just chit chat and everything, but is not to talk about her, not to defame her, not to say this, not to say that, because it's going to look bad if she records, or she's in the room right now listening, to be able to use it against you. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Instead, just be yourself, do your campfires, do you still have your bunnies and all that?
I have one. Thankfully, the other 15 were adopted out.
Wow.
They just all happened to be here one day. You never know what you're gonna find, though. But I did.
And you got a new rescue. I saw him.
I rescued a dog.
I know. I saw that. I saw the video. Like, I was in Mexico, but it's not like I don't watch, or I catch up. A lot of times I hardly catch lives. Like, I don't know what happens. Like, my notifications come in after, because I could be in a different time zone or whatever, right? And or I'm doing my thing, and then I'll finally listen to you or Matt or something like that. Matt kills me. He's so funny. I swear to God, that one he did with the blonde wig, I think it was PG. Oh my God, I am dying. Like, he's so funny with his parodies. I have to watch his other new parody that he's just done. I haven't had a chance. But he's so
He wore one of my bras in one of his videos.
Oh, it was hilarious.
Okay, so you
hilarious.
Yeah, it's hysterical when you're having a serious conversation with your husband and he's on your side of the dresser just fiddling around and you don't think anything of it. And next thing you know, oh my God, her love hurts. Next thing you know, he says, "Hey babe, I need a bra." And you're just like,
the wig though, the wig.
Yeah, the wig is
I got adjusted and it's on him, right? Okay. And he looks at me and he says, "Can you please get my wig for me? And will you brush it?" And
oh my God.
I'm just
it was like, so funny.
Why? And then the worst part about this is that one day I was just flipping around looking through Amazon and I literally sat there and I was like, I should probably get Matt a new wig. And then I was like, no, I'm not contributing. I'm not contributing to this madness.
No, do it. It's so good. I love it. I love his parodies. His parodies allow him to get away with it. And that's why comedians, when we have comedians, they can say what they want. I was listening to a comedian the other night about the pandemic and how he expressed how we lived through it. And he did it in such a crazy way, which was truthful. And Matt does that, even for example, I caught a little bit of his live just prior to coming in here, and then I saw your live, and he's talking about BK or whoever it is. If he does it, and it was kind of like a parody, but if he sticks it to the parody, you can't get in trouble. You really can't. Think of it. You can't really get in trouble.
Yeah.
And Savage is really good about that. Savage, she does these parody nights. She had Tiffany, a girl named Tiffany on one night.
I've never really seen.
My God.
I swore off YouTube after Marissa crap.
Yeah, her group will get funny on those parodies. They all.
Oh my God,
they're so funny.
She's so funny. She did a Tiffany Marie. And the girl looks exactly like her and acted like her. I had to wait about 10 minutes in to know if it really was her. She was different. and I like watching Savage on this kind of things. Her I love the parodies. And I don't think you can't really get into trouble when you think about it. It's like when we roast, you're supposed to be a good sport about it. But people have lost the knack to roasting and just come up here and done bashing. And so the bashing part is the part that's going to trigger them to counter bash. And it's just going to be, screaming fits at the end of the day. And so.
And that's definitely not my intention.
No. And that's why I'm calling, because I know you. I know your heart.
This is definitely not
want the innovation and the fighting. Like I always say, I am an asshole, and I'm never ever going to deny that because I am. Especially if you piss me the fuck off. But I would much rather have fires and take you guys to concerts, or like we went to Lion Country Safari, and I went live, and everybody got to see all the animals and go on the trip, like the drive-through tour.
Yep, I love it.
I love this, I've taken you guys to do karaoke. I sing horrible, but hey, we had fun. It's just, I just want to have fun and hang out. You guys, like, you donate your time to me, literally, like anything in this world you guys could be doing, but it's been 3.5 hours and you guys have literally dedicated that much time of your life to me today. That means a lot to me. That means more than anything that I can ask for, because you could do anything and yet here you guys are, and that's special that you guys aren't like people. I hate when people say, "Oh, you guys are subscribers," or this and that. You guys are like you're my YouTube family
because you're genuine.
You guys are. She got me.
You're genuine.
And it does mean a lot. And so the last thing I want to freaking do is have this Fruit Loop coming after me and talking shit and endangering my child by putting my address on the internet, or trying to take my husband away from me and getting him arrested. My God, I look messed up.
That's really bad. I did not know.
mean,
I thought it was just chitter chatter that she was going to do it, because I'm thinking, okay, how can I interject here if she's going to do this without her coming at me? Because the last thing is I need this woman to come at me. She better not come at me, because you know me, I'll just be at your door with the police.
Right.
You know, I don't mess around. You know, I'm the silent cat. I'm very silent.
I know you are. You're like, there's been plenty of times that you watch from the bushes. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. That's probably the smartest thing.
That's definitely what I do.
Because what I did was just square off YouTube. Because of
no offense, but I also don't need the backlash. You know, I remember one certain creator. The only person they is friends with her, with them, is me, and it's like that's not true. But you know, a lot of times it's because I don't know how to interject. Like sometimes I do. Like the other night, I came to wish you a happy Mother's Day and stuff like that. Sometimes I just don't know how to, because it's not. I'd rather talk from person or bring in something concrete, like just a simple sentence, like, you know, she sounds like a dangerous person, but I'm not really a chatterer. I come in and I say hello and I just listen, unless I start to other people in chat start to talk to me or something like that. Then we'll have a little bit of a conversation going on, right? But most of the time, I'm the person I'm a shadow. I'm the voice in the shadow.
And we've had very good conversations, you and I, you know.
Oh yeah, we've had hours and hours.
So yeah, and I appreciate it and I enjoy it. And anytime I've ever had a question or I was confused about something, you never hesitated to respond to me and answer, and that meant a lot, because you know you don't have to.
Well, it's not that I don't have to; it's because I want to. I care, and that's the bottom line. Like, you know, I was going to come to Florida, and then all of the mess happened in the storm, and that's when I offered you the house, but then everything was okay. And I just thought, well, you know, you have a choice. I just didn't want you to suffer. I'm not going to throw out tons of cash or anything like that. I'm going to offer you something that's really solid if that's what you needed. But I tell you, when Matt went out there in that storm, I was freaking the fuck out. It was like, are you crazy? He's going to try and go and fix somebody's fence in a tornado. I just was like, what the hell do you think you are, Iron Man, Superman? It's like, oh man, I felt like grabbing him by the ear and pulling him in and say, what's wrong with you? Knock it out.
Yeah, it's funny because I couldn't record when I was out there the whole time, but he and I were both out there
that was
for
so
majority
dangerous.
of the time. And at one point, I don't know if right before my phone, because all the Verizon towers went down. So right before my phone died and wouldn't connect anymore, I went like this, and all of a sudden part of my house goes flying off, like the light.
Anything could have flown at him. That was my concern.
The house.
So it reminded me of like those sportscasters that go out there.
I know. I'm outside.
I'm gonna be a hero. I'm gonna go do this, and then I'm thinking,
fly away, and he's going to get a freaking drill, and we're running around.
I just kept on thinking, anytime metal could come flying at him, I was so terrified that something was going to happen to him.
It did. He was cut. He was bleeding everywhere. I can't tell you how many things I got smashed in the head with. What do you do? I mean, you have to do things. You can't.
But you don't do it during the storm. You know that the tornado is going to leave in maybe 5-10 minutes, then go out. Not during the storm.
It was we had the strongest part of the hurricane, so we had 155, 160 mile an hour winds, and it lasted about 12 hours. So it wasn't 5 minutes.
Oh, I didn't know it was that long.
It was a long time, but
I remember when you went down the laundries road.
Do you remember that big, that
and
hole?
I thought I was so shocked to see the damage on the road, and then how you went without just being supportive. What do you need and everything? And it didn't click who you were to him and everything, and then for him to thank you, it was amazing. That was so amazing what you did. And that's when I think I asked you, do you need any supplies, because you're running around and this and that, and I'm trying to think, I'm going, how am I going to get it to you? Amazon's not going to do it. Nothing's open and all that. I just felt so powerless.
Everything.
I have a lot of friends there.
Bad. People say to take out enough money to get you through a month should something like this happen. And we went 28 days in my house without power. So
do you have a generator now?
No. They are expensive, and we still have
I know. I had them for the house that I was going to let you stay in, and they're very expensive. I mean, that's a 5,000 square foot house, so you can imagine. So we would just make sure that it was going to generate the certain things. Now we switched over because of certain storms. We switched over to, let's say, propane stoves and propane lighting and all that, because now we have to think about these storms, especially around the regions of where you lived. I used to live in Tampa. When I lived in Tampa, we never had a storm ever. And then I moved, and 2 years later, that's when
it was going, and
everything happened.
It was what came here was going straight there, and at the last second, it just said,
it decided to bend
right here. So I remember when the eye hit, and that was the second time I'd ever experienced the eye of the storm, and it wasn't like the first time. The first time was beautiful and calming and silent and dreary kind of, but there was something beautiful about it. This time it slowed down and it got quiet.
Oh yeah.
And the winds were probably I want to say we're still around 80 to 100 miles an hour. The wind was really, really the worst. The rain didn't stop all the way, but it stopped coming down. Like, it didn't hurt. And I said, this is the eye. And it wasn't normal because it was such a severe, strong storm.
Yeah.
But right that way, like literally, if you walk to my door and look to the left, there's a park, and they just spent millions of dollars redoing the entire park. And there's a tennis court, and it's caged in with a big giant fence. So what we ended up doing was taking, giant pieces of fencing, people's screen houses just flew like intact right off their houses. Everything that we could, we just drug it over and put it into the fenced area, because if it's there, it can't fly and hurt anybody or their houses. I mean, in times like that, you have to stick together. And
there's another trick. I've been in quite a few tornadoes myself, and when I was in my first tornado, my son was 6 months old, and we were just renovating a house, and so there was a lot of construction around, and we heard this tornado was very, very bad. It hit Ontario. It went through quite a lot of regions, and then it was coming towards my area, and like you said, there's a calm before the storm. And I remember looking up, and this was a tip that I learned through a few tornadoes: when the sky kind of goes yellowish, like something's not good. And so it was really quiet, really calm, but you couldn't hear any birds. Nothing. It was weird.
Like, oh God, it's dreary. It's just.
And I lived on I lived near a lake, and birds were all the time. And then all of a sudden, it was like, I thought it was didn't have trains, but all of a sudden it felt like a train.
And it almost sounds
like, you can't hear it. It was coming in the sky. So I kept on thinking, is that thunder? Well, that's a hell of a long thunder. And it was like a rumbling. And then I could feel my feet At first, I thought it was an earthquake. And then all of a sudden, I realized, uh-oh. And so I ended up going down into the basement because it was that our basement was we moved our house over, so our house was built where we had the foundation built, and so that's all concrete, and then we lifted the house on top and renovated it from there. So I knew that would be a safe area, and I went under the strongest part of the beams of the house because there were railway ties, and I saw it coming through, and I couldn't even see out my window. And finally it passed, and we had just finished. I had a 3/4 of an acre, and we just finished putting in evergreen trees, these baby ones, all the way along, so it would be a hedge eventually. First thing I see is not one of them are there. They're all gone. The second thing I see is my patio flowers, which had begonias in it. Not one leaf was off. Then I went outside and I saw the devastation, and I could see the path of the way the tornado went, right? But my point being is, after that happened and, you know, the rescue teams and all the sorts of people came out, we had culverts, very deep ditches. And they said, if you're ever trapped outside, go in the ditch because they bounce over. They don't go in a crevice.
Right.
And they just don't. They bounce over them. So that's what I wanted to share. It's a long story, but yeah, you
my
can.
first tornado was up north in Pennsylvania, and it was it looked like, you know, you go down these little steps under my porch, and you open the door, and then it's all dirt floor or dirt ground. It's my water heater was down there. It wasn't a basement or anything like that, but you shut the door and it's the size of my entire house at that point. So of course I had chickens and turkeys. So we rounded up all of my birds and we took them all under the house, because I'm not going to have my birds flying away in a tornado. No. I'm neurotic. I can't help it. So here I am. Kids are down there. Everything, you know, that they could take with them. They took a couple birds, and then I'm out there when it starts coming closer and the winds are picking up, and I'm catching everybody and dragging all the animals downstairs, and we stayed under the house until it went by. But it was very loud. It was very it was a very awesome experience, I think, just because it was my first tornado I'd ever experienced, and it was definitely like scary, but it was also very beautiful to see how Mother Nature can actually just go from just so perfect and calm to just like, I am going to show you what I can do. I'm going to destroy everything. And it does. I mean, you never think you're going to see your neighbor's car just fly down the road, but they do.
When I was in Dubois, they control the weather there. And it was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen in my life. So they do two methods there. And what they do is, Dubois is a desert, as you know, and so they have a problem with drought and fruits and vegetables, and the farmers aren't able to grow. So what they do, and I witnessed this 2 times, and I actually have it on film, and I did verify if it was true. So what they do is, they're kind of like helicopters. They kind of look like a Hornet. They're big yellow helicopters, and there's only one of them, and they have the front and then kind of like a stinger that comes out. And I'm watching this and I'm thinking, because I'm in Dubois, I don't know what their Coast Guards look like, blah, blah, blah. I'm only there for the first few days. And then all of a sudden I see these little white things shooting out, and I'm thinking, what the hell are those, right? And they just kept on going straight along. So very, very slow. And then I noticed when I went on my rooftop, I rented an Airbnb, a house there. I noticed that the clouds were really bizarre. It was like they were fake clouds. I'm not kidding you. They just didn't look real, and they didn't move. And so, long story short, what they do is, the reason why they do that is to keep the land cool, because if it gets too hot, then they can't grow things, right? The second thing they do to help the drought, now I didn't see this, how they do it, but I experienced it. They shoot these. It's done by it's almost playing with the weather. Like they can create a cyclone. I actually think the cyclone is being created that's in Bangladesh right now, from learning from this from Dubai, the big one they want to wipe out all the migrants. I think this is how they're doing it. Just my opinion. I know it sounds like a conspiracy.
No,
but
true. I know it's true. They can manipulate the weather.
What they do is they shoot these electronic, some sort of electricity into the sky, and then it creates rain. But when it rains, and I got caught in it, and when it rains, it's like monsoon rains. It's the heaviest downpour that you have ever seen. And I was driving and I went, oh my God, I got to get off. And it flooded all the roads, and where my house was all flooded. And it took about 2 or 3 days to unwind. So what they do is it rains, it really pours hard. And then it rains for about 2 or 3 days, very light. And it's just like normal rain, but it's annoying. And that's to help the drought. So they control the weather there. And so, when I hear about these storms now, I question, especially the way the pattern is. Now, this is why I question it. When they did this, I was there for Christmas and New Year's. And when I was at New Year's, I said, thank goodness it's not like last New Year's. I said, what happened? They said, well, they controlled the weather. They made it rain, but they didn't take into factor how many days it takes, usually 3 days to 4 days, that it's going to roll into New Year's. It ruined New Year's because it rained. So it was rained out, and tourists want to go there. I mean, it was the most magical experience of my life to bring in New Year's there, right? So my question is I don't know if the Florida one was man-made, but I know that they are doing this for sure.
Mm-hmm. There's plenty of research and proof to back up exactly what you're saying. I've known about it for quite a while.
I saw it with my own eyes in Dubai.
People think that you're like,
I'm a walking testimony for that. Like because I said to my landlord, I said, what the hell? And then he says, oh, that's what they do to create clouds. And they look so fake. I mean, when I was in Mexico, I could see the real clouds and they're moving and everything like that. And I keep visually, because I took pictures. I have pictures that, I don't usually share them because then I get the conspiracy people and on my Twitter and all that. I just don't do it because I've been blackbarred so many times. In fact, they blocked me on some of the stuff that I was trying to send out, and they were nothing. It was just fun stuff. Like, this is Dubai, right? I think they let me do a few videos because a few of my friends said, oh, she's in Dubai now, right? I just don't go there. I
hear it's so beautiful. I've always wanted to go to Dubai.
It is so weird. So I don't know if you've ever been to Vegas.
Nope.
Okay, well, if you've experienced Vegas, imagine it 5-10 times more elaborate than Vegas, and the architectural designs of the building are breathtaking, but it's divided into 3 emirates, actually 4, because Old Town is considered 4. And so you have the midsection, which is Jumeirah Beach, which is where I was. That's where all the millionaires live. And then 10 minutes is downtown core, and it's all these amazing buildings. The architectural design is incredible. You can, YouTube what it's like, right? I think on my Twitter, when I'm arriving, I did a Twitter post. I'm arriving. I don't know, somewhere I did my lives or something when I was there. And then each emirate is made. It's man-made. And where I was, I liked because it was a beach and you could have a walk and everything like that all the way up and down, and people could bike ride and picnic, and it was really nice. And then you could go downtown. Then the first emirate is where the Ferris wheel is, and the man-made kind of area where you can yacht and boat and everything like that. So it's divided, and then there's Old Town, and I liked Old Town the best because it was quarter of the price. It was the infrastructure is really good there of roads. The one thing that's bad about Dubois is the infrastructure is really bad. The way they built the roads and everything like that, it's just really hard. But they're implementing a new infrastructure that will be done in 10 years that will go from the first emirate to the last emirate, where they will have walkways and all sorts of stuff, but that's 10 years from now. So if you want to go to Dubois, I would say wait 10 years. Wait 10 years.
I'll probably take about that long before I can afford to get out there anymore.
You're going to need a lot of money because a bottle of water is $8, pops $7, hamburgers $27, salads are $27. Everything is so expensive there. It's insane. Like my sister and her husband wanted to go for a week. I said, well, you better, because they want to eat out and they want to stay in the best hotels, blah, blah, blah. I said, you're looking at $5,000 to $8,000 for 1 week.
I was going to say a week is more than I can afford. That's insane.
Well, I was able to do it on a budget.
So I'm just going to live vicariously through anything that you share with us, because I'm never going to be going there. It's like beautiful though, and everything looks magical and beautiful in movies and whatnot. But I would really like to go, to be honest with you.
It was a really great experience, and I think what I really liked and appreciated is because a lot of people said, I live in a very multicultural community, Muslims, Iranians, you name it, I have it all. And so I have a lot of kindness and everything like that. But if I go outside my bubble, forget it, But over there, everybody is so nice. The Egyptian men, they were talking to me like I would never have had this happen at home. They were so helpful. They were so kind. And there's a great rule there. So if you leave something behind, like your phone, and I kept on leaving my phone and I would freak out, the objective is that if you touch it and you pick it up, you've got to return it to the person either immediately if you can, or take it to the police. If you don't, you will get charged. So you will see bags on the ground and nobody would touch anything. Nobody would touch anything because it's against their faith. They would think that the gods are going to get them. So some of the rules that they have are strict, but I thought it was great because so many times I would forget my purse is beside me or this or that, and hold on. And I had store people running after me, oh, you left this, you left that. Whereas when I was in, where was I traveling one place? Oh, when I was in Thailand, I left my camera. I was buying these cute t-shirts and I left it on the shelf. And I thought, I'm never going to see it again. But luckily it was in a store. But in Thailand, you leave something, it's gone in seconds. Like I had, you have to take your shoes off when you go to the store. And I went in to get my pedicure done. I come out, my flip-flops are gone. You know what I mean? So,
oh my God.
Different places, right? And Mexico, everybody was so kind and so nice. They were like the real sense of family. They work hard and they're just so kind. And I loved it so much. And I didn't know if I would, because I've been to Mexico many times. I used to take my kids there and it was always but touristy places and all that. But this time I rented a car and I drove from the top to the bottom, and then I went sideways and then up and all around, and leaving Summers posters everywhere, and a few other kids too that I have heart.
Oh yeah, Duchess, you were gone when she Miss Harmony came in. She leaves pictures of Summer Wells at borders.
Summer is everywhere. I can name off many Canadian states. Now I also had support too, because when we got wind that she could be in Canada, it was like the Brian Laundrie thing. Remember how he was going to come across in Canada? I ended up contacting Border Control. I ended up doing a whole bunch of stuff, making sure that if he did try to get through, then he wasn't going to get through. His picture was all over the place in Canada, just in case, because actual place that he was going to be was the city I was going to live in. And you know what happened with the Brian Laundrie thing with me, right? So I got very concerned.
You were threatened or you were lied.
He got attached to me. Yeah, he got attached to me, you know? So like, wow, you know, it's like.
I watched that live, and Marissa had such a heyday over that situation, and it was absolutely disgusting. Well, because it could have been a prank, but
it wasn't a prank.
It may have been the truth, you know.
It was the truth. And
nobody knew on our end. But I'm happy that you did. But I mean, like on our end, it was we were just like, oh my gosh, you know, isn't it? We had no clue.
It was him. But there's something.
And for her to attack you on things that she said.
People are going to attack. It's like I've had people on who.
It's horrible.
I have had people on who have interviewed that were part of the family, and people don't believe it. As far as that was concerned, I wasn't expecting that. If you can remember, I was almost blind at that time, so I had somebody up to help read, and so I had already been in correspondence with him, and so I wasn't anticipating that he was going to come on. But the reason why he came on was because of what TNT did, showing so much love. Even though I don't know how she did it, but he wanted her to do something. And so that's how it all started. And he came in the chat, and I've got his confession in that chat. It's hidden. And
I remember
like that.
It
was scary. He protected me from that crazy. And I had to call Dog, the bounty hunter. And I left Dog a message just to verify if that was him. He called me immediately, like not even like 15 seconds had gone by, and he had called me, and I've got everything on the record. Everything is recorded, and I see how they're unraveling everything, and everything's right so far. Everything that the Petitos are doing is correct. So that's why I haven't got myself involved, because at this point they know everything. They know now with Bertinelli, we know that he knew. I knew. Brian told me he knew. Brian at that point in time wanted to fire him, and all sorts of stuff was going on. But the whole thing about that is that he wasn't dead at that point in time. And I have a couple of other people who had correspondence that he was alive. So that's what's the most interesting bullet to the story. There's so much there, but I don't really want to say, because then
I remember
but my conscience
between
says,
you and Matt.
Well, I've had some good counseling and good talks with people, and said, listen, you know, should we come out with this? And I keep saying, let's just see how it unfolds in the legal system. And so far, they're unfolding everything. They know everything. The Petitos know everything. I don't need to tell them. If they get stuck at something, that's when I can say, hey, you know,
right.
Here's so far they're right about everything.
Realize that, but Miss Harmony, she knows more than I think a lot of people that are supposed to know the things that she knows. She knows more than they do. She has been completely 100% involved, and not even because she chose to be, because it kind of just happened.
Exactly.
And it's amazing. It's amazing. That's all I can say. It's amazing. Like I said, we couldn't talk, so it was cryptic conversations, but it was enough to explain how extremely crazy and just like.
Do you remember in the chat, if you were in that live, he explained his manifest. He explained everything in great detail. And then I read out the emails, right? This is the thing that disappoints me about the whole thing. If I can share this, and this will be the first time I've shared it, okay? Is that it's hard when you are dealing with a murderer, okay? But I deal with them every single day. You have to leave your empathy. You have to give your support. I mean, I even did it with Don Wells, right? You just do. You have to try and, get them to a point of either turning themselves in like we were trying to do with Brian, or with Don, getting the support he needs to rehabilitate himself if this is his wish to have his children back, yada, yada. And so it's different in my line of work, but if they cross the line, then because I can hold them accountable. Like, it's like, this is what you're offered. Here's the services, yada, yada, yada. If you don't do that, it's not going to look good for you in court. Right. So we got Brian to a point of wanting to turn himself in, and then Dog betrayed him. We got him an attorney who was willing to take him on, and everything was rolling really well. And then he confessed. So when he first came in the room, he confessed, and we thought, he's a nut job, like a troll. There's just no way. And people were asking him questions, but he spilled the beans. So when the manifesto came out, I was so angry. And the reason why I was angry is because I got really close. I got to his heart, his core, his goals, what his everything was. I got the truth right down to every detail. And he lied in his manifesto. And one of the things I said, which was really weird, is I said, you need to write. Like, he wanted to write his mom. He wanted TNT to deliver the letter. I don't know where she.
I don't know if you guys remember, but TNT was in here earlier, and I said hi to her. That is a
lovely lady. I love her. I got to contact her. I've been traveling so much. I want to see how she's doing.
She was here earlier. I just wanted to make sure that they understood that that was the same TNT that you were speaking of.
Yeah. What she did for me was because she lived not too far, I asked her if she would have boots on the ground and do some filming. And that's how we Nicole and Matt, we hooked up because TNT went over. I said, who is that guy? Go up to him, right? And ever since then, it's been family. You know what I mean?
Such a nice.
She's wonderful. I got to find out how everything is with her. I've got to catch up on all my friends. So when he wrote what he wrote, I was so pissed off because I said to him, if you're going to write something, write the truth. If you're going to finally write your manifesto, write the truth. So I knew what was in his bag, everything. He told me what he had carried. And I said, just write, your thoughts out. And when I heard about the manifesto, I was so disappointed how he wasn't true to his own self at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Here you're leaving, but you didn't write it as you told it to us in the chat that night. You told the truth. Why wouldn't you tell the truth then? And it really hurt. It really, really, really hurt bad for me.
I can understand that because you got to know him in a personal manner, so you were more connected.
I mean, you lose respect when you hear about somebody, how they killed somebody, but this was beyond respect. I don't even know how to put it in words, how it was beyond. Just, if you're gonna, it's like, I don't understand with crimes, and I see this quite often in my work, is just admit it. Like, Letitia, you should have said sorry at the end. You didn't. Or Laura, you should have said sorry at the end. You know that this shit's all going out. Then just say, where's the child? Or, yes, I did it. Because you're going to go away for life anyways. Go away to life with a clean slate. I don't get it. I just don't get it. You know, that part I just don't get of that person. And I asked convicts
there's
after they're in jail. I say, why didn't you? It's just like if Brian didn't die and that manifesto was found, I would say, why did you do that? Like, why would you do that? And that's what I say sometimes to these people who just don't admit it. It's like, why? You know you did it. You've confessed to me or you've confessed to your attorney or whatever, but you won't do this. Like, why do you want to go into jail like this? I just wish that's what I wish. I just wish if you're going to go down and you're going to go to jail for life or get the death penalty, just admit it. Give the family a break, you know, just admit you're wrong. You know what I mean? I've had to come up and admit my wrong. I was trapped. I was blackmailed. So I had to come up and tell what my blackmailer said because I was so naive to the streets. I was so scared that I had to admit to everything he said because he said he threatened my life. He found my kid. I mean, I went through a nightmare. He went to my friend, all sorts of stuff. So it was real life what I went through before swatting was going on. And so he said, this is what you need to do. So you're coming up on my panel and this is what you're going to say. And so I did. I said everything. But there was a few people who said, there's something not right. I just don't believe it. And then finally, a few years later, someone had me up on the panel and they said, I wrote them. I confided in them. And I said, this is what happened. They went, oh, my God. And they brought me back up on panel. And they said, she had to say this because she was under this like gun against her head. And that's how I kind of redeemed myself. And I apologize. I mean, you know, but I just wish, that's what I wish. If you do something, you can make an apology. That's fine, but don't do it again. Like, learn your lesson. Don't move on to the next person. Or if you've really done something, then just say where the kids are or where like it's just like with Summer. If somebody is out there and they do get caught, I just hope that they say, oh, this is all crap and drag you through a trial and all that. Like, what for? Drag me. Okay, so drag you through the trial, because there's one thing in court I don't know if you're aware of. This was an example in the Trezell's case. I don't know if you know the West Boys, because it's coming to a close. They did the prosecutor's closing argument today, and tomorrow will be the defense. So one of the children came up and they really got flack for this. I feel very bad. But when they made the statements at the beginning, they were coerced. So nothing was true. They went along with what they were coerced in. No, I see my brothers, and no one killed them. And then when they read the statements, he goes, I don't recall that. I don't remember that. So he told the truth, and that's was a nail in the coffin. It was his testimony. So my point is that no matter what you say and bullshit you say and lies and deception and blah, 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 it's the moment you enter the court, they give you that opportunity to retract and tell the truth, right up to the bitter end, right up to that end. And before the trial starts, usually, is when you can state this is really what happened. But a lot of people don't do this. A lot of people don't, but there are people who do that. And then it's, it can help with your sentencing. It can help with a lot of things. I mean, these people who have to investigate, they go through a lot of work, I mean, look at all of the details that they did with these cases with Valo and Letitia. I kind of knew with the Letitia. I have a Letitia story too.
I have somebody in this chat that would probably hump your leg if you told her.
She can go listen to it on my channel. So what happened was, again, I was doing a live random, And as curators, we never know who's going to come up on panel. We didn't know that Brian was going to come up on panel that night and all sorts of shit, right? So this lady comes up. Her name is Mrs. Jones. Shanice is what she went by. And we were talking about it. I was stripping everything down. I was the one that kept on looking at the videotape and said, I see Gannon's shadow. He's come out of the car. And I know in my heart of hearts, once he went in that door, it was his death sentence for a few days. And everybody was going, no way, no way, no way. And at the end of the day, what does she end up saying? She missed it. Anyways, Mrs. Joan comes into my chat and she's doing like the Brian thing and trying to get my attention. And the chat's going, somebody's in here who knows. And she ended up befriending Letitia. And I have it all up on chat, her live. It's really bad. The sound is really bad. I tried to make it better and all the text. And what ended up scaring her was Letitia was trying to figure out an escape plan. And we heard that in the trial. And I'm surprised this didn't come up, but Mrs. Jones lives out in California. And she, Letitia, wanted to go to her house and have her put her up. It's like, that's when she went, holy shit. I'm not going to have this wackadoodle come to my house. So she shared her whole story and everything like that. And she handed everything in. And I actually wondered if she was going to be a witness, but she wasn't. But it's all up there. It's all up there. It's crazy. Like, you know, that's why I don't do lives anymore and everything.
What's the name of your channel?
Huh?
What's the name of your channel?
Here it is.
Miss Harmony.
I just dropped it.
Same as my name.
I put it in the.
I haven't done videos for a very long time. What I usually do now is I kind of just do, I round everything up into sort of like a story, like, you know, a documentary journalist story using maybe news clips or whatever. With the Letitia one, I did a good one. My stepmother killed me, and I really dug, and I've got all sorts of footage if you ever want to see about when when Al's brother got involved and the family got involved, phone conversations, like they knew it all. Al knew it the second or third day. Maybe it was when they brought the luminol in, that was the end of it. Like he knew right away. It was pretty quick when he knew it, and that's when he started to do the wire tapping. And I have all of that up. So it was really interesting how when I was sleuthing, how I sleuthed, and a lot of it came up in testimony, you know, about everything. It was like, oh yeah. And then with her multiple personalities, it was like, I've seen this. My clients have tried to pull this shit on me. And the thing is when you are sitting there, oh, I am now queen, whatever, booba. And I didn't know they came in the room and I shot them. And then you blink out of it, right? If you blink out of it and then you're told, you just said this, what would your reaction be as a human being if you were an alter ego and then found out that you shot and killed somebody and did this, and then you came to your normal state? What would your reaction be?
Complete disbelief, devastation. I don't know. I mean, if I unknowingly did something and then it was proven to me and it presented to me in a way that I believed it, I would just be overwhelmed with oh my God, devastation. I don't even.
And that's exactly right.
I would actually probably request the death penalty.
Yeah, I couldn't live.
And that's norm. That is when you are beyond psychosis, beyond, because you wouldn't know. And then when you're told you did this, then you would just be going, kill me now, shoot me now. And,
Yeah.
and Letitia didn't do any of this, so I knew right away. And I have clients who do this, and I have a client who actually is really like that. They're kleptomaniac, and but they're not aware of it. They're not aware of
Right.
them going in and stealing something, and it's not even in his character. But what we found out was the root of the problem was when they were younger, they didn't have food. And so he would see his mother going and taking a can of tuna from the store or something like that. And so I guess it triggered his memory when he was, in hard times to do this, but he wasn't conscious. He did it, would it be subconsciously? And then he would get stopped and go, "What the hell?" And then he would drop it, and he would put his arms up, say, take me in, right? So that's the normal reaction. If you're not aware of something, then when you come out of the hypnotic state or whatever state that you were in, you're going to freak out. And Letitia didn't do that at all. And that doctor's a cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Anyways, I've studied her a long time ago when I had to do psych stuff, and she was into this hypnosis. And I really believe that we didn't see the scene of the filming, but I think she put her under some hypnosis or something like that. Or it was just she played along the game, because I couldn't hear the audio. It was so terrible. But I don't know, maybe you can clarify if you listen to it. Does the doctor speak in her language at some point in time, whatever it was, Russian or German?
I don't know. Hey, Mama, can you click the link and come up?
Oh, Mama Bear. I love Mama Bear.
Sweetest lady. I posted your link for her, but if you would like to come up and talk with Miss Harmony, but I do have a question before she abandons us for the evening. But I would love for you to come up and say a couple of things, because you are very well versed in this case, and Miss Harmony is amazing.
Which case are we talking about? We've talked about so many tonight.
Well, we're talking about Letitia right now.
Oh my God! Letitia.
She has told me so many different things, because I wasn't up to date with the case, and she has pretty much followed it from the moment it happened.
Yeah, me too.
She says Dr. Lewis is also a joke in her own field research. That doctor. Come on, Mama. I know you wanna.
You know, Mrs. Jones, how she actually met Letitia?
How?
Mrs. Jones was married and had a son, and lived around the block from Letitia's house. And her son was a little bit younger, but also a bit special needs. And they were divorced from her husband. So her husband would have the son for full-time custody. And then Mrs. Jones would go sometimes there, or her son would go there. And he played with him for not too long because of the age, because he was allowed to go out on his bicycle, later and stuff like that. And her son was younger. But how she met Letitia was through, I think it was an MLN. I don't know if the initials are right. Some sort of housing thing. And there was a park thing going on, and Letitia was there.
Okay.
And that's how she met Letitia. But Letitia didn't click her or anything like that back then. What she did was in a Facebook group, you know how Letitia would go around in the Facebook groups, and then she'd come in my room, and she comes under a different name, and she would defend herself because I would be slandering and slashing her throat, right? And she would go, "She's not like that." And we would go, "Letitia, stop," right? We caught on after a while. She went into so many people's channels, and I never had her up though. So what she did was she did the reverse psychology and reached out to her. And at that time, Letitia would grab on to anyone who would listen to her BS. And actual fact, if you look at the text, if you watch that video, you'll see the names that she uses, like Edgar, and there's a few other people, and the stories that she told are the exact same stories that she told in the text messages. So I got those way before it came out in testimony. So it was almost like check. Like it was like I heard it before because I heard it through her, and we also saw so much on Facebook, right, when she'd come in. But she didn't clue in to who Mrs. Jones was. And so she played this dangerous game, and she got to a point when Letitia's going, I got to get out of here. So can I come to your house? And she's going, I'm running to the fucking hills. And we used to joke about it. Like, she's going to get on her broom. She's going to come. It's like, oh my God. It's like, could you imagine? And she moved, and she says, I'm moving so she can find me, right? So Mama Bear, what do you have to say? Is she up? Oh, she's not up yet.
She's waiting. I texted her. I'm like, come on, and I sent her the link. So here she is. She's
Yes,
like,
I'm
She's
here.
so well liked. I this is the first time being introduced to you. Hello, but you're really well liked. I hear your name running around, and I've seen you here and there in chats because I'm a bush lady. But
Yes.
So
yes, I came up. I have my 2-year-old here. We're having some bedtime struggles. He's was asleep and then he woke back up, but that's okay. So he's here now too.
Little man was holding you back.
He just knows when I'm about to get on the phone or something. He's just like, hey, I'm here too.
How old's your baby?
He is two and a half.
Oh yeah.
2.5. He'll be 3 in September.
Ever.
Yeah.
My thing with my kids was I hear a hiccup. My children, they had radar ears. I would wait till they went to bed, and then I would unwrap a chocolate or a candy wrapper, and they'd be out like as if you've got those kitty treats. Out. What are you doing, Mommy? What are you doing, Mommy? I know you got something. It's like, but you sit there and you can yell for them for 10 minutes for dinner, and they won't hear you.
Exactly. Or they're like, I'm not hungry, but then they hear the dessert come out and they're like, oh we want that.
Well, we used to do dessert sometimes first.
Mm-hmm.
Get it over with and done with. You eat your dessert and then you eat your dinner, right? But I had no problem with my boys. They saw food, they ate it.
Yeah. My kids are pretty good too, for the most part.
So you're into the Letitia Stock case. So tell me your take on.
Oh my gosh.
So much about this.
I have been in this case, literally in this, I love my true crime. I do. And I follow a lot of this stuff. These babies are my heart. Summer Wells, Gannon, those two, and the West Boys are 3 of the big ones that I really just immersed myself in. But I remember still the day that this happened with Gannon.
I just talked to his mother on Twitter tonight. I just did a Twitter thing. I wanted to find out about something.
Landon, I just adore her.
Yeah.
She's she's one of those women that she is, I know for a fact that woman is going to take Gannon's name and she is truly going to make something amazing for other unfortunate victims that find themselves. She's going to help them.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing to see what she does.
It will happen. And you know what? Ever since Gannon, I could put my camera on to prove it. I have the blue lights everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Blue lights are for all the babies.
Yes.
I have a pinkish purple for summer, but people come in and go, why do you have these lights? Well, first of all, I don't like fluorescent lights, and it's to honor them, right?
Yep, I've got my blue light on my porch. I'll keep it going. I know they have specific times, but it's been going.
Yeah, I did a lot of tweets with Gannon when this was all going, and I just dropped on my Twitter the most amazing tribute to JJ, Chad, JJ
and Tylee. That's
Chad,
another one.
And it was this. I was listening to, I think it might have been Queen Bee. And she said, you've got to go over to this person, and her thumb video is about an 18-minute life story of all three of them, and there's so much video of each one of them. I tweeted it tonight. It is, if you're going to watch something and have a good memory, that is an excellent video, whoever put it
I will
together.
definitely go watch
And
that.
it just brought me joy. It made me forget about Lori and think of these wonderful children and everything like that, you know.
Yep.
It breaks my heart, you know, how they always take the nice ones, the nicest kids
And
too.
it really is, and I don't understand it. I really just don't. It's like, that's literally, Al said perfectly. If, like, literally in Letitia's eyes, if the only sin is to be a mama's boy, then he's guilty too. And that's I have 2 boys. That's all I have. I have my 2 boys. You know, that's it. Those are my babies. I couldn't imagine, like, Landon, the way that she has not gone after. I don't know if I could have that restraint.
I can't do kids. I've said that from the start. I can't. Too hard. I couldn't do it. And the last,
I never wanted to take on a case. When I first went into the field, the one thing I said in my investigation work is I said, don't ever give me children or anything to do with peas. And I never did. And it wasn't until a file came across my table on Kanika Jenkins, and I looked at it and I kind of put it aside I put it aside. I thought, this is really bizarre. I don't want to get involved. She's 18 years old. It's a bizarre story. And I forgot about it. And then I started seeing curators talking about it. And that's when I opened up the file. And it was 3 months. It was 3 months later, I think, that we were in second season of talking about KJ, when I said, hold on a second. Somebody from my work because I'm dual citizen, so sent me this and had me kind of want to look into it. And here it is. And I looked into it. And that's when I became somebody on the streets, because there was somebody talking about it. And I said, you've got it all wrong. You've got it all wrong. And I dropped the real pictures, not thinking that was, anything wrong with it. And that's when everyone went, oh my God. Then that's when everybody started saying something more happened to her because of the pictures I got, which are on my website. It's called Kanika Jenkins, The Real Photos. And they are bad. Really bad. Anyway, sorry, I cut you off, Mama. She flew away.
She left, she came back, she left again. Something happened. She'll be back.
I'm just going to go grab a Pepsi. Hold on.
What do you think, Jack?
I said, I'm still here.
I know. What do you think? This is it's getting pretty. It went from one extreme to like a whole other one, but I love it. Miss Harmony,
very knowledgeable.
She has amazing stories, and Mama Bear has been very involved with this case. And so as soon as she mentioned Letitia, I was like, oh my God, come on. I knew it. I dropped the link for
the psyche of this woman just makes me want.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I don't know what happened, but I'm back.
Yeah, the psyche.
It's fault.
But yeah, she that whole case, it was infuriating. She's just infuriating, and she was just smug about it. But I wanted to ask you, Miss Harmony,
sent one thing to me, Mama.
Yeah,
and I watched it, and I remember calling you, and I said 100% guilty, and that was her interview in the beginning.
The first interview, yep.
The only thing that woman kept saying is, I hope they all apologize to me. I just knew it. And there was something about her, from her body language, her voice. All she cared about was that damn apology. If I could say one thing to Gannon, it would be, I'm happy you're home, and I hope that everybody apologizes to me. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
no.
It makes no sense. And Yeah, and that was the thing too. I'm like, you know what? Here's the deal. I
Well, she
hate to
didn't
say it, but
apologize, did she?
oh no, she
No.
didn't apologize. And then she had I don't know if anybody caught this at the end of this trial. Her lawyers, which is through her obviously, had the audacity to ask for special accommodations and pick the prison she goes to.
Yeah,
Are
right.
you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like the audacity this woman has, and she just does not give a shit.
That's the entitlement she feels.
Yes.
And, she showed that all through
Mama
the whole thing.
Mama said she thought Keisha enjoyed giving details because she was re-hurting and re-victimizing Gannon.
Yes.
Yep.
And that's exactly what she was doing, you know.
Right.
We saw that writing on the wall right at the gate.
And honestly, another one too that I think that she used to torture him with, and I haven't really voiced this to anyone, I don't think, but I know everybody else has heard it with her and the talking about the enemas and all that stuff. Like she was so intent on embarrassing him.
That was the first time I heard about that part is in the testimony. I didn't know she was doing that.
Right, but then in her of course, everything she says is a lie, and I honestly hate to say it, but I don't believe she had anything happen in her childhood. I really don't. She has no backing.
Well, there was a curator, I don't know if you remember her. She really dove deep into Letitia's history, genealogy.
Yeah.
Do you remember her? She was amazing.
What was her name again?
I can't remember, but I was stuck to glue with her because she really dug. She even did Googles and showed houses and the ancestry and the history of everyone. And the thing is, it didn't really tie anything into maybe why Letitia became Letitia,
right?
But it really opened up the doorway to her history, just in case, you know, to find out if there's any wackadoodles or any reason that she became this way. And if you can remember, there was no foundations for anything, that she had a bad life. She was troubled. She was just a troubled person. And if you can remember, in the genealogy, she actually contacted some of the people who said no one wanted her. You know, they just didn't want her. She was just a troubled girl. And recently there was somebody a curator had brought up one of Letitia's schoolmate friends. I don't know if you heard that interview, and said the same thing. She was just this odd child, you know.
I do. Well, that's another thing. She has nobody. Like, she's now, I don't know if you've heard this, but she has now got some stranger named Katie or Amy Lane that she started. Her name is Amy Lane.
Okay.
And she is off her fucking rocker. I'm not even kidding you. It's like really concerning.
What do you mean she's got a friend?
Letitia has a friend named Amy Lane she got this friend because right after Letitia was arrested, this girl started writing Letitia in prison or in jail.
Okay.
And when she did that, they became friends, started video chatting. This girl recorded everything. And
it sounds familiar.
Yeah, well, there was a creator that her name was, I think, Critical K. She was canceled off YouTube a couple times. I think now she does lives on her Facebook.
No, she got canceled again. She's gone as of this week.
Okay, well, I will tell you, if you are interested in watching this interview with this crazy girl.
But somebody sent me a link the other day, and these letters are pretty old, maybe a year or more. Okay, I know who you're talking about. I just actually reviewed that. I can't remember it was not her. I can't remember who posted it. I don't think I tweeted that. I can't remember. I can look on my Twitter to see if because usually when I come across something really good, I'll tweet it and get people to look at it. But yeah, that just came out of, for me, that just came out of the woodwork. I didn't even know. And so I got to see all the letters that she had transcribed back and forth. It was pretty interesting.
Okay. Well, I will tell you, if it's the same girl, if you're interested in
I can't remember the lady's name who wrote her, but I remember the channel.
The lady's name was no. Okay, so we're talking about two different people.
Okay.
So this was just some random woman. Okay, some random woman. A couple weeks after Letitia got arrested, started writing her in jail and was like, "I just want to be your friend."
Oh, you're okay. Kit Kat did it too.
Yes. No, yeah, but this is a different one.
Okay.
And she is insane. It's actually pretty concerning. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't use the word insane because we proved crazy. But
she's off her rocker.
If anything we learned in this case, crazy versus insane.
Yes.
We can see crazy for sure, but insane, it's not going to fly mustard. She tried to play the insane card. It just didn't work. It just didn't work. She, once. Yeah. Her mugshot speaks volumes because her mugshot looks like she swallowed a big huge tortoise in her throat, and her face is got the tortoise shell above it, all puffy and all that. The only thing I wish they did,
loves that she's gotten fat in prison.
Yeah. The only thing I wish is, like in Thailand, they shave the women's hair. I wish they did it because she was like that. Oh, what was that show where
she looked like the freaking Grudge?
It was scared me. It was a girl who had long hair, and she came out of the water. She would hide under her hair.
Yeah, I think her name was Samora.
Oh my god,
Samara. Yeah,
and I was waiting for the memes on that one. And she would hide under her hair and put things in her hair. I don't know. I've seen her lawyer even give her pills now and then.
Yeah.
It was like, you can't pass. She's on a book. I'm thinking, what book is it? And then we find out what book it was. But in Thailand, they shaved their hair off, and I thought, oh, they should do that so she doesn't hide under it anymore. But they don't do that.
Right.
In America, they only do the male's hair. They cut their hair.
Yeah, and I had heard like at one point some prisons would cut the female's hair short so they can get in a fight and it's used against them, but I don't.
Well, I thought they would do that because she has a tendency to like to hide things. She was hiding things and tissues and all sorts of stuff in her mat.
Oh my God.
While she was sitting there, you know what I mean? She had the cuffs on, and I like this. I like when the reporters come out and give us the scoop of things of what was going on. And she had actually ankle chains on her feet too. So
yes,
because of the escape thing. I was so shocked to see that film footage when she batted him with that. I just went, wow.
Monster can too. Are you kidding? And the way her neck rolled like that.
But they made a mistake by giving her something. See, I remember the story because when if like you probably followed it when she was being transported, and we hear the story, and then that was when she was supposed to go for her hearing, and she was supposed to, and she hit this guy. We hear he goes to the hospital, and that was the reason why it was. We see that's the very first time we see her before in the hearing, right?
Yep.
Now we hear the details and we see the film footage. When I saw that film footage, I thought a couple of things. One, they should never have given her a can at that point in time.
No.
Or anything in her hand. She had the cuffs on so loose that she gets out. But it was just unbelievable. But the reason why they didn't even bother with it, because it was trivial at this point. That's why they dropped it at the end. But I just went,
wow. The police, she's an ex-police officer now. The female that she hit too, said on the stand about that whole incident. She ended up having to have shoulder surgery.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's not even in law enforcement anymore.
Wow.
She stated that on the stand, and I kind of wonder if this case made her leave. Who
Well,
knows?
you never know. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, if you once you get injuries and all that, think about it. She's got a tough job,
Shoulder
especially if you're
injuries are hard to heal
when
from
you're
after
working in the
surgery.
prison guard system and stuff like that. You have to, deal with putting people up against the wall, yada yada yada. I mean, it's terrible. I've been there.
Yep.
For trying to rehabilitate and give them an opportunity to lessen their time if they follow up with the programs that are offered and implemented through our services. And
Yep.
at one point of time, I was in the very first time I went, because this was my new position, and they were trying to give me all my training. I went into the room full of murderers, and here I'm going, well, if you do this and you do this, we promise we're going to knock 5 years off.
Mm-hmm.
And 5 years is a lot.
Yeah.
And what happened was they threw chairs at me. They started throwing chairs at me, and the guards rushed me out, and I went, oh my God, my heart was beating, and I said, this is insane. Next time I went in, they were all behind plexiglass. They're crazy.
Yeah, they really, and
It's
that's really
it's a
what it is.
dangerous job.
Well, think about it too. Like people like that. I mean, yes, 5 years knocked off your sentence. Sure, that is a lot. But then also, a lot of these sentences are lifelong, and so they know that they're never getting out. So these people literally have nothing to lose, so they don't give a shit anymore.
That's what
about
makes
anybody.
the life so dangerous.
Yep.
Why do they care if there's a riot or if they kill someone? You're going to give me a double life sentence?
Right. Exactly. Yep.
It doesn't matter.
And that's the problem is they don't care anymore.
It's so expensive to maintain and everything like that. I had a dream. This is so weird. And when people get a life sentence, in order to save money, this was in my dream. Okay, maybe it's a concept I want to do. I have weird dreams.
I do too. So I like hearing another
because
weird
I'm right in the field, so you wouldn't believe some of the dreams and night terrors I have.
Oh, I'm sure.
But when I was sleeping, and my boss was trying to tell me to come up with a better concept with these guys and some women, and so my concept was put them in a coma, in a deep sleep for whatever, 30 years, 90 years, or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they will wake up and they will be in that time, but they still will not be. I can't remember the ending. If they wake, I think I had various options. Like you could wake up, or you just put them in a coma, and it's just so much easier because then they're in almost like a morgue type of thing. Put them in the slab, keep them alive, but maybe it will cost money or something like that. And that's the end of it. Then we don't have to worry about it. I mean, we have the technology to probably do something like that.
We do, almost like something like in that movie.
Or I'm
Avatar.
watching too many space movies. Exactly, Avatar. I'm watching.
Yep.
That was a great movie, but you know what I mean?
Look at that. We could
freeze
put
them.
him. Look at that. We could freeze him in something like Avatar, and then send them to somewhere like Avatar, and just be like, "These are the bad guys. Get them."
They have prisons for it, right? They could.
Yeah, they could.
But it would just be so much simpler and everything like that, because it costs a lot of money no matter which way you go, whether you're going to go into a sane asylum type of prison or a normal prison.
Change. It'll never change because there's paid prisons. People profit off of people.
I know. There's so much money.
It's ridiculous.
Money involved.
That's right. Yep. That's why.
I mean, they get a lot. They get a lot. What was that program? Orange is the New Black.
Yes.
Oh, I love that.
I love that
and
one
Winford. Oh, I love that. I cried my eyes out when Orange is the New Black was ending. It was like, no, don't end.
Yeah. Did you ever watch the prison show from Australia? I think it was Australia.
Yep, I watched every single 169 episodes
Okay,
of Wentworth.
Wentworth.
Wentworth was
great.
great.
You gotta see that one too, Miss Harmony, if you haven't, and Noelle, and everybody else. That is another good one.
Yeah. What is it?
It's called It's called Wentworth, and it's from Australia. But I watched every 169 episodes.
It's
Yep.
it's like a spin-off of Orange is the New Black, but it's really crazy.
It's nuts.
crazy.
It's
Like
really
those
nuts.
women are crazy, and they're phenomenal actresses. I mean, just phenomenal. And I won't tell you who dies off, but when they died off, my heart broke. It was like, not her, no.
Yes. Oh
I loved
my
every
God.
one of those characters in there. You know, I mean, I love to hate some, but I loved some too.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, you love to hate.
It's the most. I mean, I just got done watching it last year. I watched it. I think I'll start watching it again. I mean, I watched it and then I went into the new Wentworth that they had. You know, so I watched all of it, and I just was like, nothing beats the original for sure. It was really worth it.
But there's so much truth behind those shows. I know because I have boots on the ground in some of them, and there's so much truth in the fiction. You know what I mean? Of how they operate and how they work and yada yada yada. You know, somebody asked me a long time ago, you know, to go undercover, and I always remember that one scene where the lady went undercover and what ended up happening to her, and I couldn't get it. I said, "Are you kidding me? Like, there's just no way." You know,
or like those shows. What's that show? 60 Days In or whatever it is, where they
I
send
wanna
like
go on that
undercover.
oh
people.
yeah.
I'm like, geez, you people are so brave. I don't think I could do it.
So I'm not allowed because I'll end up catching charges while on the show.
Right? Oh my God.
He's like, I know you'll do it. I know you'll do a great job. He said you'll handle it fine, but you'll end up with real charges because they say don't do any of this, that, or the next thing. No fighting, nothing, or else you get charges. Then you'll actually have to end up serving time.
Yeah.
He's like, you'll go in for 60 days and come home in a year.
Right.
Yeah, but some of it is too much reality in there too. So it's, I mean, sorry, like it's reality TV. Like, you know, it's you got to remember they're filming, they're cutting, they're this, this. You know, yeah, it is very scripted. You know.
Yeah.
Because
so, what else on your Letitia stuff?
It wasn't like no 60 days. No.
So I have a question for you, Mama Bear.
Yes.
Did you see Gannon coming out of the car in his shadow?
You know what? I have tried, and I know that the police say that they know he was there, but I still don't see it.
Okay, well, I want you to go to my video because I catch it. Okay,
you do. Okay,
yes,
okay.
and
See,
I was about the only one who did because I really worked on it, and I actually worked with somebody who taught me about shadow techniques of how when they are investigating, you know, the sun's this way, that way, this way. And that's how I caught it. At first, it tricked my eye because what happens, did she fall off?
She'll be back.
But can she hear me if I'm talking?
Absolutely.
Oh, wait, can she?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll keep talking, and if she, hopefully, well, I can wait till she comes back. But what happened was when I was like, because I have big, huge monitors when I'm investigating and sleuthing and stuff like that. And I use all sorts of different programs. So I really get in depth and pixelate and I do everything. Okay. So I went in, and one of the things that kept on driving me crazy was the neighbor drives in as she's backing up. So when I learned the shadow technique and everything like that, of what I was taught, I kept on thinking, no, I'm seeing the neighbor's shadow. So then I kept on saying, I have to change my perspective, and I have to look underneath the car. I have to look on the ground. I have to look where the sun is. And that's where I caught it. You can see his little foot. You can see his tiny little head right near the corner. And then that's it. And then that was enough for me to say that was him. And he ends up going in the house and probably had the worst last 3 days of his life then. And she admits it because I don't know if she got it from me or whoever, but she admits that you can see Gannon coming in the house because you see a shadow. I'm the only person that I know, unless you can correct me, that has saw his shadow coming out of the car. And I also do another portion, which I don't know if very many people seen this part of the video, but the neighbor down the road has cameras too. And I catch her coming around the corner or something. I can't remember. I have to refresh my memory. So I thought that part was going to come into the case too, because it shows part of the timeline, because we were all trying to figure out the timeline, right? But there was so much that more details of when we were sleuthing that we got to really find out, like when she went to Petco and with the arrest and with Harley when she went on the stand. I'm telling you, that girl is amazing. She's nothing like her mom, thank God. And she told the truth, and she just, it was amazing. But she gave the details, and I'm glad that she was able to, say, what she said. Like, can you imagine this girl knowing that Gannon was behind her all this time? Like, but she didn't know. But they dropped, I don't know if you saw it, they just dropped the van pictures of the evidence, and it's open. So I still cannot understand how they did not smell the smell. Now, I know she said she kept the air conditioning on or whatever it is, but Gannon he was frozen because he was in the snow, I think, in my opinion. That's when she traveled so far, he would be thawed out, because I thought somewhere along the line there was dripping or something leaking out when they found, by miracles of miracles, because remember, those guys only go there 2 times a year, and I thought he said there was some leakage. So I don't know how nobody could smell the decomposition, because you start to smell it right away. So, I mean, she didn't. And so we have to believe that. But when her brother went up and said, "Oh my God, I remember when I saw you with that green luggage. Why, Tisha? Why did you do it?" It was like, I'm so glad that some people spoke the truth.
Did she seem like she had any remorse at all?
No, she didn't. She had none. She had absolutely none. It's like, this girl who's bothering you, does she have any remorse, honey?
No, not at all. She's actually making herself the victim.
She's actually making herself.
She's making everybody else think
herself sicker. Is what she's victimizing herself, but she's making herself sicker and sicker and sicker. She doesn't realize what the mental mind can do, and where it can go. I don't know how old she is, but if she comes to my age,
45.
By the way, I am actually officially going to be a pensioner in July. I'm the government officially said you are a pensioner, unless I can still go back to work, but I'm going to make good pensions. So it's like, I'm in denial. I can't be that old, right? But my point is when she's my age, she'll end up maybe with dementia or something. She'll end up with either bad dreams all the time, or constantly being this kind of facade, almost like maybe Letitia is in her mind. She'll drive herself crazy unless she's on medication where the serotonin can be balanced out. She'll go cuckoo. She's going to go cuckoo. I've seen it with clients that have only been in the position of I've been along 5 years now, maybe more. I can't even remember. 5 years ago they were like, one way, and now they are just like vegetable state. And it's not medication that's doing it, it's their own mind that's gone looped. It's gone. It's gone.
So, do you think she believes the stuff she's saying? And do you think she really feels like she's being victimized? Or do you think that she's playing the game and is very good at convincing the people that believe her?
Well, she can't convince anybody who's like me, but
like none of us believe her, but
nobody believes her. And so because nobody believes her, I don't know how she's counteracting that. I don't know. I don't listen to her or anything like that, how she's defending herself or something. I really don't know. But if she's coming up with stories that try to imply this is how what my story is and maybe why I'm like this, but she's not saying why I'm like this. She's not taking accountability at all. She made an apology for saying the end because she's saying, oh, well, I read it off. Well, I read stuff all the time and I'm not going to sit there and blurt out the word. You know what I mean?
She apologized for saying somebody had webbed feet, webbed toes.
But you know what? Who cares about the web toes? Those are, nitpicking, name calling. Who cares about that stuff? But when you say racial, when I heard that, I've got mixed family, right? I just went, I wouldn't even say that. It doesn't really matter. Like my daughter, she can sit there and say it every second word. She doesn't do it, but she's dark skinned. But if I say it, I had a hard time figuring out with the new world what to say. Should I say this? How do I reference them? You know what I mean? And my kid is keeping me up to date to the new age. No, it's important because here's an example. Through traveling, if you say them, if you say the word them, you can categorize that certain culture. So you've got to be really careful. With words these days, words have meaning behind them that are so different.
Wow.
So you have to be very, very careful. If she made the mistake, she should have caught herself right then and there. But instead, the panel ended up saying, I think it was Chasing, said, hold on. As soon as she said it, she went, whoa, like, you know what I mean? So because she reacted, this girl didn't have an opportunity to sit there and retract it right away. Because if I had said it by accident, if I had been reading something and I said it, I'd be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to read that right away. Like we talked about, if like Letitia, how would your reaction be if you're this person and you find out you did this? You would say, kill me now, put me on the death penalty. Absolutely. She could have done the same thing. So that's how
be in disbelief and shock at first, like tunnel vision, like how could I not remember or, something? But then my immediate next reaction, I do believe, would be just take me out.
You corrected yourself tonight. You said something, I can't remember, we've been on for hours, but you said something. I said, oh, I didn't use the right word. You caught yourself without us saying anything. I didn't even think that you said anything wrong, but I know you, so you're laid back. And so I don't take everything with a grain of salt, so politically correct as some people would, but you corrected yourself right away. You recognized, oh shoot, I said this and I didn't mean
right. And now I don't remember what I said.
I don't either. But to me,
maybe I used the wrong word. I should have used this word.
Exactly. You do that. Right away without us having to say or go and pins and needles, or you can hear the crickets and all that, right? But that's you. If she had done that as she was quoting or paraphrasing or whatever she was doing, then it would have been different, because I've been in that position doing things live too. Because I remember I used to say, because I picked this up from you Americans. Well, I shouldn't say you Americans, because I'm American too, half and half.
Right.
When I first came up on panels, I was saying you all. Now that's also a Canadian expression too. And then people would say, what do you mean you all? You're categorizing, grouping us. And I didn't realize that. But a lot of people say that, right? But
I say y'all or all of y'all because I'm Southern.
Well, everybody's different. The different dialects, the different this and this and this. But you have to be politically correct now, or people are going to sit there and wham you whenever they can, clip you now. I mean, it's different from when I started. I mean,
you said the word them. I never would have thought something such a simple word, such as them, a word we use every day. I don't think we don't say them. Wow, like that really never registered that it could be offensive, because it's think of the word, it's them. How does that sound offensive? But you know what? I understand, because now you're categorizing, grouping, and that some people can take offense to it, even though I wouldn't mean it that way.
No,
I would.
If we're talking about a certain culture or race, and that's our topic, and we say them, we're categorizing everybody, and that can be taken the wrong way. You have to, if you're going to say something, you have to, give an example, like, of just narrowing it down.
Right.
It's not like we are all trolls. We're not, but there are trolls out there. But if we say we're all trolls, like, that's really bad, because I've heard people say that, and then your subs get, upset. It's like, what do you mean I'm a troll? I'm not a troll. And you'll see it in chat. I'm not a troll. I'm not a troll. So, we have to be aware of what we're saying. And unfortunately, a lot of people, they aren't listening, and they're thinking of their next line or their next thing of what they're going to say, instead of having a conversation. And so mistakes happen, and that's how these channel holders just get whammed, and we end up with, I don't even know what we want to call it anymore, because true crime was crama, drama, and all that, but it's not anymore. It's
I don't even know what it is. It's not even true. It's like, who could make the worst scenario out of a horrible, horrific crime? Like, it's
but they're
not
pulling in
exploitation.
They're making whatever you or I do a crime. I can't imagine, like, hardly anyone knows I come here and everything like that. And I'm not saying that you don't have a lot of people in here, but I don't know, maybe people are going to pull shit now from what I've been discussing tonight. I don't really care, because I can back everything up, every single thing. I just don't want to back up certain things right now because of the integrity of a case that is still going on. You would be damaging, very damaging, if you decided to bring up the laundry shit right now. Very damaging to the case, right? And we want them to win, right? You didn't stand out there for no reason, girl. How many days were you out there?
I got there. I was there the first week, probably the third or fourth day in. Every day, I think we took 3 days.
Oh my God. How many weeks did it go on? It went on for a long time, right? How many weeks was it?
Over a month.
Over a month?
At least over a month, yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that long.
Kate came back twice. So, or Marissa. Marissa came for 2 days.
You know what she did? When TNT was filming, I said, TNT, go up to the memorial tribute area. And we also bought her a card and for Gabby. And I had her sign out, of course, because she bought it. And then I never just do it to me. I put it to my channel and to my subscribers. So she put the card in, and then she was showing things around. And that's when the laundry basket was there. And we had already kind of heard about the laundry basket stupidity. And there is MGL. And I'm talking to TNT saying, she's there for intent and motive. She's there to try and figure out immediately who she should attach to. So I said to her,
right away,
she was standing right behind her. She was standing. This is how you met her. She was standing right behind DNT, looking around, scouting out who should I go to. And you could see her figuring out a little brain. How am I going to do my little, script and acting role with who, or who am I going to outshine, or who can I cling to? So I said to TNT, she's right behind you. Ask her if you can, because I was talking live through her. Ask her if you can to explain the laundry basket. So she, you know how sweet she is. She says, "Hi, I'm so-and-so, and we're live right now." And she had already heard of me, about me, because I went up on her panel a couple of times. And she's going, "Oh, hi." And I've got the clip. "Hi, how are you? Love you." And I said, "Can you
have to go
please
on panel or something one day?" I remember her saying,
yeah, she goes, I said, "Can you please explain the story behind your laundry basket?" "Oh, well, why don't I come up in your panel and we'll talk about it?" Right? Then she walks away, and that's when she walked away, and that's when she was standing in front of you and Matt and Bullhorn and Betty and all that, and we know the rest of the story. She gave me a strike. And I had 2 strikes, so I couldn't go live for 7 days. So I went up on our panel and I said, "What the hell? First of all, that you gave me permission. Second of all, that wasn't your stuff." And so she said, "Well, you can just counter it." I said, "Do you think I'm going to give you my address?"
"Yeah, right."
And I said, she wanted that. Right. And then she's like freaking out. "You're crazy, blah, 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 blah." So I clipped her. I clipped all sorts of horrible things because she says, "I'm not on Twitter." Well, she was on Twitter. I was clipping the worst of the worst, like her eating and her taking a shit and all sorts of stuff. And I clipped these little clips and put them on her Twitter. And she liked one of them. I can't remember. So I was really getting her back, and she was saying nasty things about me and everything like that. But she does that with everybody. You're only a friend for, if you're lucky, a month with her. But what a cuckoo. And I'm glad she's gone. But apparently people are saying that she's doing panels, coming on people's panels lately.
Whoever will have her, she's going on their panels, and she's on Kick. KIC.
Oh, yeah, but that's not going to go anywhere, Kick. I mean, she's losing a lot of money. She must be really hurting because she was earning quite a good fortune, as we know, and she must be losing tons and tons of money. She's not, able to get people would send her food and everything. But yeah, I've got something that she will not allow me to say. She keeps blocking me. She keeps not wanting me to. But I know Molly from back in the Vegas days.
When she was Kate.
Yep. And I can tell that story one day if you want on your panel, but not now. But that's the reason why she's scared the shit. She's scared the shit of me, like she is, because it's not bad what I have to say. It's not bad. I can back her. But the thing is you can't fool me. I've known you since the Vegas days. I've known you since the Oni days. I've known you since the Wendy days. I've known you since all the Shannon stuff and blah, blah. You know what I mean?
Has she always made an ass of herself?
Yes.
And isn't it just my luck? Out of everybody we meet, she's the first person in YouTube that I met in real life.
Pardon me?
I said, aren't I lucky out of all of the YouTubers in the world that she was the first YouTuber I've ever met in real life? I was so lucky.
Well, you saw her personality come out, which was an acting role. Like, she wants to be a reality star. She's washed out now. I mean, I don't know how half the people could tolerate her, but we wanted to watch a shit show. The only reason sometimes I tune in is I was waiting for her to explode with her eating. And if you notice, she always ate when she was on live because of her stress, nervous tension. People who do that, I mean, I haven't seen you put anything in your mouth but cigarettes, but people who do that,
I'm eating some crap,
issue.
But I'm hungry.
Well, you go ahead and eat. You can. It's your house.
I always say I'm never gonna be like Kate. I'm never gonna eat on panel, and I hear I'm like,
You always look nice.
thank you.
You always look nice for sure. But
Matt,
no, I was waiting. You know that movie where the guy goes that he's really fat and he eats that last peppermint and it's like that, just that last bite. I would watch her and I would love the clip channels, even as gross as they were mocking her of there's so much on Molly out there. Like you can't help but want to clip some of the stuff because she's dragged everybody in, people she's known, her family. I mean, I was horrified. Somebody said, "You've got to see this."
did you see what she did to her sister during the hurricane?
No, I didn't. I was probably away, not paying attention to her issue. What happened?
She literally she was live as always, calls her sister on speakerphone and does not tell her that they are live. Her sister is hysterical, crying her eyes out about what has happened to her home, the devastation. They lost everything. And she's like, "Yes, ma'am." And her, Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. How she, oh my God. I can't even say it like she is. Oh my God. It's crazy. But pretending like she cares. And then she says, "Can you do me a favor?" And she's like, "Well, what?" And she said, "Can you go by the laundry house for me and just take a recording and then send it to me? Or you could just say, 'Hey, I'm Molly Golightly's sister and I'm recording this for my sister.' And then I can play it on my channel."
Oh my God.
And then her sister was like, "Wait a minute, are we live right now?"
Wow.
And put her in her place.
Her sister's very similar in character.
What she did to her mother at her mother's funeral. Oh my word.
That funeral stuff was too much. Like, who goes on lives? And I was waiting for her to show us her mother dying or something.
I thought she was going to show in the coffin. Like,
but
I didn't know what to expect. But
somebody sent me this because psychological profiling is one of my favorite things. I have to constantly keep up on it because I'm dealing with it on a day-to-day basis. And somebody sent a short clip, and I can't remember the whole story because it's a while ago, but her son's in this situation where she doesn't like something and threatens to cut his hair off. And when you go to that extreme, I don't know if you know this, when it becomes to a point of threatening your animal, like Letitia did, like Laura did to the dog, or going to the hair cutting.
Oh my God.
You know what that's a sign of?
What?
What do you think?
I don't know.
It's to a point of rage of killing a person. You're at such a red dot in the circle of abuse in your head. It's a red flag. When you go to a point of that's harm. Like, she said she was going to I can't remember the whole thing. Somebody's probably got a clip.
It would be embarrassing to him, belittling. It would be hurting.
And I psychological profile that. I said, this is a woman that could walk into the elevator. It could be such a simple thing. And she's in a hotel and somebody gets in her way while she's doing a live. And she will end up attacking them. And
I never knew that.
Yeah.
In fact, I said that to
because we have to
because I was brushing. He's a lion head rabbit, so he has long hair, and he's a show rabbit pretty much. And here's his brush. So I brush him out, and he kept
Mama Bear
kicking at me, and he kicked at me, and I said, "If you don't sit still, I'm going to shave your butt." Yeah, but I was joking because I was brushing his butt because that's where all the hair was like clumping up. But now I feel so bad. I'm sorry.
No. But your voice and tone, we know that is just
right.
A hearsay thing. She said it because remember, I'm having to profile. When she said it, and I didn't even have to listen to it more than twice. I went, uh-oh, this is really a red flag, a super red flag to her anger and to where it gets. And we could see it. She would sit there and turn like her mind is like a squirrel. She would be la 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 la, and then rah, and then all over the place and talking to people in her house. And she, there's something not balanced there. But on the other hand, she could be on her good days, she could be fine, of the norm. But most of the time, we would wonder, is she acting, is she doing this and all that? No, there's something wrong with her. She needs to.
That's crazy.
Now, rumor had it that she was supposed to be in rehab or whatever it is. I really don't know. I don't know what her story is. All I know is what I heard recently was she was on a trip, and then all of a sudden she's in court. And I'm thinking, she was supposed to be in Switzerland and she flew to a court date for Gina. I don't know about that. I don't know how factual it is, but that's kind of weird. But it's
she was
it's
being
scary. It's scary.
Something, but I don't know in-depth details, so I don't know, but I never heard.
So that's another woman that could be an endangerment to somebody, because she will flip out. And okay, here's an example. Sometimes when the psychologist gets up or whatever, they will say to an extent of how dangerous is this person. Usually, that is what's going to come out, how they figure out the bond or whatever it's going to be. And you really can't detect anger unless it's obvious, right?
Right.
But you could be the normalest, calmest person. I've had a person as a client who's a meek, mild accountant for 35 years, and then he flips out on somebody not doing his cappuccino right or something like that, and then he realizes right after that was really bad. But it's very hard to sometimes detect anyone, you, me, or whatever, the rage that we could go to. Because we don't know how much we've pent it up inside. This guy was mild and meek. Well, when I say mild and meek and everything like that, there's insecurities, there's lack of self-confidence to a point where he wishes that he could be, normal, but then he's taking away the image that he's portrayed for 35 years. Some people just do this. They get caught up in not being real. Keep yourself real. Because when you say
you're faking, and then it's like they're exhausted, so they
it's the serotonin in your brain. It just snaps. It's almost like a blackout. It just snaps to a point. You might only do it once, but that once could be very dangerous. It could be, really hurting somebody, killing somebody, and because it's think about it. You're the type of person is that you have even expressed it. If this happens, I'm going to do this. That's very normal. It's a normal reaction to me. I that's normal. But if you were to come across like I'm the same thing. You don't want to get on the bad side of me. I'm like a fucking lion. Like, you just don't do it. I mean, I used to scare people when I was first coming out on the streets. I frightened people, and I still think people are frightened of me because I will react in such a rage, but I won't harm you. Mm-hmm. It's just my reaction. If I took it to the extent of harming, then lock me up. And I've had shrinks and stuff like that throughout my times because I say I get like this and I don't know why. And she says, okay, one or two things. If you think the thought, it's not bad unless you do the action. It's when you do the action where you need to figure out why you're doing that action. And I was doing that action because I was traumatized and I was going through so much at the time. And then I had to take a break and walk away from it and do a lot of self-healing. And now I'm okay. I can still have outbursts, and I still do every once in a while. But it's dangerous to do that in society now to be a Karen or to voice, because we don't know, especially if it's a stranger, how they're going to react. So I'm very careful. I have to be careful because we just don't know, unless it's somebody you do know, where you can have an argument. It's different if you have an argument. You know, if you have an argument, you battle it out. But if as soon as it gets physical or as soon as it escalates, you know, you got to know when to walk away. If you can't walk away, then you're in trouble. I don't think Marissa is able to walk away from what she's doing with herself and what she's been doing for so long. Because think of it, she's been doing this probably. When was I in Vegas? Oh my God, I was really young. So it's got to be over 10 years, 13 years now. So she's been, and think of that prior. I don't know about her, her upbringing. You can tell the way her mother is, even though she seemed nice, she wasn't. She was actually a horrible. I wouldn't want her as a mother, pardon me, but I just wouldn't. She was horrible.
I've heard the stories.
She was like a Bronx tramp.
My family lives right around the corner. I'm going to go see them. And then she would never go see them. So I always wondered why. And I thought that maybe they were embarrassed of her because of the way she acts out. I mean, she's insane. I mean, she literally yelled, "I'm going to take a shit in your lawn." Who does that? I think she's disgusting.
Well, my mother would never do anything like that. You know, I didn't hear my mother swear till I was older. You know, she would call my sister a bitch a lot, but the first time she said shit, I laughed my head off. You know, like it just was, you know, she was a 50s lady, right? But no, I mean, there a lot of when we did analysis of when they first started coming out with the lives and allowing people, we did I'm trying to think of what you call it. It was a program. It was a piloted program. And basically what we are figuring out is people who are incarcerated, they don't have very much of a social life, right? Because it's inside. And so the one thing they can't do is integrate into the real world. So they allowed them to integrate into the world by internet. And the majority of the people are ex-cons or this and that. So, you know, they're criminals. And so who cares if they have a pass? Because they have a pass, they're integrating. And then they come out and do whatever they want. The huge majority of channel holders will have some sort of history or a pass. Because way back in 2007 and a little bit prior to that is when the program started. And that's why that's how it got kind of crazy, because they were mentioned, I'm integrating, I'm utilized, and so they were making money. And so the beginning people were, you know, and then what allowed was a lot of the people who are lonely or depressed or have disabilities or, you know, like the mindset or the guise of you're listening to somebody who is the greatest manipulator in the world. Not saying, I'm just saying some of these people, right? And you can figure out who they are. The artist ones, the scammer ones, the ones that get called out, you know.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
So
internet is very, it can be very, but it can be also a very useful tool. And it has a million different options. I mean, to be able to go with the crime, as far as the crime goes, it's really hard. There are certain people that I will, you know, they've put the research together to, because they're not caught up in the drama. They're not caught up in, you know, anything bad. So but I have to admit that it is entertaining to sometimes listen to some of them at some times, because it's like sometimes and I'm sorry, but I'm not a gossiper really, but I like to hear the gossip,
Yeah, I'm very nosy, so even though I never say anything,
they've really figured this out, and this is for real. Like right now, there's one about a man who has soapness, and apparently they're researching to find out how legal he's doing it, so that's cheating. Ooh, what if, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's like the Natasha Cooper one. How many she? Oh my God! I remember the one with the dress. Oh, when she was selling the dresses and or saying something, don't even. I'm gonna take them to the prom, and she never did. And $25,000 here, and oh my God! Then they busted her on the gambling. I mean, she was disgusting to watch, but for the tea of what people were grabbing. And that's what I usually do, is like trying to listen to the people who figure things out. You know what I mean? Those ones who figure things out that are like Matt's good at that. Like, Matt that. Like he calls it out, and holy shit, I didn't know that. I mean, when I was listening to him before, I never knew that was the scoop about that person he was talking about. I went, woo. It was like, I'm making brownies.
Well, see, a lot of people
can't be that way.
A lot of people know us.
I don't have that talent
for sticking up for people, or just, people know that they can come here. This is like a safe channel. Matt's a safe channel for the most part, unless you're Benny Keys or somebody. But so a lot of people do confide in us and tell us a lot of things, and so that's how we do end up finding out, a lot of different things, and Matt might make a parody or something out of it, but we're, I don't necessarily I might not
his
say
name
anything.
Is every time I go in a room. Every time I go into a room, just very often, his name comes up. It's like he's everywhere. Yeah. He's everywhere. It's like.
So, do you remember? And this is just because we're talking about, like action and saying things and doing things and whatnot. Well, Marissa had, very, very often said lots of not so nice things about me, from the comfort of her home in Pennsylvania. And I said, come to my town and you're going to see me. So wouldn't you know, they had put together a meet and greet about 45 minutes away from my house. So I went.
And
she didn't go, but there was about 6 cop cars. The SUVs were loaded with cops. I was in my car. They had me thrown out. They called the manager. They had us thrown out. We were sitting in the car talking, and then the freaking parking lot flooded with the big SUVs, but they were loaded with cops. So, like, even if they were to arrest me, they would have had to, like, tie me to the friggin' roof rack, because I don't know where the hell they would have put me. It was just ridiculous. So that is what it is. I was just going to say, hey, do you want to come?
Wait.
Okay. About
they were going to arrest you?
Yeah, because they said that I was threatening them, and they said I had my hair in a tightly wrapped bun, first of all, and my hair was supposed to be loaded with weapons. I had guns in my bra, and then I had a gang of thugs waiting for them in the parking lot. A gang of thugs, like, you need friends to have a gang of anything, and I don't have friends. Who the fuck was I? Where was my gang? So ridiculous. So I'm sitting there in the car, and I'm just watching, like, cars. And there's flying past me. The whole parking lot was lit up. And I was like, wow, all this for me. I just wanted to say,
I love it.
I wanted to say, hey, Marissa, would you like to come out in the parking lot and tell me about myself? You know how Shelly said, I'll tell you about yourself. Come tell me about myself.
Yeah.
Well, she couldn't do that, but she freaking sent the cops, had me thrown out, told everybody I had weapons everywhere. I mean, like, I don't know where I mean, like, when I'm talking about, like, you know, my hair was like this, okay? And it was supposed to have been loaded with weapons
in your hair.
And I had guns in my bra and you name it. I don't know what the hell I had or whatever, but and a gang of thugs and whatever. Okay, I'll take it, I guess. Well, I had so much fun making fun of her and talking shit. I think I did for, I don't even know. Yeah, brass knuckles. Somebody said that Matt had weapons in his hair. When have you ever seen Matt have hair?
How can he have hair? He doesn't have any hair.
The last time I saw my husband with hair was when he was like 13. Okay, he has not had hair since then. So I don't know what the hell, but it was, you know, it was.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
I had that fun. It's up. I don't take anything down. It's there.
Was it on her channel or your channel that I could see this? Or was it filmed at all? Or
we recorded live the entire way there. We were live in the booth the entire time.
Watch it.
And then the gentleman walks up and says, "Hey, you know, you guys have to go."
Wow.
Okay. Well, I offered to pay for I only had one drink and I slowly sipped it. I wasn't, you know, it was a little, I don't even know what the hell, a Bay Breeze. I think it was something like that.
I have thought about showing up at her meet and greets because she what does she say about me? She says something like I'm boring or uninteresting or something like that. And she's been in certain places where I could have easily flown out there and just, you know, stood there, but I just can't waste my time with her or anything like that, or give her the time of the day. I just can't do that. But I will tell you something that she's not aware of is that where she lives, when I was dating somebody's father, lives not too far, who also happens to be a doctor. And boy, has he told me stuff. Oh my God. Marissa, if you ever want to try and get on my bad side, I will let the fly.
I made him look so stupid. And then people were trolling them. Okay, here. This is how ridiculous it is. We recorded the whole time in the restaurant. Everybody can hear the gentleman walk over and ask us to leave. Offered to pay for my drink. He kept saying no. I think I offered like 3 times and he said, no, it's on us. So, okay, I had a free cocktail. Go to the car. Cops fly by. Now we leave, but we went live on the way home. So all the way to the house, we were live. I walked into the porch. I'm sitting on my porch where I am now, smoked a cigarette, and then Matt set up his computer and he went live. So I ended mine to mod for him. And then people were literally telling them, because they went to the Olive Garden instead of where they went someplace else. And the whole restaurant was loaded with people. Everyone at that bar was waiting for us, blah, blah, blah. They let everybody down. They ruined everything for everyone. There was nobody at the fucking place. It was empty. There was a few patrons at the bar. It was nothing to brag about. Nobody was there. No one knew anything about them.
Her meet and greets never work out. And then she gets to her hotel and goes, I'm going to meet and greet. And then she'll go, oh, I don't really want to. I mean, hold on a second. If I was going to go meet my fan and they were saying, here they are, and I spend all the money to go, and then she's in the hotel saying live, well, I don't really want to go downstairs. I have to get dressed. I'd be going, what? Like, oh my God. I mean, she just likes hotels she takes these vacations and she lives in hotels and eats. Like, you know, it's like,
it was so stupid.
Happy I've got to see that.
I'm happy.
That's hilarious story.
The entire way home, and that he went live once his computer was set up. he went live, so I ended mine and modded, and then I ended up having a panel hop because I wanted to go to bed, but everybody, it was, it was buzzing. Everyone was like, "Oh my God, this is crazy! You guys got her." So
yes, like Checking Conviction says he had a shovel behind him, and you had rope spoons, like ready to throw forks at her. Oh my God!
Somebody, they were telling her, "Oh my God, Marissa, they're following you." We weren't following her. We were coming home. I was recording myself going home, talking shit to her the whole time, just insulting her the whole time home.
Why wouldn't she think if it's a meet and greet? She's already met you at the laundry's house. Why would she get that way? How did she not know that?
Because she talked so much shit about me. First, I offered to pay for round trip tickets. I said, "You get off the plane, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you."
Okay.
Yeah, and fly back home. I'm like, I'll pay for your round trip ticket.
Well, okay. I think I'd be a little bit nervous if you said that to me, honey. I'm gonna come if I come to see you, sweetheart. Oh, you come Miss Harmony. That's it. I'm gonna have my spoons in my pocket and the whole thing. I'd be a little concerned.
So I mean, then she called me a shit talking skank. Said I would never do anything. Okay, so I made a very public announcement. If you ever come to my town, I will see you. I meant it. Coming to Florida, easy. Leaving could be difficult. So that's how that went.
Scared her.
So people were telling her we were in the parking lot, destroying keying their cars, like stabbing their tires and stuff.
Oh my God.
Meanwhile, we were home live here at home.
Wow.
And they're in the restaurant freaking out. She made a big scene or fuss or whatever. Somehow, some way, she got the manager to let her run through the kitchen and leave through the back door out the kitchen. Mm-hmm. And somebody sent me a screenshot because they were recording. And Marissa was running. I know she was running because it was a screenshot and her hair was like this behind her and, like in the wind. So she was flying and you just see her running, I guess, to her car. And I'm just like, dumbass. I'm not even there. Who are you running from?
Scared. I've got this and I'm tough and all that. She sees a snake near her garbage and she almost has a heart attack. She thinks someone's at the door when they were doing the Betty Boop thing and Olivia thing and someone's coming to the door. She is the biggest scared person there is. Like, she's all talk. What I would do is I would do clips and throw snakes at her just to bother her because I knew she'd see them on Twitter. And I'd have snakes going all over her because I know she's scared of snakes. Like, you let us know your fears, we're gonna get to you, right?
Well, do you remember when we were out there for the laundries and we were going through the woods and she kept freaking out? Oh my God, this is like a scary movie. She kept going. I said, I'm going out.
What purse did she carry? Did she carry a fancy purse on that one too?
She had on like the tight latex, like the black pants and like the stretch, like same material shirt, long sleeves in like 100-degree weather. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? First of all,
I know. Really,
I think she wore a baseball cap or whatever you want to call it. I don't think she brought a purse through the woods with her, but she was not thrilled about going through the trail. I got so tired of her fucking just complaining and animals and bugs and snakes and oh my God, something's happening. The Blair Witch Project. And I said, I'm going this way. And I go to make a right to go cut through the woods. No, you can't separate. That's how it happens in scary movies.
But you know how close you were? You know how close you were?
I think I was
right
like
near him.
I was like 20 feet away from Brian's house.
You were.
Had I went left through the tree, the tree brush, about 20 feet, I would have found his head. So we were close, but
you were very, very close. That was a distraction. If I was there, I would have just ignored her and just kept on going. But
she finally left. But at one point, so at first she's like, "Don't go. You can't separate. We have to stick together." This is what happens in every horror movie. Is that you can't separate. You're gonna die. Something's gonna happen, and I'm just like, God, please, Lord, please, somebody just kill me. You know, somebody please just jump out and stab me in the fucking eyeballs right now because I'm ready.
I would have loved someone to come out on the bush and scare the shit out of her so she peed her
like
pants
or something.
Oh, she was
Oh my
so
God.
obnoxious. She's just
so
obnoxious.
Bad. I looked at Matt. I said, fuck this. I'm gone. He's like, what are you doing? And before I could even answer him, I just went cut right. And I went through we were going back this time. So then I just went right through the woods. I said, I hear something. So I kept going. And he's yelling, don't go too far. And Marissa's yelling, oh my God.
The clue was, I don't know if it was you or somebody said, you can hear the buzzards or flies or something. And as soon as you said that, because I travel so much, I know when there's dead carcass somewhere or wherever it is, because I trail all the time. I went, there's something there. I mean, it could have just been a boar or something like that. I'm not saying it was Brian, but I knew when I heard that, I said, something is there. And I don't know if you were looking up and see buzzards or whatever flying around.
I was trying to follow them where they were going.
Oh, so you did see them.
But I didn't smell like a decaying.
You wouldn't have smelled anything at that point.
But I didn't know that he had been dead for so long at that point either. But I still thought he was alive. So I had no idea. But
Do you remember the date that you walked out there? Can you reference that for me for some reason? You know why?
I'd probably tell you. Just look through
because I can tell you if he was dead or alive at that time.
So
because I lost contact with him. The last, I won't tell you the date, but I lost contact with him, and I really had the feeling of what he had said to me in the letter happened. Because if you remember the live, he had said something about his phone and what he was going to do. He was going to bury it. Because or something like that, and he was telling it was raining. Anyways, I won't get into the whole thing right now, but I'd like to know the date because I have a feeling I know the date and the time of his actual demise, but I want to know the date of that because there's another person who went out there. I can't remember his name. It was a husband and wife team, and they would go out there, and I've got this also up on my channel. I can't remember what I titled it, but is this the night that Brian shot himself or something like that? Because they're walking out and they hear a gunshot go off, and it was only one. And he goes, oh, it's a gunshot going off, right? And so I tried to backtrack because I lost contact with him. He wasn't writing me anymore. And with what he told me, a couple of things, I was trying to figure out the date. So I was wondering with that first one with the gunshot, was that the date that he shot himself or whoever may have shot him? Because I have a theory that he didn't shoot himself. Okay. And that's just my theory. And then there was when you went out with the issue of sensing, because I think you said something in that. I think you said something afterwards.
So the FBI presser was on October 20th. So that means we were there. It was probably, I'm going to say around October 15th-ish. Okay,
well, you know my story because I sent you it because I trust you. I sent you the truth, right?
Everything, yeah.
Because I said if anything happens to me, you need
to. If anything happens to me, I need somebody. Yeah, and I kept it until I knew
said, you need to use it. You can. I gave you the permission. You're the only one.
Mm-hmm. But what I did was,
except for the other person that he was also writing to.
I kept everything until I knew you were okay, and then I deleted it, and I never read it. I never looked through any of it because it wasn't my business unless something had happened.
Yeah, but you got to keep it because the court date's not over.
Well, I didn't keep it because it was yours.
I know, but I said to you, if something happens to me or you need it for the evidence, then that's okay. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. I've got copies and everything like that, and my attorney has a copy too. So
Good.
and
I'm happy.
I shouldn't have put you in that position either, but I think I asked your permission. I think I've said to you, I have some information, but first you want to know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So,
but if you can remember, then you'll know
it was
that there's. Well, we won't talk any further, but look at that date of when you were there, and if you can remember the date I gave you.
Between the 12th and the 15th.
15.
Yep. That's what I have.
And what are they trying to claim? They're trying to claim that he died when? At the beginning or something, the first week? Was there ever a theory on when he may have died?
Oh, everybody says he. Well, as you know, because TNTs are awesome, there was not at all at any time waist deep water. That was all, I think, a distraction.
It was. Well, they were actually. They made a mistake in that whole investigation because they were seeking out another fugitive, and so they were tracking him. And the reason why they went out that way, they ended up catching him. And I don't know if you remember the guy who fell upon the little hut that was in there, and then he goes up. Remember that one? And then he was captured, and then they all went in. So they were very distracted, and there was no reason for them to do that, because if they can go with those machines where they could have gone with the machines where Brian was. Like, it just made no sense. If this is where the person went in, that's where you should be looking. It's like when we have a missing child, what do? We look in our area first. So it was really bizarre from the gate of the whole thing, and it was really frustrating for me because I knew that he couldn't be too far. I just,
I had, well, as you know, because I told you, I had a lot of different thoughts, and every time I just threw ideas out there like this, like, okay, what about this idea? What about that? And I love throwing around ideas, like little conspiracies and stuff. And, well, this could have been possible. Or, I mean, like, there was any little situation could have been possible had you thought about it. But, that I was just trying to show people, like, there's more than one way to think about it. And let's open our minds and think all these ways, throw ideas around, because I like to do things like that. And a lot of people actually ended up telling me that they thought a lot of the same things. In fact, up until not that long ago, somebody was emailing me telling me that they thought he was in witness protection in New Mexico. There was a lot of different things going around. Still to this day don't know that I can see that he's dead.
I think that was because Dog kind of tried to steer that way, right?
Oh, did he say that? I couldn't tell you if he did or not.
But he never trailed at all. He never went through the Appalachians. He never trailed at all. He never left this location.
No.
He was using the showers. He was breaking into campers to charge his phone. He never really left the area. In fact, he even walked down the street and saw you guys protesting.
I think he
said,
because
if you can remember in the live, he said, I'm really pissed off the way the protesters were, especially he hated Molly, right? So he had literally walked down, because he was only 7 kilometers from the house, and he saw it all.
So that I believe that really would have been him that they saw walking.
No, that wasn't him.
That wasn't him. No. Because that was right around the time.
Only one time that he did it. There was only one time that he did it, and that was when it was really hairy-carry, and he was really pissed off because he really felt bad that his parents were going through all of this. He really did. He didn't like what they were going through,
Mm-hmm. Yes, Skunk.
He wasn't spotted. He was not spotted. Because he knew about the cameras and all that. He knew everything. He was connected to the internet. He knew what was going on. He was watching it all. He heard it all.
So I always suspected that he could have been in like the juicer warehouse, because why would he have been in the woods the whole time where people are searching when he can be in?
He wasn't in the woods the whole time.
No, I know, but that, like, I know he wasn't, but everybody was saying he was. So that's why I was like, well, let's talk. But look, like, if he can go to the juicer, to the warehouse, they keep their equipment and whatnot, you know, their machines and stay there, shelter. It's away from the elements. You can have a cot or anything, you know.
Well, no one's there at night. Everything's closed. I mean, there was people who spoke about it. Like, there was a man. I don't even know if it's on because he probably had it taken down. But I think JLR was talking to somebody and he had said something. But then shortly after, another person came out. But it was such a small channel, and really no one paid attention to it. And said, I saw him. I'm pretty sure it was him coming out of the bathroom. And you know, like he had said, he was breaking into campers, he was charging. It was not hard to charge your phone and stuff like that.
And if you go through those trails that we were going in, every so often there'd be power boxes with outlets that you could charge your phone. So if you're hiking and in the woods hiding from the cops, you could plug your phone in.
Yeah, you know, I love the flower bed one that Nerdy Addict did. That one cracked me up. The hand and how many people looked at it and everything like that. I thought that was so good. And then we couldn't figure out who it was. And then he finally admitted it. That was me, you know. And it's like, it was so funny.
And then there was another one where they photoshopped Gabby's cup in the backyard. And then they miraculously found her cup in the trails.
Well, that was not. Well, I'm not going to say anything, but that
wasn't her cup. And there's 3 stores in the general area that sell that exact.
Well, she tried. Well, the problem that she said was what ended up telling it all, like the truth, is that she said that her mom had the cup, and then her mom said, "I don't have the cup," you know, the cup. I think actually the cup was. I think the cup might have been in the. They might have had the cup, but it didn't come from them. No. I mean, that was a little bit ridiculous. It was safe, and everybody went to Amazon right away and got it, and you know, like it was. So that if it was, you don't think that they would have seen that? Like, you know, they
I didn't see it, and I was there the day before.
Bones. Oh, there's bones, and it turns out to be animal bones. It was like, oh my god! It was like reminding when, what was her name, Ziggy, went out and said about the bones, and that made me sick.
Matt was just joking about that, I think, yesterday.
And then Fred said he staged it, or somebody staged it to trap her, and it was just like, what if they were like, you haven't had your boots on the ground. When I was in Malaya Davis and I was doing the drone committee and everything like that, I kept on thinking, what if I come across their body? That's why I'll never do boots on the ground in searches like that again, because you have to think you could find something. There was a lady who found a phone down the road and she almost had a heart attack. Then there was another lady who found a shirt and we had to call a paramedic because she freaked out so bad, right? Like, you just don't realize it until you're on there. When you want to do a search, you got to realize, what are you searching for? A body. What if you come across it? Then what are you going to do?
Well, just imagine had I made that left and gone that 20 feet. And
I know.
Across that head.
I know. But I'm going to tell you something. He wasn't there.
Right.
Because he wasn't. This is on my channel. This is on my channel way before I connected with Brian and I was sleuthing. When they did the what was it called? Live long or something.
Long live trail.
When they did that, I had a sense. This is way before I connected with him. I had a sense, for some reason, because of the story that I was told that that's where he would be. And then when I used my programs, and I have it on my channel if you guys want to see it, he marked off trees to allow his dad to know where he was. That's how his dad knew where he was. There is a tie around the tree,
Were they
a
orange?
ribbon around the tree,
Were
and
they
there's something
orange?
else I can't remember. Pardon?
Orange ties or flags?
Yes. There was
I
an
know.
orange tie, and then there was something else down the way.
There was
And that's how his dad knew to go right in. Now, they weren't there when his dad went in, because his dad already had known.
Mhm.
And I freaked out, because I said, sometimes you got to go with your gut and your intuition when you're sleuthing and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, that's really interesting. So there were markers.
They were
I remember him saying, I marked off, they know where I am. They're, I mean, we all know that they were involved. And we all know that now. They were involved. They were taking food out. They were doing this. They were doing that. There was more than he admitted. There were 5 or 6 people that helped him, and then they all chickened out and ran because they didn't want to be accomplice anymore, right? And so that's when it got bad. Because
when they went out there with this, they had a wet bag, okay, and it had supplies in it. And
yes, it had his supplies, his journal.
Yep, I believe.
It had
I still think let's cut a deal.
Picture of Gabby.
Too long, so you got to tell us where he is, and we'll let you guys go or whatever. I don't know. I don't really know what my exact idea is that happened, because I'm still kind of conflicted with my different ideas of what could have happened, or it just didn't. Like you said, he wasn't in the woods the whole time, because it just didn't make sense. There was too many things, too many possibilities, too many things he could have done to prevent having to do that until he was ready to kill himself, if he was in fact dead.
Well, what ended up happening near the end, if you can remember on my live near the end, he had injured his ankle.
Yeah.
And it was really bad and infected. And so back chat,
was it cut, or was it like a snake bite or something like that? I do not remember. Really bad infection, though. I remember that.
He was walking, and he, I guess, got in between some pieces of wood or whatever, and he cut his foot, so it was an open wound.
Okay.
And it was getting sore and sore and sore. And so this was also near the end of his time, where he couldn't walk anymore. And so back chat, because I have naturopathic behind me with remedies, I was telling him, I looked up what the indigenous things were in your area.
Holistic
and
healing.
Right. And so like moss could be one, yada, yada, yada. But that wasn't my concern. He couldn't walk anymore, and it was totally infected. He said, it's so bad. It's so infected. My concern was, there's alligators there. He's got an open wound. They're going to smell that blood. They're going to come at him. And
not where he was.
That's what I think happened. I really honestly think this is how it happened and went down. Mm-hmm. He buried his phone. It was pouring with rain. He was going to go right at that point in time. He had decided that he was going to write a letter to his mom. And I never knew that was true until it came out. So there's some truth there. And he was going to, I don't know. I don't know about the manifesto. I mean, he wrote the manifesto, but I already knew his story, and I told you what I thought about that.
I think he romanticized the letter. Pardon? It was too Hollywoodish for me. I don't believe that
he murdered himself. Like, it was just so bad, like to die with no dignity at all. Like, yeah, bad enough you killed your girlfriend, but now you just have nothing. Like, there's no value to anything. And you could have placed value there in some way if you had spoken the truth into your heart. It was just terrible for me. I still will not get over it ever in my whole life. I will remain.
He didn't.
But
the
What
real
happened, I think this is what happened. So it was pouring with rain, as you said, that time. And he went to that area. And what I think is one or two things. Because he told me he would never kill himself. He wasn't into suicide, and I've got that in writing.
I think he was afraid to kill himself too.
Pardon?
I thought he was afraid to kill himself, and
he just didn't believe it. He just didn't believe in it. He did not believe in it.
Right.
However, his father tried to convince him to either kill yourself or
I thought his had
turn yourself in.
Right. But I thought
or
his father
maybe his dad killed him. Who knows?
Yeah.
You know, gun is missing. Where's the gun?
Was that his handgun? Was that the firearm they found in the other body of water?
I don't know, because he was talking about Gabby's gun too, and he had said where it was.
Right.
So I don't know if that's been brought out yet about the gun or not, if about Gabby's gun, if it was ever retrieved. I know her phone was. So I think what happened was he went out and he went to that area of where he was found, but his foot was really bad. And my feeling is that the animals, either a boar or alligator or whatever, smelt it and came up and chomped his foot off, because his left foot, or right, I can't remember, was missing. That was the only part missing on his body. So one or two things in my mind would run through, since understanding Brian, soft spot and horrible spot and terror spot, is he had no foot. The animal was crunching at him, and he either had a choice he could have maybe tried to kill the animal, that he didn't want to live anymore, and he shot himself. Because if you're going to get eaten alive and you have a gun, you either try and shoot the animal. That's what you would think to try and do. But it might be really, really hard, because think about it. All of a sudden your foot is cut off by an animal. You're going to be in freaking pain like crazy. And so maybe at that point of time, and his mental state was the worst. He just might have said, that's it. I'm going to shoot myself if I can't shoot. Maybe he did try to shoot at the animal. We don't know, because, we don't know how many bullets were in that gun, yada, yada. So maybe he tried to and it made it worse, or we don't know, because he was all bone. And that's the unusual thing too. Like, he was all bone. So to me, when I was studying all of that, when you get eaten like that, you will get by animals. There'll be nothing. And you can see, you're probably familiar seeing roadkill. You'll see that buzzard on the ground, but you come by later on, it's just 5 hours later, it's nothing but bone. They'll eat everything.
If you're lucky enough not to catch the stink.
Well, there's still going to be odor even with the bone, right? He's still
right.
There's still the odor.
There was not any sign of anything like that. And that is the only thing that made me, it was really hard for me to, it made it really hard for me to believe that it was actually him, because.
Well, because the animals would just go right to it. I've seen it.
Yeah, but myself. Even like your bodily fluid, like, so, okay. Say a bear, an alligator, whatever you want to say, ripped him apart. His blood, his bodily fluids would have seeped into the soil, and that would have brought a smell, especially with the heat and the humidity. There was not a smell. There was nothing.
But animals would have kept on coming up. The boars are really dangerous. Boars are one of the most dangerous animals out there, and they'll lick you right to the bone. And so, by then he, why is his foot missing? Why? Answer that. How did his foot disappear?
I thought they only found like a few bones,
no, they found most of it. If you look on my thing,
and then only a couple teeth, but not enough to medically give you identification for a dental.
He was pretty partial. He was pretty. The bones were intact, and they could even. That's where they sort of said, he shot himself because a part of the bone was fragmented, and the problem is somebody said in analyzing it,
but he's right-handed, and they said
right. Yes,
okay.
And I don't know because I never asked him if he's left-handed or right-handed, but so that's how they concluded that he died of a bullet somehow, like either self-inflicted or someone else or whatever. But where is his foot? Where did his foot disappear? That's what makes me think he had an injured foot. This animal came along, crocodile came along, bit his foot off, took it, ran with it, because where's the foot? They never found the foot.
That's interesting.
And remember, he was injured.
Right. See, that's really interesting to me, because you're the only person to really say that he was mostly intact, because even it's
on my I broke it right down. It's the autopsy report. Go look at my autopsy report. It's
I'm going
very
to
thorough.
have to, because everything I heard is, even at the presser, they were saying there wasn't enough to identify the body at all, that it would have to go through extensive testing.
Well, there was a conflict of interest with baby teeth to his teeth, because I think that if they're dental reports, they could only find the baby teeth. So, I mean, we can still do conspiracy on it, like we could if we wanted to.
Was he in fact related to a dentist?
I don't really know things like that, whatever they came out with. I mean, that wasn't really my sleuthing. The only part
I was just wondering if you had heard anything about that, because that was a big buzz going on for a long time.
I can't recall.
I spent about 3 or 4 days straight researching his family line, and he went to New York apparently too, right?
Some family information that came to me. Recall what? Picking up.
You're breaking up a little bit, or is that me?
You are. You're blinking on and off.
Am I? I have full service. It says I have full strong signal.
Yeah, you are.
Probably. I don't doubt it.
Sometimes, are you on StreamYards?
I am. It's probably StreamYards.
StreamYards, after a while, when you're on for a really long time, we're
going on 6 hours.
What Skunk is saying. Oh my God! I personally think Ma or Pa Laundrie killed him because he was much of a coward to kill himself. They didn't speak out, and they only led cops to his remains because. There's a possibility. To me, when I kind of think about the headspace of this family and what he has talked to me about, and the pride that they had, and that the embarrassment that they didn't want, wouldn't I would say to him, "You're not bringing their family, so you either turn yourself in, stop it, kill yourself, because you're going to end up in jail, and you don't want to end up in jail." Even though he did have a plan, he told me about what he was going to do in jail, which was cool. Or I'm going to kill you, because so I have that feeling too. Would his father go to that extent? Because they're the type of people that
I think his dad is more sensitive.
Pride.
I think his dad was I think his dad is more sensitive and more emotional. So, like, say Brian were to beg and plead him, I think he would do it for his son. Where Roberta, I think, was the stronger, more prideful person out of the two. But I could be wrong.
His father was very controlling. Very controlling.
I had heard that too. I heard a lot of different things from a lot of different people. But when I actually went up and spoke to to Mr. Laundrie, he actually changed a lot of what I thought and felt from the beginning, just by my short interaction with him. And I saw a different man than the monster I pictured him to be.
I don't think he's so much a monster. I just think he's kind of like liberal set-minded in a way. Whereas, you know, we keep to ourselves. We mind our own business, and this is how we do. And we're not going to share our life with anybody except for the inner circle. And that's it. And I know people like that in my real life. You know what I mean? But there was behind the doors, there was all sorts of stuff going on. And we've heard the stories, and I've been told some of the things that Brian went through. But the bottom line was he loved his mother so much and hated her going through what she was going through, and was more the reason. Want to know the reason why he was going to turn himself in?
Why?
Because he didn't want his mother to go down. He wanted to protect her.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's why. He wanted to protect her so much. He really, really loved his mother, and he would do the world for her, and I think she would do the world for him, and she coddled him so much. And the father was a different type of personality completely. Like they were bipolar opposites in that house. And so when you have those dynamics, it's weird. Like I said to him, I said, you know, before you moved everything out and all that, I noticed with your room, there was nothing of Gabby's, but yet she lived there with you. Where's Gabby's stuff?
Supposedly Roberta boxed it all up and had it out in the garage.
No.
That's what
she was never allowed. He told me she was never allowed to have anything in there. The stuff that was boxed up was other stuff. It was, she just didn't, out of sight, out of mind, right? And it was more the father who didn't like Gabby, who convinced the mother that she was no good. But we know about Gabby. She had a very big, huge codependency. She was very, very insecure. And, you know, she was so young and insecure, and it just wasn't a good match. And the mother could see that. It's, you know, she's too young, this is what's going to happen. And the free spirit, and yeah, maybe you want to fly a freak flag, but, you know, hold back, like way back. He didn't want to marry her. He wasn't in love with her. That was the problem.
Wasn't there the young lady up north?
Yes.
Okay, and that was supposed to have been the person he was going to originally propose to.
Yes, and he tried to break up with her a couple of times. Now, when he was out on the road, he had broken up with her a couple of times. The night of their engagement, he didn't want to get engaged. And he broke up that later on after that evening. And then another time was he wanted to break up with her again. She was going to go up to New York. And then, you know, that didn't happen. And the time that he was in the restaurant was the final straw. And he said, that's it. It's over. They had a huge fight. And that's what ended up leading into complications to her demise. He couldn't get rid of her. And the problem is that he told her he's in love with this girl. Nobody believed her story, but it's true. And I mean, she had some psychological damage afterwards. A lot of therapy.
I had tried to reach out to her, but she made herself pretty hard to find, and then
she went through a lot.
I found her and I emailed her.
You know who helped her?
I read a response. Who?
Mrs. Petito took her under her wings.
I didn't
She
know
helped
that.
her. Yeah.
So did he do the goodbye tour that everybody kind of said? Like he went after he left the stream where Gabby was and go see his uncles in New York and whatnot, and then come back.
No. There is one piece of time frame that I can't verify, and that is when his father, when he stated that he left her and flew back home, I guess to sort out his stuff. There's absolutely no flights, nothing that states that he could have been on an airplane. That is the only time that I can't fill in.
So from what I had learned, which could be either here nor there because it was what I was informed by somebody else. So that does not mean that it's true at all. But I was told that she stayed at the hotel. He flew home and supposedly helped with the storage unit, if that was true. And then he went back. Gabby had her dad order her food and had it sent there like Grubhub or something like that. And then that was like, I think the next day was the last time they actually physically heard from her. And supposedly he had been using her phone and texting her family, pretending to be her.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
He had his phone that night on our live, but he had the phone with him. That's how I knew he had the phone. And you know, when he buried the phone with Brian's phone, I still don't know if they confirmed this at all. Maybe someone can help me, but I don't know if they ever found Brian's phone because he buried it that night. Remember, he had to bury it. He says, "I've got to put it in the ground."
I thought that his parents had recovered it because they had gone out to that area almost every day immediately after they opened up the park again. So I figured they went out there as fast as they could to gather whatever there was.
The separation, and so whatever, put everything in storage. But because I couldn't find any flights or anything like that. I mean, it's just something I thought of because we had the time date of when he flew out. I couldn't find anything that was going to Florida at that time or anything. But what I did find was there was one to New York. So what I have a feeling is that he flew to that girlfriend that he loved to New York while his dad cleaned up the mess to get rid of Gabby and then flew back. I don't know if he ever came to Florida. There have to be a witness account of did Brian ever come back? And not one person has said, oh yeah, we saw Brian come back, because he didn't come back with the van.
And they were
supposed to do that side door to be able.
Right.
So I think he flew to that girl, and I don't know if it's New York or whatever. I think he flew to her and told her, because she makes mention that they were going to get back together, right? And she makes mention of that. And he went probably back and said, it's over. I'm going back with her. So I think that there was some sort of something going on there that he was going to go back, because that's what she said, they were going to get back together, and he was going to break up with her and thought it was going to be simple, but it wasn't simple, because she freaked out and she lied to him and said some stories to him and in the van, and it just one thing got to another. They both started fighting because Gabby fought too. Gabby was beating on him a lot. They were both physical with each other.
That's what we were told. We heard that they would. Well, I guess the way I was led to believe
his phone hasn't been recovered. Okay. Well, if anybody ever wants to tell him, they should go look, because wherever he buried it, it's probably there. It's probably still there. I don't know where it would be, because I don't have the MapQuest for it, but it wasn't far because if you can recall, he says he's not far from where he's lodging on the live. He said, I'm going to put it here, I'm going to bury it, and I'll give you a call in the morning, and I'll try and come back on the live. And that was it, so I can't remember the reason why he said I think it was going to he didn't want to get it wet. I don't know why he buried the phone there.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. So his phone hasn't been recovered. So it could still. So if you want to do some searching, you can go out and look for the. He told me exactly where it is. It's along a bank. It's not far from the bank.
So I'm trying to remember. And the bank. So when you're walking the bank, then you would make a left on the trail, and then you go out down the trail a while, and then to the left is where he was. Now, that's where I was, where I almost found him. So it would be in that general area. And we went back a couple months.
You could use a metal detector.
Go, I want to say probably, I don't know.
If you had a metal detector and you just started at the beginning and then you kept on walking around the bank and go around the whole area to, that location, you never know. Boy, that would be a gold mine to find that.
What?
Imagine the texts. Imagine the messages on that phone. Boy, I bet you they're incriminating in many ways.
Oh my God! Could you imagine?
Oh, everything. All the connects that he was making, and everybody would be in there. Maybe it shouldn't be found because there's more than. Don't forget, there's a lot more than the Laundries who got involved in this at the beginning. He took off. He was in a car. He took off. He took off with friends.
Come here.
He wasn't there for a while.
You up? There's a drop off here. There could be so many people incriminated if that phone was found.
Exactly. But how many people were using the phone with him? Well, I don't know. They were giving him phones and they were doing the connects. He had made mention that somebody came with a car and they took off. And for a few days, and he hid out with them. Found out they were bad boys and left. There's a lot of the story that hasn't been told. But the phone would be amazing to find, because if he was connecting with his parents, boom.
But how many burners was he using? Because he wouldn't have been able to use his phone because they would.
Well, he was using quite a few. He was using because he had to connect to the Laundries. He had to connect to his associates who were helping him with food and yada yada. So he probably had a few. Right.
And
near the end, there was one phone left, and that was the incriminating phone because that was his main phone that he had when he was with Gabby, and that's the one he buried.
And you really think he's dead? You completely believe that?
Yes, I know he's dead, because if he wasn't dead, he'd connect with me. He could be sitting on my couch right now. No, I'm just joking. But no, he would. He's really dead.
Brian.
He's really dead. Huh?
I said, "Hey, Brian." No, it's
yeah, really. Remember that night? It's like, oh my God, I had the police here and everything. I was so scared. That was scary.
I remember it was.
That was really scary. I'm coming to you. It's like, what the fuck?
You were freaking out, and we were watching and you didn't want to be left alone.
I was freaking out. Well, that's pretty scary.
You didn't know I was there. I'm like, I'm not leaving her alone. I gotta stay there.
I'm half blind. I'm half blind. I can't see. I got somebody reading, and it was like the most insane night. And I thought, if anything, I'm going to be live, because that's swatting. It's like someone's someone's going to come to your door. You're going to go live if something happens, right? And I went live. It was the craziest experience and most terrifying experience that I've ever gone through. Here I'm just a lady that is out there talking about it. I never anticipated something like this to happen to me, right? And it was really bizarre. And because I'm a small channel, there wasn't a lot of people in there. I mean, some people caught wind of it and said, "Oh, it's not true." I mean, I still got the sound bites of him talking.
I was there. I watched. So what was your first initial like physical, emotional, mental reaction feeling when you first made contact? Like actual, like, holy shit, this is him. How, like, what kind of state
How did I feel?
Yeah, like
well,
what kind of
because of the
being in?
Well, the first thing he said to me, the first line is, "Have you ever talked to a murderer?" That was the very first line he said to me in email.
You said that on the internet.
Of course, in my field.
You told me about it.
No. This is in the emails. Like, because remember, he was doing lives
as well,
and I was getting emails, and so I was reading out the emails during the live, and we had TNT. I think it was. She said, "Send us a picture," and we told him to put up so many fingers or something like that, so we would know. Right? And he couldn't keep a connection. So it took us about an hour for the other person who was reading for me, because I was using voice to text and I couldn't read. So she was reading for me. And so she figured to try and get some sort of Google number or something. So there's an hour in between. Meanwhile, his battery is going lower. So in between that, he was emailing me. So I was bringing out the emails during the live and the interims. And the first letter, the email I got was, "Have you ever talked to a murderer?" I said, "Yes." And I said, "Why? Are you one?" And he said, "Yes."
Movie. That's the best thing you come up with.
What scary was the fact is that the leak got out that Brian betrayed his friend who was trying to get him to turn himself in on the intent that he would get the reward money. And this is where Dog comes in, where he cahoots with this guy and said, "We'll split it and we'll get him and I'll turn him in right away." Well, that came out and Brian didn't trust any longer Dog, and he didn't trust his friend. And now that I had called Dog on the live and made clear that I called Dog, and everybody heard this live. Nothing is a secret here because it was all on the live. The police coming to my house, the police inside. A couple of lines or a few emails later said, oh my God. And that's when I stayed on until we knew there would be no way, because this guy would have to cross borders and all sorts of stuff, and there'd be no way. And but Brian stayed with me till he knew I was safe. And he was listening to the whole thing. He just couldn't keep a connect on the phone. I don't know what. Remember Peppers or something? It crazy. So much. I told him the truth. Like, you're a horrible person. I hate you. I had to dissociate myself, and try to listen to him, figure out where his headspace was, and try to figure out, his plan. He was ready to turn himself in. He didn't want his attorney anymore. I mean, first it started off with the attorney. He wanted to fire his attorney. So that took quite a few days for me to finally, I found 3 attorneys, 2 turned him down, but one was O.J. Simpson's attorney, by the way. The other one, and Martin, was one that was willing to take him on. So I said, call Martin. So he connected with Martin, and the whole thing was is he didn't want to have Bertinelli as his attorney anymore. In fact, he had told me that he breached confidentiality with Bertinelli going to his parents. That wasn't allowed. And he had also told Bertinelli some other things. That's why Bertinelli's in hot water. I knew it would eventually come out. Pardon?
No, what? we were under the impression that the parents hired Bertinelli.
Yes, but they knew each other. But the problem is that you can't do that. It's kind of a conflict of interest when you think of, he's representing Brian, but through the personalities, dictating the way things went. And it's not, Brian had told Bertinelli exactly what to do, and Bertinelli would do it, do what he wanted to do. And so it's all going to come out in the lawsuit. Like, he's being sued now. Like, he's in deep water. And I knew that would happen. Eventually, all of that would happen. And, so, that's why I'm not even, that's why I say I'm waiting for everything to see what transpires. That's why I can talk about it now. I'm only going to talk about the things to the point of where things are at. As far as the date of death, we'll see if they come. But and a few other things, but yeah, so it was such a mess. So at the beginning it was attorneys, and then the next stage was he saw what was going on at the house, and then the injury happened, and then the terrors. He started going just he couldn't get the visual of Gabby out of his mind. So that was giving him psychotic episodes.
Because he had, how long was he off his meds for?
Sleep more. He had a thing. He wanted to write his mom a letter. He literally said, "I can't talk for her if she wants to do this," and I think she said no. I can't remember. I didn't know that. I don't think she wanted to be involved. I'm sure it's up to her, right? And so I don't know if the mother ever got the letter, but we hear about the mother with a letter,
right?
Wanting
she
to have
wrote that letter
him have a letter
herself,
right? But I don't know if he ever got to the point of writing a letter, or if it was just the manifesto. I don't know, but I know he wanted to write a letter, and what he was going to tell her was some personal things, also, how sorry he is, and I don't know if he was going to tell her he was going to turn himself in, but we were working on turning himself in. Like he really wanted to walk instead. You never know, right? So but he had the mind was just gone by then. Like, he just couldn't stop about the visuals with Gabby, and she was haunting him. He was just like, if there is a word for insanity in the mind, I think he broke that barrier. He was just, to a point where he was just at the tail end. So if he was at the tail end, and with all of this going on in his mind, with his family, with everything on, allegedly gets eaten by an alligator, so maybe I'm just gonna do myself in. Like, what's the point? Like, he could have turned himself in, but if he's being viciously attacked, It's like when I was in Thailand, I was walking through the back of a temple. I didn't even think until I saw a queen cobra come out. I could have been struck down right there, and somebody would have found me butt naked in front of a Buddha sometime if they walked that trail. I didn't even think how dangerous it was.
Right.
I mean, it would be an interesting way to die, but but
You made the front page
so
that day.
even though yeah, in the Thai papers. I actually recorded all of that, and I have pictures. I used to merge my channel with my travels, but I've hidden them all now. But even though that I know that he didn't want to kill himself, like, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, do you want to live this way without a foot? Do you want to go through all of this? Like, you know, you're going crazy, because he was so psychotic at that point. He would have had to be hospitalized for his episodes at the beginning. If let's say this ended up where they found him, or they whatever.
He probably had got started to go septic.
He was his, like I said with this lady. Well, it sounded like that, because the way he described it and everything like that, it sounded really, really, really bad. I said, I didn't want to scare him. I was just trying to find out the indigenous plants around there. He found some. He said, I found some of them, what you're talking about, and I told him how to do it, you know, bang it down and everything with a stick, and try to make it a paste and blah, blah, blah. And he put moss on it at the beginning. He put moss on it, but it was really, really, really bad. Like he was seeing
It had
like
gone to his bone already by then.
It was so bad. See his bone almost.
Yeah.
Didn't mention that he was going to cut his foot off or anything like that, because, you know, he'd have to walk. But to me, I think that was it. Like, I think about if I was in his position, you know, and just I did get struck by that cobra, I probably would die, but didn't, and nobody's coming and everything like that. I mean, I would do something, you know, if I was in pain or whatever it might be, to just end it, because what's the point, you know, if you're going to die in agony and you've got a means to end it quickly, then shoot yourself. I didn't have a gun. I only had a walking stick. Imagine me trying to beat myself. I'm going to beat myself with a stick.
So did he really take the firearm from his dad, or was it given to him? Because I had a hard time believing that his father didn't know it was missing.
He took it.
He did take it. Okay. It's okay, Whisper.
Mm-hmm. But he also had Gabby's. He also had Gabby's gun too, though. So which bullet was it? Well, we can't know, because his dad miraculously said it's missing. Well,
right.
I don't know if he ever stated which. I think he did state the caliber.
I think he said it was a revolver, but I don't know what caliber it was.
Bullet.
So
and they found that they could probably find anything. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they searched good. I mean, mysteries, you know, there's still some non-answers that we don't have. I'm hoping that they will come out, but I don't think they will, because they've closed the case about it, you know, unless it's brought up like we want answers here, you know, and I don't think they're going to go there. You know, they realize their stupidity, and they're lucky that they weren't countersued to pay back that money.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. I think there are.
You broke up.
I think there's. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. I think people are still
you're breaking in and out. Am I okay?
You're okay. You go in and out too, but you're okay right now. People are still searching, I think, today, that area. I'm not sure though if they are or not, but when I was there, being as close to where the body was, I didn't see any shell casings or anything like that myself. But that I was still I
Well,
wouldn't
it
have
would
seen
be
it would be right next to his body where it was found, and so I would imagine law enforcement found them.
yeah, it would just fall right to the ground.
Right. So
It'd be falling right to the ground. You put it in, disintegrates. It would be right to the ground. So I don't know. I'm still on the gray line to as him shooting himself because of how he went into how he wouldn't do that and why he wouldn't do that.
right.
Although he had a weapon, it wasn't
I think that was more for
intended for that
protection.
purpose. It was intended for the protection. It was because he would tell me that, like, people would be walking through that park and or whatever, and he just never knew, because there was a bounty for I don't know how much it was. I forget now. 75,000
I
maybe.
don't
I can't remember. There was a bounty on him. He was worried that people would come up or try to shoot him, and don't forget, he was going nuts and paranoid big time. So he wasn't only paranoid in night terrors, he was paranoid during the day, wandering around and wondering if anyone comes up. I mean, he could hear people. He knew people were looking for him. He probably knew Doug was there and his wife, and he might even, well, I don't know about guys, but you know what I'm saying? So he was very afraid. And I remember a story where he saw a guy, he came right up and he had a gun. And so it makes me wonder, with the last communication, was that guy who had the gun the one that, shot him? I don't know. All I know is that near the end, he knew something was wrong and he was in fear for his life. Why? Well, many reasons. So many people were looking for him. So many people were threatening to kill him. Maybe even his dad. Maybe he felt that, his dad was going to, come in, and that was it. Either you do it or I do it. I don't know. I mean, this is all alleged. This is all just speculation for people who are hearing it, but I don't know.
So, do
I don't
you
know
have
if
any
he's got blood
idea?
on his hands.
I can't rule that out. I don't know if it's true or not, but I have a hard time ruling that out. But do you know about how long he went without his medication, without taking it?
He didn't have any more. So a very, very long time, which he had stopped. When you even see the Mohab thing, I think he even mentions about his medication then. He didn't take it like, he should have. And when, I don't know what the medication was for, I can't remember, but you've got to take your medications regularly. You can't sporadically take them. Like when I suffered trauma, I had to, it took my body about 3 months to pills. And then, just for the brain, the serotonin to kick in, it was a horrible experience because I could tell, I was going through this horrible experience. And meanwhile, I knew I had to just be patient with the pills. And in the meantime, the pills were driving me cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but I just had to bear down. It was probably almost like somebody who was withdrawing from drugs, but I'm trying to get the drug to equalize my serotonin in my brain, right? Because if I didn't do it, it would have gotten worse and worse and worse for me. And same with Brian. He didn't take it on a regular basis. He thought, I have some days that I think, hey, I don't need it, I don't need it, but I can never not stop. I can never stop taking it. Even though if I have 2 or 3 days, because it gets out of your body and then it gets back into your body, and it's the same process of trying to now get back into your body. And so, this was another issue. And he didn't have his medications. He wasn't taking them when he was supposed to. And he had nothing. At the end, he had nothing. He had, if you can remember on the live, he had 2 power bars, or I think they're called power bars or something, protein bars.
Protein
He
bars,
only had
yeah.
2 of them left. Yeah, he only had 2 of those. That was the only food he had left. 2 protein bars. That was it.
That's crazy. So I am going to ask you one more question because I'm interested to see what you have to say, but it's 4:00 in the morning, so I'm going to try and get a couple hours of sleep, like 2.
Yeah.
But how far off is the truth from his manifesto, from his confession letter that he wrote? How far off would you say it is? Without,
it's very far off. 90% far off.
Really?
90%. Yeah. Wow. And that is something that if they ever need as evidence, I've got the whole script.
So
yeah, that's what pisses me off so much.
I know it has to, because you had built.
We could go through that if you want to do a live one night. And I think I have the manifesto, or if you can grab it, we can go. Refresher, because it's been a while, right? It's going to upset me because I'm so upset now
very,
because,
very
like I said earlier. Yeah, well, it's just like I said, it pisses me off when my clients, don't confess and say, here's the child, or I made a murder. It's no difference to me when they do that. I'm not attached to them. I just say, but there's some sort of weird attachment. I can't describe it. I didn't really want to, but I did, because in my heart of hearts, it's almost like what I had said at the beginning of our tea party. What you do is look at helping the girl, right? And that's what I was trying to do with him. I detached myself to be able to come up with some plans to what he was comfortable with, and getting him in that direction of an outcome, because that's what I do, a problem solve, right? But I couldn't push it, but I got to him to a point where it was glory. It was really good. And I was really proud that he was going to move forward and do what he said he was going to do. And then if he did go to jail, he'd do this. But the plea bargain would have been that his mother cannot go down. That's what he wanted his lawyer to do. He wanted his lawyer to say, I'll come in, but you've got to make sure that my mother's not going to come down. He didn't mention his dad much, just his mom. Like, so I don't know. How, his mom was really involved, but his dad is an accessory.
Absolutely.
So it will all come out. It will be interesting to see what happens, because I think that they just dropped some information on the attorney within the last few days, that what he's got to bring in. I mean, he's screwed. He's screwed, because it'd be like what we were saying if they found Brian's phone. Okay, if they've got all of his, they've just, I think, said that this is what you have to turn in. Like, he's screwed. I don't know how he's going to get out of this one. I really don't. Unless he admits it, and I have a feeling that he's just going to admit it. He's just going to say, yeah, this is, what I did, and call it a day. I mean, what is he, an ambulance chaser anyways, lawyer? He's not like a huge lawyer.
I mean, like, he's a piece of shit. I sent you my number.
Well, he's a piece of shit, and they're going to find out this information, and I think it's a lawsuit. I have to refresh my memory on it. There's just so much going on with all of these cases, but there is some new tea on it just recently about what the attorneys, what it just went to court, and I think it's coming up in court. I think the court date might be May 25th. Don't quote me on that, but it's coming up soon. So, I mean, if they get all of this information, evidence that, he did know, and I don't know if it's conspiracy or what. I don't even know, because I don't know the legal stuff to things, but he's going down. He's going to go down, and I think the best thing for him to do is, instead of pushing it, but mind you, then they would win the lawsuit, I guess. But so what, know? I don't know how much the lawsuit's even for. I don't even know if there's an amount of anybody. Like,
I don't remember. There was.
Well, that was it. Skunk just brought up something. That was something I was trying to find out. There is an attorney that goes on YouTube, but he's not into the Petito case. I'm not sure. But that is a question we could pose to an attorney, because I thought that there was something said about the conflict of interest too.
Well, he's not. I do not believe he passed the Florida bar, but isn't he a real estate lawyer? So he wouldn't be able to handle them in court anyway. They would have.
She's saying something about civil. Let me see what she said, because people have been bringing this up, and somewhere along the. Hold on. I knew it. It's taken to look like a hero. Hold on, please do. I don't even know. Sorry, I'm not following chat, but I caught my eye about the attorney here. Where is it? Something about civil that he can't.
So Skunk said Two Toes Bertolino represent a civil trial.
What? Say that again.
Two Toes Bertolino can't represent
a civil case.
Civil trial, can he? No, he wouldn't be able to represent them at all.
I don't know.
He doesn't have a Florida bar. I really don't think he has a license to practice law in Florida. Even if he did, it's not.
I can't remember.
It's not. He can't do criminal cases, and I do not believe. Yeah, no, I am too, guys. We're all getting tired. I gotta. I have to actually leave
this sure took a huge turn.
I know, but it's awesome though, because
maybe you should hide this. Maybe you should hide this video with all the information that we've brought out. What do you think?
I could do that if you'd like me to.
What do you think? Because we talked about your situation too, and I don't want anyone to get any ideas of your progress too. I don't really care about all of the information that I've said, but I just don't want you to have problems, about me being on your panel and saying all of this shit, right?
Oh, I don't give a fuck.
I don't know how many people were in the room, and I don't know how many people watch your videos.
I think I don't know. What
I probably killed your whole show tonight. Anytime I'm on.
No way, because we literally went from that to information helping with that situation, and then we just went into all the other situations. So I think it was really, really interesting, and there was just so many different topics. I almost wish that we could have done a series,
Well, we could.
We really should do it. We should definitely do this again. I sent you my number and my email in
because I have to send you my new phone number. Someone stole my phone in Egypt, so I had to get a new number and a new phone.
So we should definitely do something.
It was fun.
I never hear. Yeah,
I never.
I love hearing it and everything. He is not licensed.
You and Matt are the only people I talk to. Occasionally, I may go up on. I went up actually on a really cool curators panel, and we kind of went off on tangents too. You know, she's very calming, like you make me feel calm and everything like that.
Good.
And, you know, I don't hear all of the crazy people out there. But
No,
I did this about a week ago with
we're
her.
all cracks, but we're good at it.
But she's not in the world of all the crazy stuff, right? Like, you know, we really brainstormed and we talked a lot. It was about it was that we were waiting for the verdict to come in. So we had a great discussion. And because I dove so deep in it, you know, we were picking each other's brains, just kind of like we are bantering back and forth. And I was asking her a lot of questions too, because there are some answers that I wasn't too sure of. Right. And so it was really interesting, very interesting indeed.
Yeah.
It's up to you. I'll leave it up to you. But you know, we'll talk further. And
Yeah,
right
definitely.
now I can't do long distance because I got a new plan and I didn't put USA in it. I just kept it very basic right now. So we can't have our 3-hour discussions like we used to.
Like we used
But
to. We can definitely
I'm
email.
gonna email you something, and then you'll know how to be able to connect with me so we can talk.
That's
Because
fine.
I just don't want to say too much because I don't know how Matt watches your shows and all that. But I started thinking about something I want to bounce off you and see what you think on that. And it's a little surprise for Matt.
Well, I don't think he's going to watch 7 hours. So so I think we'll be okay. But yeah, no, email me. Let's figure it out.
I'll return your.
And then we'll do something here.
So you did it to the Miss Harmony email, right?
No, I just sent it in the private chat on the side.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay.
Do I know I use. Okay, so let me just check and see if I still have your email. I should.
Okay, so I'll email you tomorrow with my phone number, and I want to bounce this idea off of you and see what you think, and then we'll go from there. And like I said, we talked about this a long time ago. I think a year ago or whatever, about you doing your series.
Yeah,
I think that you made mention about maybe I'll
have the Miss
right?
Harmony.
Because you have a lot of people who can here. Well, you have mine because we email back and forth here and there.
Yeah, I have the Miss Harmony one, so I can,
yeah.
We'll definitely get in and do something because there's so much on both ends.
Well, you have also a lot of people like Mama Bear. You know, she covered a whole bunch of stuff too on Letitia. So you know, you could have those kind of people up there and you know talk about these kind of things. And I think the series would be really good. I think I like the series idea very, very much. I know you were brainstorming where can I take my channel, but we also love you being you know, chit-chatting away on the bonfires and the animals. And I mean, I just love it. I love it.
I just like to have fun and hang out and talk and whatever.
I know.
Queefy, how are you? So yeah, I definitely like. I'm not into the whole I'm a true crime or I like my no genre because I can do whatever I want. I can talk about farts today and pie tomorrow and it wouldn't matter.
Exactly.
That's how I like it. So yeah, we're gonna.
Well, yeah, it's your channel. You can do whatever you want, right?
That's how I always try to do it. You know, sometimes I don't have a rhyme or a reason. I just literally turn it on and I'm like, hey guys, I have no idea what's going on, but I just wanted to say hi and we just go from there. But I have really, really, really great people. So it's easy. I can come in here with absolutely nothing on my mind. Like I have no idea what to say. And then it turns into 7 hours. So,
well, we haven't talked for quite a long time, and I hope that I appreciate that you've taken this time with me and just being able to be me and just share a lot. You know, like I've gotten so much off my chest. It's crazy. I just hope no flack and trouble's going to come from it. I really don't care because I have all the evidence and, witnesses, and one of is you. So I'm not up here to lie and try to gain clout or recognition or anything like that. That was a terrifying experience for me. Yeah, it really, really was. But, you just never know when you're a channel holder what can happen. And this is another, in my thinking of not going live and doing lives. I mean, I actually did a live not too long ago, but it was very short and I had a lot of connection problems. So I just said, nah, but you just never know. So I give credit to anyone who could come up and do what you're doing, because for me, I'm too deep of a thinker and all that. Like, I've had my fun nights and my chill nights and fly my free flag nights, and but I'm not the populace out there. And it doesn't really matter. I tried all different angles. If somebody wants information from me, they can, get information from me, or they can go to my channel and just look at whatever I've got down. But as far as like going forward, I just like doing it this way, and I can only do it with certain people. And just listen and be in the bushes when I have to and all that, right?
Yeah, trust
Yeah.
me.
Okay,
I know
my dear.
all about it. I absolutely agree with that. Well, that's why I said fuck YouTube, because I couldn't deal with the bullshit after Marissa. I couldn't deal with it anymore. I didn't want to have to deal with it. I wanted nothing to do with anybody, and so that's pretty much what I did. If I do watch, it's usually just from the shadows, just hanging out.
What I think started bothering me was I did such research and such diving that people were using my information and never mentioned my name. There was only a few channel holders, but they're very credible channel holders.
Right.
Very credible. That would say, I'm not going to name them because I'm not going to let out my sources, but they would, never want to mention my name, because then people would come over, and people don't sometimes want the facts and the truth. It's boring or whatever. But then again, there are people who will. But a lot of these people just never gave me credit, or when I, plugged them, or they wouldn't plug me. And so it was just disappointing, because to me, if I'm getting something, or I'm learning something from someone else, I'll say, like, something about that person. I won't take credit. So I'm a whisper, and that's why no one hears about me and all that. But they know of me, and they know my work. And it's like, sometimes they'll say, hey, I see this curator who put this down, and you've stolen from them. It's like, no, maybe you like-minded. You know what I mean? So I just gave up on it. And it's very time consuming, because when I was doing it and bringing it forth, you have to prepare. I had to have my notes, how I'm going to present. And then with my videos, because of my eyes and everything like that, it would take me so long. I could do a 4-minute video. It would take me 3 days to edit, because I'd have to give my eyes a break, or I'm so meticulous that I have to have everything perfect. And that's when I decided I'm doing docuseries. I'm going to put the story together, and then when it's a conclusion. And now I'm to a point where my cases, like Letitia's is concluded, Lori Value's concluded, and I just don't have that stamina or whatever it is in me to do it. Because what's the point? I'm going to get maybe 2, 3, 5,000 views, maybe, if that.
Yeah. Well, you cross stream to a lot of different places, I believe, don't you?
Pardon me?
I'm sure a lot more people watch you.
Well, for some reason, they're watching my videos, because when I first met you, I was just below 5,000K. I'm almost at 13,000K. And so, and I'm getting tons of views and everything. But one of the things I did was I turned off my comments. I found that by turning off my comments, I don't know if I turned off my likes, but by turning those off, I didn't have to deal with because some people would listen to my video and say, well, you're really bad at spelling, or you're really bad at editing. And I don't profess, I don't have those skills. I just don't. If I had somebody to put the shit together, it would be amazing. And so I would think, oh my God, I just put all this out and you're critiquing on this instead of bouncing back and forth or whatever. Just the comments were just so bad. And, but I'm up to almost 13,000, and I'm, my views go up and down. I mean, some of them have reached 50,000, some of them reach on an average about 2,000. So people are doing it. And when I surprised and did a spontaneous live about maybe I think I just came back from Mexico, because I was talking about Miss Martin, Kinika Jenkins' mother. Had nothing to do with it, I ended up coming in, and then all of a sudden my room filled up and everything, and then I lost connection a half hour in, and I just couldn't get back on, right? And I kept the comments open, and it was nice because my subscribers said it was great to see you and hear you and all that. But I just don't have that incentive, because I'm not a curator, really. I'm not. I don't feel I am. I don't have that confidence. I don't have that style that everybody seems to have. They seem to have this down pat, like, this is what I'm going to do and how I'm going to talk to people. And I'm just me. That's the problem. Like, I'm not a.
That's why you're so good. That's why everybody loves you, because you're knowledgeable and you do know what you're talking about. You don't lie. You are you. I'm me. I don't lie. I don't give a fuck who likes me. I don't. And everybody knows that. And you're not going to get anything sugarcoated. And if I don't know, if it's a fact, I'll say it over and over again. Listen, this is just a thought. I cannot tell you it's the truth, because I don't know. It's just my thought or opinion. And that's all it is. That's all I can do and offer anybody is my thoughts and opinions. So I just don't care. I don't like being bothered by all these idiots, and I always end up getting bothered by them anyway, but it happens.
I don't know why, because you don't do anything but you show your rabbits and do this, unless it's Matt, and they just attach you to Matt. I don't really know. Like, Matt is hilarious. I mean,
guilty by association.
Exactly.
I mean, we're married, so
it is by association, and that's what I'm worried about, because I'm doing an association with you and Matt. I don't want a problem for you, because they're going to come out and say, "Oh, she's this and that," and they're going to tell you stuff that's not true. That I ended up going to court for.
Like, why are you talking to her? She's an asshole. I tell people all the time, you do not have to tell people you associate with me, because I don't have the best name, and I don't think anybody deserves to get brought down because of their association with me.
Or rumors. A lot of it is the rumor mill. Like in my days, it was like, one, I was threatened. Two, I had to do what my terrorist said to me, but that redeemed myself. But still, I'm mocked about certain things. But I have a new wave of people who are coming in, and we always do. And, there's always new subscribers, and, and stuff like that. But what bothers me with some of these people is that, like, we've done 7 hours, but we've talked about so many things. But what they'll do is they'll talk about, let's say they're talking about one curator who's doing soap right now, because I went in to find the dish, the tea. You know what I mean? I wanted to know. Like, I want to know, where did you go? You said last night you were going to research it and see if it's legal what he's doing, because I've heard of that way of going about it, because I see people on Advocacy or some sort of site where you can buy from warehouses or manufacturers and sell your stuff and mark it up.
Ecstasy. You said ecstasy. I'm like, the drug?
Oh, what's it called? What's it called? Ecstasy.
Etsy. ETSY.
I find them really.
All of a sudden, I'm like, wait a minute. I have to start popping ecstasy to get good at shit.
There's my cat Simers in there. I am old, but I find them too expensive. Like, I love to get some stuff, but like I got some stuff from them, but the shipping is so expensive for me. so I don't anymore. But I did get some neat things from them at one point in time. But what was my train of thought going? So what they'll do is they'll talk about it, and then I'll go, okay, so I've got the scoop, and then they'll talk about it again. It's like they talk about the same thing. 7 hours later, I can come back and they're still talking about the same thing. They keep, it's like, okay, we got a new crowd coming in, so now we got to know about it. And I can't handle curators like that. Like, no offense, but get to your point and then move on to something else. But they drag it out. They just keep dragging the same thing, a revolving door. That doesn't interest me personally. That's not the type of 7 hours I'm going to spend, right? And most of the time I'm doing stuff anyways when I'm listening and stuff like that, like watching Matt and making brownies, because I don't know, I just thought, oh my God, like sometimes he's so blunt and he comes out and it's just like, I want to like hide my face. I'm blushing at his motions and what he was saying tonight. But, I don't know what the truth is or not, but it's just the way he delivers is just great. Some people might hate him for it, but I think he's gotten so much better than at the beginning.
A lot more comfortable.
So much more comfortable and more confident in what he's doing and everything like that. And he's get him to do some, like I said, the angle is the parodies. I think his parodies, you can't attack. How can you attack a parody? How can you? It's funny shit. It's the funniest. So get him wigs, get him bras, whatever, because it's great.
I'm telling you, you never know. Like I said, he's just rummaging around, looking through my bras, he couldn't find one that would fit him.
When he pulled it up, I can't remember. I was eating some. I just bursted out, and I think I was eating cornflakes. All of a sudden, cornflakes are all over my screen. It's like, oh my God, he's just so confident now, and I love it. I just don't let him go out in tornadoes, though. No more floods, no more tornadoes. Like, no way. Tell him I'll pull him by his ear if he does that.
Yeah, sure. Just because those of us that have yet to see, I got something for you.
You got a picture?
Oh, I do.
Screenshot that one. That's the one. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is so funny.
Yeah. That's him with now I need tissue paper. And after we're stuffing it. He's like, can you get my wig? I need to brush. Can you brush my hair for me? And I'm just like, yeah.
Oh, that is so hilarious.
So here I am. I'm spraying it with coconut oil hair, like the leave-in the conditioner like spray.
Yeah.
And I'm brushing it because it's it's not a high quality wig at all. So it gets knotty, really like. Ugh. And he'll make fun of Marissa, and he'll get food and it's all stuffed in it. So I'm spraying it with his shit, trying to like get it all nice and neat and put it on his head and strap it on. And we got his bra on, and I'm just like, what else do you dress?
Oh my God!
You have a date tonight?
It was perfect. Because when the gate started with Summer and PG was out there and she was giving the information like everybody else, it interests me because I want to know who knows these people and what they're going to say. But then she just kind of like, I don't know, she's just quite the something. And I did go on her panel one time, and I kind of had a conversation like this, and I had a feeling that it's her show. You have to go her way, and she doesn't want you to have I don't even know how to explain it. But anyway, she ended up trying to brush me off or something, and she kept on talking over me, because she's Miss Know-It-All and everything like that, right? And I was just trying to, just have a chilled conversation with her, and I just thought, no, I'm not going on your panel again. And but she's, I don't know, she's weird, you know. And I have a vision of her. She's never gone on camera either, and I have a vision of her, and I'm not going to say, but you know, some of these people who don't go on cam, I have to question, you know, why, you know, you don't go on cam. Like, what have you got to hide, you know?
Yeah, I don't see. Well, like people don't realize. Like, okay, so I don't like going live or doing anything without the camera on. I did once, and then I ended up turning it on anyway. And it was just because I was in my pajamas and I was sitting in bed and I wanted to go to sleep. And Matt's like, we can't go to bed yet. We have to do this and we have to discuss this situation. And I'm like, but I don't want to. And he's like,
Yeah.
we have to. I'm like, but I'm in my jammies. And he said, well, keep the camera off. And I'm just like, no, I'm being a brat. You know, I'm just a real brat.
But that's okay because sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. So that's totally acceptable if you blink on and off. But she's never. And it's like, why? You know?
I've only ever done it off twice. Once was when I was sitting there in bed with him and we were talking. And then I ended up turning the camera on when I came out here anyway. I didn't give a shit. I came out to smoke and we were just sitting here talking. And then the other time is Margie, Don Wells' daughter, had called me and said she wanted me to record an interview with her. So I started the recording, and just so nobody would be able to say, oh, she doesn't know that she's being recorded. I started out with, okay, so are you sure that you still want to be recorded? And she said, yes. I'm like, okay, so here we go. And then at the end, I'm like, okay, so before I end the recording, is there anything else you'd like to say? That, you know, I made sure I mentioned it more than once. So when I went to play the audio of the interview, I had the camera on and I was talking, you know, and I was just a quick like, hey, how's it going? So this is kind of like a real quick synopsis of like what happened. I got a phone call, blah, blah, blah. So now I'm going to turn the camera off and let the interview play so you guys can hear it, because I don't want you focusing on me. Hi, honey. Like, I want you focusing on the interview.
I'm in my jammies.
And that was why I turned it off that time, because the focus should have been on the interview and not me. And so after it was over, I turned it back on. I talked for another minute or two. And then I'm like, all right, guys, have a great evening or whatever. And then that was it. But I had to give her the respect to let her be the main focus because it was her interview. It was what she wanted to do.
And you ended up doing it? The interview?
Yeah.
It's on your channel?
Mm-hmm.
What's it called?
In my playlist, it's I spoke to Don Wells' daughter.
Oh wow, is that recent?
Yeah, it's geez.
Within the last month?
Last couple months.
So do you have a title with it?
Yeah.
I'll listen to that.
So if you go to playlist,
I'm gonna do some gardening this week.
So it says if you just go to playlist, it says Margie, Don Wells' daughter.
Okay.
And then
it's literally interested to hear.
It's literally the only video there. So cool. I started. There I am. I opened it. So whatever. Shut the camera off. It's 35 minutes and 58 seconds long. It was.
Okay, no spoilers. I'm going to listen to it. I got my plants, so we're starting to garden.
Okay, so it was in February.
Okay, that's probably why I never knew, because I was still in Mexico. I have to say, I said this to Matt a couple of times, that he did the best interview that I've ever heard, or not interview, just chit chat with Dawn. I was really hoping that some curator would get Dawn up and just be himself and be relaxed. And he was that night. And it was wonderful, you know, because everybody chops his head off and then he gets all pissed off and everything like that. And
it was great for them. It was a shit show for the mods. I'm sitting here like, we got mods.
Was there a lot of bad things going on?
I'm like, I was just like, I cannot believe it. All these people, we have mods arguing with mods. I'm just like,
You should have just turned the chat off. I've had to do that in my past. I say, if you don't get that goes off.
No, I went in there. I'm like, dude, you gotta do something because I'm ready to fucking quit. I was like, I never thought I'd ever say it, but I actually finally now understand the meaning of rage quit. I was so mad. I'm like, I can't do it. I'm like, mods. So now I have like, I'm texting people, and then I have people calling because they want to say something, and then there's somebody on another phone. So now there's like 2 phones, and now I don't have a phone to mod and communicate with the other mods that are helping me do what we have to do. It was just like on our end, it was a shit show, but on their end, it was fine.
Oh, their end was totally incredible, and it really, I really see a nice change in Don. He's getting calmer. He's, but on the other hand, he still runs and argues with other people. He still has his lessons to learn, but that was the best. Now there is something I want to write to you because I saw it on a channel, a clip by Dawn, and I don't know if it's just got out of perspective, if it's old, if it's new. Somebody says it's new. I don't want to bring it out right now, but and I have something else on my mind, but I would, I'd love to talk to Dawn. I really would, but
Matt talks to him often, every now and again.
I just have some, questions, but then again, I don't want to put him in that headspace either. I just let him.
What we've done before is, if I'm talking to someone and they want to talk to Don, Matt will call and we'll just put it on speaker and put the phones together, and then they can talk to each other. So we can do that. We've done that a few times. I've actually done that twice for somebody else that I know through YouTube, and 2 separate people that person wanted to speak to. And we had one person that we had do that with Don. So he won't mind. He's doing good. I think.
Well, it's the question that I have, and I just don't know if I'd ever should, ask them.
What I do know is that
he kind of came out with something to give me an answer to. It's funny how I think, because I think of something with some of these people, and then I don't know if it's the universe that works or the connects I can kind of make indirectly, directly. And he came out with something that kind of gave me the answer, but I think that the answer came too late instead of if this is his decision that he's going to be making next. I wish he had made, if he is thinking this, that he had made that decision a long time ago, at the beginning. So I don't know. I'll talk to you personally about it, and then maybe Matt can talk to him privately about it, and then
either that or we can,
because certain things I don't want him to put out there because everybody will misconstrue it, and they're still digging up. So many people are bringing up old stuff and everything like that. But, like he said, he's changed. He's had time. It's been a few years, and he's had time, and he's made mistakes and everything like that. But where he seems to be going, being level head. And Candace sounds really great. I don't think it's bad that she's got friends. She decides that she wants to chit chat away like me and you, just shooting the shit or whatever. I mean, most of the time they're shooting the shit with her anyways and just talking about everyday things. And now she's got this channel. I subscribed, and she dropped, I think, a picture last couple of days of her work. And I kind of concerned about that because it's very easy to find out locations. It's not hard, at least for me, it's not. There's a new development, and it's not hard to figure out where these $1 million homes are being built. But they're beautiful homes. I mean, good for her. She still does work. I mean, she
works with.
If I ever want somebody to do drywall and taping, I mean, man, that is the hardest job. I mean, I had my houses done many times.
He's really good with that stuff, drywall, everything. He's really good with it. And then Candace works with him.
I know, so, and she just.
Cool.
Did you subscribe to her new channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she
Not
just
too
dropped
long
two.
ago, we started texting back and forth. So we're starting to get to know each other a little bit.
Yeah.
Don and Matt talk all the time. So, he had a lot of time to reflect too.
Yes, of
People
course.
don't realize that when he did get locked up, he was 23 and 1. So
I
that he
know.
spent 23 hours a day in a cell, and then he only had 1 hour a day out.
And I said to him, take your
So
Bible.
he didn't have
I said
too
to him, make sure someone gives you a Bible. And then he comes out and says, I just read the Bible. And good for him.
He's very religious. He's always talking about the Bible. It doesn't matter. Almost every conversation you have with him, he'll say something about the Bible or something he learned from the Bible. Or it's actually refreshing to talk to him nowadays because he is calm and level-headed now, where before in the beginning, as you would imagine, he was so angry and he was just filled with all kinds of I don't even know. I couldn't even imagine what they go through. And so it's all these, this time later, what's 22 months or something like that?
Yeah.
Later. And they still have people accusing and picking and yelling. Like I said yesterday, when we were live, Matt, he was live on his phone, and I just got annoyed, and I'm just like, listen, I don't care if you love them, like them, or hate them. I'm like, if you're part of the group of people that talk shit to them all the time, judge them and hate them because of other people, what they say, their thoughts, they say that they are guilty, so they have to be guilty. I'm like, what happens when the day comes and it's complete without a doubt, zero chance possible that they had anything to do with it? Are you going to feel like shit? Are you going to apologize for torturing them for all this time? How would you feel if you were in their shoes and you were innocent and everybody was attacking you, making fun of every fucking thing you did? The newest thing is because Summer had a hot dog, and people want to talk shit about the fact that she ate a hot dog the last day that Candace saw her.
But there's other things there too that I can also say.
How does that help find their daughter? It doesn't.
No.
It doesn't. They just want anything they can do to tear people apart.
But he's admitted, that he's
have peace.
He's admitted that he's been his own worst enemy and creating stuff because, like you said, you're going through all of this and stuff like that. And it's not very often we get family and friends and all these people in this particular case online. Like there was a whole slew and people befriended and all the stuff came out. But I like where he's at, and I like where Candace is at. They seem to be getting things together in their head and moving forward in a direction that they makes common sense. And if Summer is found and they relocate, if they, decide to that, Summer's, it doesn't matter where they go, that, if Summer's found, then great. The bottom line is that you have to move on. I had to do this too. I went through some trauma and tragedy while I just prior to coming home from Mexico. And I'm going to read this to you, actually, because this was exactly what changed my mind today. Okay. It is amazing. And for me, it really hit home because I was ready to discard everything of my past. Okay. Because I just got to a point of certain things that what's the point of me having all my past things if this is what the outcome became. So it is only heavy because you are deciding over and over again to carry it. Embrace change and loosen up your sense of identity. Let yourself walk a new path. You do not have to ignore or erase the past. You just have to wholeheartedly embrace the present and move on. That saved me today.
Wow.
It was because I literally would have just gone into my storage and said, that's it. I'm discarding. And if I didn't read that, I wouldn't understand. And now I understand. And that's where, Dawn is coming to something like that. Like you have this, everybody has burdens of their past in some way. But yeah, you have to move on. So, there's nothing wrong with them moving on. I'm moving on. Everybody has to move on in some way. And if he chooses to want to publicly come out and speak the way he did it with Matt is the way that I hope he continues. And just forget, because once I stopped feeding into the bait of all of these people, everything became different. I just ignored them if they were in my chat or whatever. Even if I go into a chat and somebody comes out with it, or go up on a panel and all of a sudden they're disregarding me, I know what they're doing behind scenes. She's one of these girls from way back then. I just regard it. And so that's what I'm hoping for. And, it takes people like you and Matt, and Chasing Truth. I don't know who else. I can say Farm Lady. I can't remember her channel name.
Daisy. Oh my God,
Daisy. Thank you. I used to watch Daisy because I liked her animals too. She's got an amazing chicken coop. She showed some of her baby chickens, and it was so funny. A little tiny short, and about her telling the little baby chick to behave. There's nothing wrong with it, but you're still going to get those channels who I think are just draining it and revolving door. And to me, it's because they want to get the new people, the new subs. Like half of the people don't even know about the case or know about all this stuff. So why bring it up? Start fresh, but they don't want to. They just don't want to. So it takes people like Matt and you and I think. I don't know if Chasing.
I think it's
to bring a new light.
Crazy Crime and Critters Farm. I think.
Is that what her name is? I can't remember.
It's too many C's, and I don't ever get them in order. Her name is she goes by Daisy though. Crazy Critter Farm. I think. Somebody help me. What's her name?
Cows and chickens and. I watched your short this morning and thought it was adorable. I love anything about animals. So I I'm one to on my Twitter, I have every kind of animal thing and I'll like kittens and all sorts of stuff. But so if we can, there's always going to be people who flaunt to that. But if we have more creators who don't, and he wants to come up, that Don can be like he is and Candace can be like she is. I think it's great. It was horrendous to see the way things were, but to see those things again, like people are repeating it. I'm not going to name the creators because people know, but they're drumming up all of the old stuff. Like back then, they were like that, but you change. Like, you were once maybe in jail, but you're not the same person. So why not shed new light and say, hey, listen, this is where they're at now. They're clean. They're doing this. They have cleaned up I didn't know that Chasing went down there to clean up the property and all that. I had no clue. And doing all of this, like, give him a fucking break, he might have this in the past and all that, but we also found out there was tales told. There wasn't truth to it because what was the outcome? Nothing came out of it, but he admitted it. When somebody admits something as to the details of what we heard, okay, so, I robbed a bank one day, I'm admitting it, I'm not going to say what he admitted to because I don't care to. So you're marked for life with a red dot on your head. This person lives under the roof of a person with a red dot. Well, if you look in your area, you've probably got neighbors with red dots. You know what I'm saying? I sometimes I don't know that I'm having coffee with an ex-cartel or whatever. I was in Mexico. I was with cartel a lot, but I learned a lot too.
People just lost focus of what's important, and they're trying to stay relevant and get the views, and unfortunately that means that they have to keep carrying on the way they always have. Some people even stream, and now I haven't seen this myself, but I've been told, Matt said it, and some other people had told me, they're actually streaming their own lives and then talking about them with
Oh
people.
God.
And it's just like, why? Find something original to talk about, or don't talk about it. Or, I mean, just think about the important part. The important part is not what may have been said that upset you by one of the parents or by somebody that knows them. It's the fact that there is a beautiful little girl and she has not been found. And she is 7 years old because there's no proof of death. And I refuse to call her 5 because she is, until she's proven otherwise, she is alive. And there's a 7-year-old girl who probably is anywhere in this world. I don't even know where the hell she could be, but I'm sure she wants nothing more than to go home to her mom and her dad. And these people are torturing her parents. What happens when everybody grows up and sees what their parents went through? How does this help the situation? How does this help the parents? They need some kind of closure. They need answers and they need help. But what those people are doing it's not helping them. They aren't doing any good. They're just making it worse.
Well,
And
he has
if
to go the right direction.
to be friendly helps, then I'll text, I'll talk, I'll be their friend. I don't care. I'm not their enemy.
How many curators, because I don't listen to them all, but how many curators have complimented Dawn's new way and Candace's new way? Have you heard it out there? Have they said anything? He's calmer, he's this way, he's this way, he's this way. Has anyone shared that? Because that's what people should be coming in on. Not repeating.
Easy, she talks to Candace a lot. I don't know how often they go live together, but I do know that they do go live often.
Yeah, I try to pop in when I hear that maybe she's been on, because I like to hear her chilled out and relaxed. She deserves it. You know what I mean? She really, really deserves it. And I will put on my Twitter when she was sick, prayers to them, and let people know and all that. I don't get hate whenever I talk about them. I don't put out the bad. Now, one thing I will say is, after Matt had him on, it woke me up that I at fault too. I put out all of that shit. I had it on my channel, all of the stuff that he did. And after that, actually during that live, I wasn't on a live. He wasn't live at the time. I did a replay. I went and I hid everything. I just hid it. I didn't delete it, but I hid it because I'm thinking, well, I'm just as bad. I'm just as bad. So instead, I kept up what I did in researching to figure out where this little girl could be, and talking and having people who were out searching and doing this and that. They've all disappeared now. And my things that I could contribute with, but I had to take off the bad. I had to say, I have to do it. And so you won't see anything negative, because that's not what I want to showcase. That's not
right.
I don't want to showcase that, because we don't know the answers. And yes, there's some things that are unanswered, but right at the gate, I could see the potentials of so many things, of how the Summer could have been potentially abducted or gone off. And I was bang on. And I still think to this day that she went in the direction of the dog trail. I just as soon as I saw that, I started, even on my lives, going down and looking around, or having somebody there. And I really dug deep and looked at every hiding spot that somebody could have potentially been there. So to me, and I still do, but I'm not getting that connection so much and so strong. I felt at the beginning that she's still alive, but I don't know now.
Right.
Because in missing kids, why hasn't there been a sighting? And that's why I started to do it globally, worldwide, because I now know, because I'm educated at how people buy children, how people can be whisked away, blah, 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 that she could be somewhere else in the world now. I mean, anywhere in the world. And that's why I picked the locations that I did, because knowing that they do trafficking there, or they do selling there, or they do buying there. But on that sense, if she's abducted, I don't feel that she's in a bad place. I don't feel she's being mistreated, but I do feel the sense of her wondering why she's separated. But in another sense, I feel that they have not burdened her, but made her feel that it was in the best interest for her to be where she is now. So it's a good thing. I feel she has a normal life. I feel that she is going to school and has friends and is dressed well and treated well. That's where I'm at now, 2 years later. So it's a good picture. And will she ever reunited? I don't know, because it might not be in the best interest for her. It might be in the best interest that she has been adopted out.
It could be.
I don't know, but
I don't know. But I have to let you go, darling.
I know.
I adore you.
You said that 20 minutes ago. Okay, I'm gonna go. Thank you. I love you. And
out of here at 6:30.
oh my gosh. Well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but thank you, so kind, everybody in the chat. Checking Convictions. I think I know of you, so I'm going to go to your channel because your name sounds so familiar, and yeah, it's great. So that's a wrap. Peace out, everybody. Night,
Everybody,
honey.
thank you. Good night. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Bye.
How do I get out? Leave studio. Okay.